Good morning, everybody, here in the room. And it's different to most of the other events. Normally, you get picked for questions when you're sitting in the front rows. Now, I promise you, I will pick the ones in the back rows. So the best way is to move forward here, to get your chairs here to the front, so that when the people come later, I know Bengaluru traffic, so they can fill up from the back. So please come up to the front as well. Just move your chairs, come with your drinks, so we can fill the room from the beginning here and then going to the back. So once again, please come over, come to the front. I promise you, I won't pick you in the front rows. I will pick the ones in the back rows. So thank you very much. We're going to start in 5 to 10 minutes due to Bengaluru traffic. So thank you very much. All right, so good morning. Good morning, we are starting. Please do come in, come forward. As I said before, I won't pick the ones in the first row. I will take the ones in the back rows. So please move forward, fill the room from the back. Please come up here so that the people are coming later from the Bengaluru traffic, being stuck sometimes, have a space in the back. So thank you very much. Just bring your coffee to the table. There are tables, you can put your cup there, have a safe place for landing, and we are going to start. Right, so yeah, bring your coffee along. Rahul, towners, bring your taxi. Be a taxi driver and bring your people along, bring them to the front. Thank you very much. We are about to start, and we want to be in time. So welcome to Jesse, Digital with Purpose. And I will hand over to the welcoming speech to my dear friend and partner, Jos Jacob Kayayil. And please give him a hand and show your energy in the room. Thank you very much. Oh.
All right. Good morning, and thank you to all the early birds who are here. You know, the interesting thing is we are live streaming today's summit as well. All you need to do is search for Digital with Purpose Bengaluru, and you'll find the link which you can send to those at home. They can follow your panel and your speech, those who are speaking. And of course, to other people who you think are relevant and who should know, you know, what we are discussing here. The good thing about live streaming is you can be everywhere at the same time. The bad thing is then you don't have to be somewhere, right? So a lot of people say, okay, anyway, it's live streaming. We put the conference on the mobile and we reach by 10 a.m. But, you know, we have to start on time. We have a long agenda, and we have a lot of interesting, amazing lineup. So my name is Jos Jacob. Yesterday, some of you were here for the Future ICT Forum, but I also wear another hat. You know, just like Jan said, he has 5 hats. I may have 2 or 3, but the important thing is I am Vice President for Jesse. Jesse is Global Enabling Sustainability Initiative. So yesterday, some of you heard Louis, and you will hear him again in some time. When you talk of sustainability, you have to see also the enabling effects. It's not just the first order effect. There is the second, there is the third, there is the fourth, there is the fifth. And Jesse as an organization believes in that, the multi-order effects of doing good or of doing it sustainably. And how do you know somebody believes in something or an organization believes in something? When they pay a third-party neutral agency to go and find data and validate what they believe. You understand? So there are multiple reports. You may find some of them if you're a Jesse member and if you log into the Jesse portal. Some of the reports are also available to all people to look, where there was research done on sustainability actions taken by companies and how that translated to multiple order effects. Now, why is this important to know? It's important to know because in today's world, if anybody wants to grow, you need capital. And if you need capital to grow, you need to display what impact you have. So yesterday at our VC roundtable, somebody was mentioning, is not just the balance sheet. It's also the overall value that your organization can add to the society and to the community. So that is what Jesse does in a nutshell, but of course you'll have a proper formal presentation. Louis will do that. I'm very excited to help lead Jesse initiatives for India and Singapore. Our idea here is to showcase the success stories, showcase the winners. You know, Jesse does events all over the world. Recently, it was in Brussels. Before that, it was in Taiwan. The next one is in China. So when I was meeting Louis in Brussels, I thought it is really good to bring this concept and deepen it in the city of Bangalore. Because there are a lot of young people here who are doing innovative things and who are solving problems with their startup. The thing is, when you're solving a problem, you might also, without knowing, be solving many other problems. Like you will see in today's panel, there are some amazing speakers. You know, I can see Satshur, I can see Nopo. You know, you will be shocked by knowing what all they're doing. It's crazy stuff. I don't want to take their thunder, and I don't want to say, because, you know, I follow some of them, so I don't want to say what all they're doing. But they will say it. So the interesting thing is, somehow our startups may not actually cover and give visibility to the entire spectrum of impact they have. Maybe that makes us lose out in the larger context, and it's really important to see the enabling effects of startups who are innovative, that are solving for India and for the world. And once you capture that enabling effect and you put that in documentation, can be a video, can be a PDF, but whatever, if you document it, then those that look at you to invest and to value your company, they have a completely different approach. Suddenly you are more valuable because the larger, higher order effects are seen. So I'm really happy that Louis agreed to bring Digital with Purpose to Bengaluru and to bring the ecosystem, because Digital with Purpose is already known everywhere in the world, and later you will see some of the videos of what happened in Portugal, what happened in Europe, what happened in China, and what is going to happen as well. You will see all those things. But the good thing is, those people who have won the DWP awards and those who are in the ecosystem, they will also start seeing who spoke here, what did they speak, where there can be synergy, and where there can be amplification of impact. So that is the ecosystem. So, you know, we can only capture 200 people in the room, but we can capture 2 or 20 million online. And our target is that. It is people who care about the world, and it is people who want to build a better society. I am also very thankful to Ms. Maria Joao Rodriguez, who has come here from Brussels. In short notice, she agreed to come, even though her schedule is very busy. She was a member of the European Parliament, MEP, but also advisor to the current European Commission on many things, and you will hear her speak as well. So please take notes and see which areas of synergy there can be. Additionally, you know, AI is a big thing, and there is the big AI Impact Summit in India, which is coming soon. You know about that. But I want to also say that under Ms. Rodriguez's leadership, there is a push to make AI work for people. You know, there is AI working for AI. You know, some of you might have seen that. Agentic chatbots. In fact, Louis was telling me there's a social media for AI agents. You know, like we have social media, but AI agents have social media, and they are discussing stuff. You know, it's a little bit crazy thing to imagine that how this can happen, but it's happening. So, you know, that's probably the wrong way to go. It's important that AI is there to serve people, and Ms. Rodriguez is leading that effort. Of her own voluntary leadership, because she believes that's the right thing to do. And so when you see such leaders, it's important to rally around them to create that, that strength of the people. Otherwise, we might not build a fair and good world. It might become a dystopian world where the powerful are always winning and the powerless are always in trouble. So I would also suggest, when you listen to her speech, to see in which area and which part of her speech you can contribute, either as a company or as an association or as other people you know who can help, because they are building something amazing. You will hear a lot from her. But if I have to summarize it, they are trying to build the AI stack, which means it has multiple layers that works for everyone. So it's really important because Indian startups actually are ground up. They solve a problem in the ground, and that's what is unique. But it's important that if you don't connect and collaborate, and if Europe and India already signed the FTA, if we don't collaborate, we might not have conditions for business if we don't collaborate. So whatever that means, you can calculate in your head, and I'm sure that you will. So it's really important for that collaboration. Now, because I am helping with the efforts of Jesse's India and Singapore office, I also want to make it available online for those who are following us as well, that if any of you want your solution or your product to be amplified to the world through the Jesse network. And if you go to the Jesse website, you find all the different members of Jesse. And Louis was yesterday mentioning, those who were here yesterday, that the total member value, so if you add all the member companies' value, it crosses $4 trillion. So this is the member value of possible customers. So I would suggest some of you who have ambitions to grow, who have bandwidth and capital to grow, use smart and strategic membership to position your product and solution to the right people, to the decision makers, because all the sustainability heads of all these corporations are connected to Louis. So even if you don't meet me, you have to meet Louis. He's here only till midnight tonight, and then he's flying off to China, where there is a lot of meetings, and the next DWP is in China. So if some of you are also looking at that market, then you can stay connected with Louis. I also have to introduce Rita. Rita, if you can just stand. So that is Rita Dias. She's the marketing and communications head of Jesse. Thank you, Rita, for being here. So she's here for one more day. So that's why I told you. So in case some of you take time to react and check with your boss and then react, then you can ping me and you can meet Rita tomorrow. Now coming to my welcome speech, I want to welcome all of you. Thank you for being here. It's great to have some amazing leaders with us. I just saw Sri Harsha also coming in. Sri, you're there, yes. Okay, so you'll hear from him. He's the leader at Dassault Systems, which is helping design the future before the future is built. So you will hear him. He's moderating the amazing panel called Disruption. So I want to say a few things. India is at a very, very important stage. All of you know. India built the digital public infrastructure, which is an amazing thing, you know, starting with our IDs, because we have Aadhaar, which is our ID, which is a digital ID for verification. From Aadhaar, which was the ID for a person, we went to create the bank accounts for a lot of people, but we used what Prime Minister calls the Trinity, the bank account, the payments, and the mobile. You remember JAM, those days they were saying, right? This together helped us increase our banking penetration from 20% to 85% in 9 years. So if you see the World Bank report, they told us that to increase banking penetration from 20 to 80%, it would take 50 years, 50. We did it in 9 years. Because, yes, we have to clap for the digital public infrastructure, because to do the KYC norms, we could use Aadhaar digital authentication and authenticate in 3 minutes, open a bank account in 5 minutes. I think some of you have done, at least for your credit card, you would have done this authentication, right? So because of the DPI layer, we were able to leapfrog and include 80% of our population into the banking systems. And then the next miracle happened, which is UPI. And you know how many millions, I think more than 200, 400 million people use UPI every month to do transactions. Jan, with your permission, I take another 2 minutes. I'm also looking when it's almost full by the time Louis comes on stage. Now, what is the advantage of UPI? When I go to a normal seller, let's say a fruit vendor on the street. I pay them cash, I was doing in the past. They give me change. Only I know and they know what happened, correct? But now when I pay with UPI, there is a digital trail of that transaction. So I want you to imagine something with me. So let's imagine. Now imagine a large company that built an AI agentic model, deploys that model in multilingual format, and this AI agent calls up that lady selling fruits on, I don't know, Chamrajpet. Now how does this AI agent call her? Now she has a QR code, she has a mobile phone, she has an internet connection, correct? So on her phone she gets a call. The AI agent sounds very much human, so that's why we are saying human AI, right? And says, I'm calling from the bank. And the AI agent speaks her language, maybe Kannada, maybe Tamil, maybe Hindi, whatever. Speaks to her and says, I'm calling from the bank, we are ready to offer you a loan. So she says, oh wow, never in my life I got a loan from my bank, because she doesn't have a formal credit score, doesn't have. So she says, okay, what's the interest rate? So the AI agent says a very interesting number, let's say 2% a month. Now, you may say it's a lot, but normally these people on the street, they borrow at 6 to 9% a day. So it's a big difference, right? You know. So she says, wow, okay, this is amazing. And normally, you know, in India, when people get married, they give gold, you know that, right? So this gold is the capital which they give it to the money lender, and they take money to do their business. So gold has more meaning in India, not just ornament, right? So now now she doesn't know it's an AI agent that's making this call. So she says, okay, I'm happy to, you know, to what I have to do next. She says, oh, nothing. You give us approval. So, I mean, in Kannada, the word is different, but anyway, permission, whatever. So she says, how do I do that? So she says, you can repeat this sentence, or we send you an OTP and you put it. So this in India is called DEPA, Data Empowerment and Protection Architecture. So in Europe, they have GDPR. They're a bit afraid of data misuse, so the data is locked in boxes. In India, we are using data to empower, right? So the lady gives the OTP, then the AI agent checks her UPI transaction history for the last 36 months. And then it sees that every day this lady is making 2,000, 3,000 rupees of cash flow. So it creates a credit score on the fly with truth-based data. And then the AI agent, within less than a minute, tells her, you can get a credit of 30,000 rupees directly to your account. So lady says, wow, I don't have to fill any form? No. You will get another OTP, put that OTP and say, agree to conditions and submit. And lo and behold, in 3 minutes, her account balance increases. So then this AI agent is still on the caller. So she asks, okay, how do I repay this loan? Oh, don't worry. When Jan comes to buy mangoes and pays you 100 rupees by UPI, I think Jan has UPI, 2 rupees for interest and 1 rupees for principal. 3 rupees will go directly to the bank and 97 will come to your account. She's like, wow, this is the best miracle. I don't have to stand in line to pay, and I don't have to stand in line to receive. So India will move, because of DPI, to something called flow-based credit, and we will move from asset-based credit to flow-based credit. Now, what does that mean? For every startup in India, suddenly we will create capital formation at the base, and money will move up. You might have heard that money moves trickle down and very less reaches down, and now we'll have money moving from down to up. If I have to summarize a number, just for the sake of summary, if 100 million people, you know, in Indian, how much would that be? 10 crore, 100 crore? 120 crore is our population, so I'm just taking 10 crore. So if 100 million people are given a credit of $10,000, the number comes $10,000 into 100 million people, it's about, I think, $10 billion. If that money is reaching the bottom of the pyramid or in the middle of the pyramid, and that money forms a new capital base, we can drive the next layer of growth. So digital is important, and in India, digital has purpose. From whatever example I said, you see how we can touch, change, and transform lives. With that, I hand it over back to Jan. Thank you very much. Let's give a big round of applause to Jan. He will lead us through the whole day. And I'm really happy to be here and really happy to have Digital with Purpose. Thank you, Luis, once again from the stage for bringing Digital with Purpose to India and to decide to have your representative office in India and in Bangalore, and happy to do that. Thank you very much. Back to you. Yeah.
Thank you, Jose. Thank you, Jose, for these insights and this journey through what happened with UPI and the Digital India Stick. So we are on a journey. We are on a learning journey together, and that's what we're here for. Digital with Purpose is a learning journey together. And for this reason, I would like to call now Luis Neves on stage, the CEO of Jesse. Please give him a big round of applause, because he's a big connector, a connector for purpose. It's not just for making money, it's for purpose. So let's start to recreate the world in a purpose-driven world. So thank you very much, Luis. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. Can I have the pointer, please? So, good morning, everybody. Thanks for joining here us today. Thank you, Jose. Thank you, Maria João, for joining us as well. It's a pleasure being here. After my long life, I managed to come to India for the first time. But I'm sure that this will not be the last time. So I'm very excited about having a representation of Jesse here. Thank you, Jos, for accepting the challenge. I hope that we will create really a strong position in India. India is extremely relevant. People talk about China and US, right? Europe is all in the shadow right now, I guess, but Maria João will explain better where we are. But now with the India FTA agreement with Europe, I think we can do some good job and to revamp things. So thank you so much for joining us today, and it's a pleasure. And I would like you to drive you a little bit about Digital with Purpose first. What are we aiming at achieving? And then I will jump a little bit into Jesse as well for you to understand better what kind of organization we are. But let me start with Digital with Purpose. Can we have the presentation on the screen? There we are. Very good. So this slide shows to you what Digital with Purpose is all about. Above all, Digital with Purpose was a report, as I mentioned to you yesterday, that was done by Jesse in 2019. It's a very extensive report. It's huge. It's only available online. If you dare to print it, it will be thousands of pages, because we did this report based on 500 case studies and 7 disruptive technologies. So in 2019, Jesse was already talking about AI, of course, internet was there, IoT, 5G, and 3 other technologies. And we correlated those 7 technologies with the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and the 169 targets. Our ambition was to understand how digital is impacting sustainable development in all its dimensions. Not only climate, not only materials, not only circular economy, water. We looked into everything. And we came to the conclusion that those 7 technologies could impact 42% in a positive manner of the Sustainable Development Goals. And we're talking from the 169 targets, 102 were directly impacted by those technologies. And, we have a great report, a great outcome. From a business perspective, the value was huge. I think it's something around the GDP of China per year that we can generate in value. But the other thing is that how can we move this agenda? And so we thought about mobilizing the Jesse membership around the report outcomes. Because, as Joe said, this is not only about money. This is about how digital is there for people. Bottom line is people. People is at the center of everything that we do at Jesse. And if we think that way, that means we drive an agenda which is really impacting people's lives for good, and that's what we are aiming at. And for that, you need to mobilize also the private sector in the right direction. It's not easy because companies, they only think about money, as you know, and you are startups, and you want to develop your business, and of course, you're thinking about money, right? But you also need to think about how can you impact people's lives in the right direction. And so to achieve that goal, I put together a team of around 200 people in Jesse, and I invited the top organizations on sustainability across the world. You know, I could name them here. It's a long list, and that list of experts was led by the Cambridge University. So a very independent sound board, and I asked them to understand how could we design the framework for the companies to use really to drive a positive and an impactful agenda, and at the same time looking at bringing value to the companies. So we developed what I call a purpose-driven framework. And to invite the companies to be part of that, we created 4 principles to mobilize the companies. So if you want to be part of Digital with Purpose, you need to sign up to these 4 principles. That's your entry point. And then the second part is that if you want to be a leader, you need to fill in the second component, which is you need to answer to the indicators. You know, you have to make a choice. Either you are at the bottom or you want to be at the top. If you want to be at the top, then we reward you with a certification level. And so you can decide if you want to be a leader, you can be a diamond certificated company. If you want to stay at the bottom, that's your choice. We don't like that because we want to be a movement of leaders. That's where we want to go. Because that movement of leaders will create the dynamics for a better society. So the better society component is always behind what we want to do. And so, based on that, we designed now a movement which has 3 components. The first one is the performance framework. So if you want to be a leader, you know, and you can get the certification, and you get, you know, the top certification if you want to be at the top. Then we designed the summits like this one. Why? To mobilize the companies, to communicate to the companies the value of the movement and what we can achieve. And finally, to motivate the companies, we created the awards. But the awards are not only to motivate the companies, are to motivate innovation as well. We need a sustainable driven approach in our lives, and business can drive sustainability because all of our reports, all the background information that we gather, all the scientific information that we gather show that digital is fundamental for a sustainable planet. And Joe just gave you an example. I could give you an example from yesterday, and this is a private one. I left my wife in Germany. She wanted to be here in Bangalore, and I left her in Germany. And I had the crazy idea. I was in Brussels with Maria João. I rented an electric car to come to Germany. And she told me, no way, no way. She has trouble with technology. But I said, no, we go on an electric car. I'm sorry. And so we took an electric car. And for me, it's normal life. You know, I go to the charging point, I charge the car, no problem. Yesterday, she was stuck. The battery was at 10%. She could not manage to charge the electric car. She was desperate because she has to go back to Brussels with the same car. So she called me and said, I cannot charge the car, this is not working, and so on. So I told her, can you send me the QR code? She WhatsApped me the QR code, I read it, I put my credit card, and the car was connected. And this is the beauty of technology. This is what ICT, and this is only a very simple example. And so we need to move into this direction. We need to have a purpose-driven approach. We need the private sector to drive this agenda, because without the private sector, we will not get there. We need policy, but we need the private sector companies also to do it. So, as you can see, I'm showing you some leaders that have subscribed to Digital with Purpose. So the list is growing, but you see people like the CEO of Accenture. We have many other companies, joining. This is the list. But we also have stakeholders from different organizations that are joining. This is a long list. I will not. I just put here 3 slides to give you an indication where we are in terms of the Digital with Purpose. So we designed the summit with a clear purpose in mind, as I mentioned to you. Digital with Purpose is not only an event series, nor a slogan. It is a global movement that is led by Jesse, built on a simple but powerful conviction that digital innovation, including AI, must serve a higher purpose for society, economy, and the planet. So this 3 bottom line approach is present all the time in our summits. And so we started in 2022 in Lisbon. You will see one of the slides. I started the Digital with Purpose Summit in the same arena where the Web Summit is done. It's a huge building. You have no idea. And people told me, "You're crazy." And by the way, I had no money to do it. So I rent the arena, but I did the summit, and I found the money. But I knew that that arena that has capacity for 20,000 people would be empty. I could not fill in the arena. I was conscious of that. But I designed it in a way that I populated the arena with different stands, with digital solutions, and so on. On the first summit, I had 1,000 people, but the arena looked like to be a full place. It was marvelous. You have no idea. People was coming into the arena and say, "Well, this is empty." But then when they saw the display, they saw that this is great. And so the impression was rather positive. So on the second day, I have 4,000 people coming to Digital with Purpose in Lisbon, which is not easy because we were doing it exactly just before the Web Summit. And it was very, very challenging, of course, because the Web Summit is, they received, by the way, around 20 million from the Portuguese government, which I had not to do it. So money counts. So I'm not saying that I want from Bengaluru 20 million to do the Digital with Purpose. Actually, José was so kind to organize this for us for free, for Jesse, I mean. But he's now Jesse, so it's part of the story. But we would like to be here in the future as well. Bengaluru is one of the world's most influential centers of technology and digital development. So we saw it here yesterday with the different startups. And this is a place where I feel that ideas can move rapidly from research to deployment, where talent operates and at global scale, and where digital solutions are embedded into everyday economic and social systems. But this is important, but again, we need also keep in mind the social dimension in the people. India's digital journey demonstrates something critically important for the world, that digital transformation can be inclusive, scalable, and impact-driven, and when it is built on strong public infrastructure, as José mentioned, open ecosystems, and a clear sense of purpose, from digital public infrastructure to AI-driven services, India has shown how technology can reach hundreds of millions of people in ways that strengthen resilience and opportunity. And by hosting the Digital with Purpose Summit here, Jesse aims to connect India's dynamic digital ecosystem with our global network of policymakers, enterprises, financiers, researchers, and sustainability leaders. This is not a one-way exchange, by the way. It is about building a bridge between India and the world, from our perspective. And so why Digital with Purpose matters now? We are living, as you know, in a true decisive moment. We are living in a very complicated moment. Digital technologies are advancing at unprecedented speed, while societies face mounting pressures from climate change and resource constraints to urbanization, skills disruption, and geopolitical fragmentation. In this context, digital transformation is no longer neutral. It can accelerate inequality, emissions, and fragmentation, or it can become a powerful lever for resilience, inclusion, and sustainable growth. Purpose is what determines the direction. So we need to make a choice. So if we leave technology by itself alone, we will see more problems. We cannot allow that. We need to use technology for good. And this is a choice that we can make now. We don't need to wait. If we want to keep the world on track, if we want to avoid, all those problems that are happening today, we need to use technology. We can avoid disasters with early warning systems, right? We can prepare ourselves better. We can be more resilient. Technology allows us for all of that, but we need to apply it. As I said, with purpose, not only thinking, well, we have this beautiful thing, and then it's there and we do not use it properly. So, let me give you a little bit of, feeling about GESI. We are celebrating this year our 25th anniversary. The 5th of June, GESI makes its 25-year-old organization. And we have worked with our members and partners to define, demonstrate, and act on the enabling role of digital technologies in sustainability. So allow me to briefly explain who we are and what we do. So we are an active private sector organization. We serve as a door opener and a business broker for members across vertical industries. And why are we doing this? Because digital technologies and sustainability are two horizontal layers. And so everything is plugging in today into digital and sustainability. And this is the type of organization that we created. It's a platform. It's a place where anyone can meet with each other, like here. Exactly. And this is the beauty of GESI. You see many organizations that I only think about electricity, or energy, or agriculture, or health. No, today all those sectors depend on digital, whether they like it or not. That's a reality. And we need to link digital with sustainability to make sure that we progress in the right direction. And so this is the platform that we have created in GESI in our 25 years of life. We started as a corporate organization. We were telecommunications at the beginning. Telecommunications was the best thing in the world. No, today digital, which is more than telecommunications, is the layer, the basis for everything. Therefore, GESI, as it exists today. And of course, we elevate communication between our members, and we want to be a credible organization. So everything that we do in GESI is independently driven. We provide the information, we provide the data when we do reports, when we do research. Our companies provide the information, but we have a third party working with us. Sometimes they are consultants, which use our data, but then on the top of that, we have an independent advisory board, normally shared by a very well-known person. Just to give you an example, in our digital repurposing report, we had a 20 independent board of, a global board with 20 people, which was shared by Professor Jeffrey Sachs, which validated the results of the report. And so this is the way that we work. So the products that we bring to the market, the information that we bring to the market is, I would say, certified by a third party, which is very important for the credibility of the organization. And so we work on these areas, cross-sector engagement. We work with more than 100 different organizations. We have strategic partnerships with many of them. We are about to embark on a partnership with Reimagine Europe that is shared by Maria João. We develop research and tools for our members, and of course we are expanding to the vertical industries. Today in Jesse, we have water companies, we have the biggest energy companies in the world. CATL, LONGi, ISA. In the technology side, we have the biggest players, the Googles, the Alibabas, the IBMs, the Ciscos, the Verizon. So all those big companies are our members. And so we work with all of those, and on top, we work with UN, the United Nations. We have 3 United Nations organizations in Jesse. One of them is sitting in our board, the ITU, which is the only board that has a United Nations organization, the only private sector organization with a UN board member is Jesse. So that gives you an idea how credible we are as well. And so we are a global, we have members all over the world. And we have what we call an enabling portfolio. So we look at technology as an enabler of the other industry sectors. And this is what we are doing. This is, on a nutshell, this is a summary. So we have programs, we have platforms, and we have partnerships, as you can see. So this is pretty, clear, and we would like to invite you, if you wish, to be part of our organization. This is our membership. So we have around 60 multinational companies joining Jesse. They are the members that support the organization. And these are the partners, as you can see. Here you can see all types of organizations all around the world. We are unique. No other private sector organization works with external organizations. We bring them to our conversation. We invite them to our general assemblies. When we do a report, we invite them to work with us, and we gain a great value out of that. And this is what Jesse is all about. So let me finish. Jan is already waiting for me. The real challenge that we face now is the gap between innovation and impact. AI, data, connectivity, and digital infrastructure are already transforming industries, but without the right frameworks, skills, and collaboration models, their potential remains fragmented. That is why Digital with Purpose focuses not only on what technologies can do, but on how they are designed, governed, and deployed. So this summit is therefore not a showcasing isolated of solutions. It is about alignment between policy and innovation, between investment and outcomes, and between global ambition and local realities. You'll see that the summit today has 5 pillars. The first one is on sustainable and disruptive technologies. The second one on sustainable digital infrastructure and green data centers. The third one on smart cities and digital innovation for urban quality of life. The fourth on circular economy and resource-efficient systems. And the fifth on the future-ready talent and lifelong learning in the digital age. And by the way, we have in Jesse one initiative that is called the Digital Education for Impact Alliance. So we have 30 universities across the world working with our companies. And through this process, we drive innovation, new thinking. We educate people. We help universities as well. And so this is what we do. So Bengaluru's role also needs to be understood within a wider strategic context. With the conclusion of the India-EU Free Trade Agreement, cooperation between India and Europe is moving beyond trade volumes towards a model that integrates sustainability, digitalization, and skills into the foundation of long-term economic partnerships. Europe brings strong regulatory frameworks, industrial depth, and experience in sustainability standards. Europe is the most advanced in this area. India brings scale, speed, digital public infrastructure, and a rapidly growing talent base. Connecting these strengths can create new models of sustainable growth that are globally relevant. Jesse's role is to help operationalize this connection through trusted platforms, cross-sector partnerships, and global dialogue that translates ambition into action. As an organization that was born in Europe, But built with a truly global membership and outlook, GESI is uniquely positioned to connect dynamic digital ecosystems, such as India, with partners, markets, and institutions around the world. Beyond partnership with Europe, there is also a powerful story flowing outward from India to the world. India's experience with digital public infrastructure offers powerful lessons for other regions, particularly across the global south, where countries are seeking inclusive pathways to growth and prosperity. So digital repurpose is about ensuring that these lessons, innovations, and partnerships can travel, adapted to local contexts, but grounded in shared principles of sustainability, inclusion, and trust. Let me conclude with a simple message. When innovation is guided by purpose, it becomes a force for lasting impact. Over the course of today, I invite you to engage openly, challenge assumptions, and focus on what it will take to move from discussion to delivery. The future of digital transformation will be shaped not by technology alone, but by the choices we make together. So from Bengaluru to the world, let us ensure that digital innovation truly serves people, planet, and prosperity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Luis. Fantastic. I love your energy because the energy is needed to change, to make a change, and that's what we're here for. So, Luis, thank you very much once again.
You are welcome. If you need energy, I'm ready.
Fantastic. Right, so give a big hand for Luis there. And Luis, I can assure you, you are at the right place at the right time. Why? Because India is on the verge to leapfrog. It's on the place where all the energy is coming together to leapfrog the world to a better world. And we're just getting this summit coming up, the AI Impact Summit, and it fits totally to the GESI approach because it uses sutras. There's 3 sutras at the AI Impact Summit. And one is people. Does it match? It does match. It says AI must serve humanity in all its diversity, preserving dignity and ensuring inclusivity. Second sutra, planet. AI innovation must align with environmental stewardship and sustainability. The third sutra is progress. AI benefits must be equitable, shared. Just get this one. Jane AI. It must be equitably shared. Advanced global development and prosperity. So, where should GESI be? It should be here in India because we can drive the future into a new world. So, I'm very, very glad that you are here. We are here together, being on that journey. And last night, Maria, maybe I can share this. We're sitting here in a table, and me as a nomad for innovation, I got touched by heart. Why? Maria said, I'm not here for teaching, I'm here for learning. I'm here to learn from India to see how we can recreate the world we're living in. So I would love to call now Maria João Rodrigues on stage. She's the chair of Reimagine Europe. Just get this one, Reimagine Europe, that's what we do together. The former member of Parliament, European Parliament, and part of the ministry in Portugal, minister in Portugal of the government. And she's here to invite you all to recreate the world we're living in. Maria Rodrigues. Please give a big hand of applause. great to have you.
Dear Jan, many thanks for these very kind words, and a great pleasure to be back in India, and particularly in Bangalore. Well, let me tell you that my first time in India, it was many years ago as minister of someone who is now the Secretary General of the United Nations, so Mr. Antonio Guterres. And I came to develop connections with India as a whole, and then I come again and again. But today, I'm particularly pleased to be here with you because we are in a very special moment. A moment marked, first of all, for what happened last week when we had an important summit between India and the European Union at the highest level. And this summit was able, after long, complex negotiation, to launch a strategic partnership, which is very comprehensive, including on sustainable development and on digital transformation. So this sets a new basis for the cooperation between EU and India. But this moment is also very important because in 2 weeks' time, India will host a very important global summit on AI, after the one which happened in Paris last year. So, and this means what? This means that India is fully recognized as a top global actor to shape the future of digital transformation and AI. This is the meaning of this. So we are in a very special moment, and I'm coming, in fact, with the offer of cooperation. My current role is close to the European Union institutions, and we are on the eve of having a summit of European leaders next week to define the European strategy for digital and AI. So I'm also bringing the news, but in fact, I'm also here to learn and to hear from you. Let me start by saying that the partnership, European Union and India, they can play a very important role. Because if you think about, these are major blocs with a lot of common ground. They are democracies, they are committed with sustainable development, and they are pushing for a certain kind of digital transformation. And so they can together benefit each of the blocks, but they can also change the global governance of AI and digital transformation. And this is more important than ever. I was in New York in December with the representatives all over the world. This was the first General Assembly of the United Nations to adopt the so-called Global Digital Compact. And we understand clearly, if Europe and India, we act together, we can really shape the global governance of the major transformation of our lives. This is the major transformation of our lives. And I'm very pleased to be part of this summit proposed by Jesse, because as Luis Neves has explained, this is a remarkable work to bring together leaders from all over the world who share this vision and this ambition to use the digital for purpose. Well, when we think about what is happening now in the world, we are moving to a new global order. Let's not make illusions about this. The old order is about to die in front of our eyes. And we are in a kind of crossroads. Because either we go to a world fragmented in different spheres of influence, or we go to a world with higher international cooperation to meet global challenges. And I believe that Europeans and the Indian people, they are strongly committed with the second vision of the world. So let's work together, and it's great that the Jazzy Summit is taking place here in India. Now, if we think about the current situation, in fact, sustainable development is under revision. We have some actors saying, well, this is not really important. I believe this will be a big mistake. Sustainable development remains a core agenda for humankind. And we need to have a more ambitious vision about this. Example, the circular economy approach is in fact a paradigm shift with huge consequences, starting with cities, by the way. We see this clearly in Bengaluru. So we need a lot of joint work to deliver on sustainable development goals for the next phase, for the post-2030. But at the same time, we have a powerful way to invent new solutions. And this is based on the digital transformation, and more recently, with the AI. Let me underline something we know from our experience, is that AI is moving us really to a new phase. This is probably the most important transformation we live in our personal lives. We are still at the beginning. We are still discovering the potential of AI. But basically, AI is a new phase regarding digital because it enables us to make the best of human knowledge. The way we produce knowledge, the way we distribute knowledge, the way we use. So AI is about this. And this means that the knowledge each of us can have is in fact multiplied by the knowledge of all the others. That's why it's such an important innovation. Well, having this in mind, I would like you to bring news from the European Union side. Because as I told you, I'm coming with an offer of cooperation. And so now I'm bringing you really the recent news, something which is still not disclosed in the official documents of the European Union, but because I'm involved in the policy-making channels, I can really bring you the last news. And then it's up to you. I will be here all over the day, and I will come back in many ways to see how we can cooperate. For you to understand what is happening in the European Union side is everybody knows that the European Union has been very active in regulating the digital transformation. We adopted several laws. And European laws, they are powerful because European laws are above national laws. And we adopted them to protect privacy, to regulate platforms, to shape the kind of AI we want to develop. So there is a full set of laws. And this somehow is being used in other parts of the world to update the regulatory framework of digital and AI. Nevertheless, we are now concluding clearly that this is not at all enough. What we need is to build capacity. What we need is to innovate, to come with new solutions, making the best of digital transformation and AI. Otherwise, we just walk with one leg. So we need to walk with the two legs. And so the second leg, which is innovation, is now, for us, the top priority. So what is happening in Europe right now? Well, we have a lot of expert capacity assessing what is the real situation of the European Union in the so-called digital stack, layer by layer. And we are concluding about the kind of strategy we should adopt at European level and then in all the European countries to develop our capacity. So let me tell you what are our conclusions. We have clear priorities. The first one will be about infrastructures strengthening, first of all, connectivity, new solutions for connectivity, really to speak about 5G standards, real 5G, which we still don't have, to tell you very frankly. And then we have a very important ambition about cloud services, because we want to have much more cloud services from local companies. We want to be more self-sufficient about this. Well, in fact, there is a big call in Europe for what we refer as European digital sovereignty. We are now using this word in our official documents, but let me be clear. In Europe, digital sovereignty is not against international cooperation. On the contrary, we think we need both. We need more sovereignty and we need more cooperation, particularly, I would say, with India. So, first priority will be about infrastructures, 5G, cloud services, the digital euro, digital payments, and of course, making the best of Internet of Things. And we even speak about a new generation of Internet of Things, which will enable a new phase of AI. And this brings me to the second priority. The second priority is about AI. And we believe that beyond, let's say, the current approach based on LLMs, we would like to go sector by sector and to develop AI used in each sector. For this, we are now creating in Europe a network of AI factories across the European territory. And example, if you think about the AI factory at northern Italy, Bologna, this one will be specialized on AI for manufacturing and AI for health. Just one example. But we'll have 40 AI factories. And this is coupled with our high computing network. Then we have a third priority, which is about pushing for top-level research on issues such as, let me give you an example, the quantum technology. Because we know that quantum can enable us to amplify existing algorithms and to go much farther in transforming our databases. This is one example. But again, we need to have international cooperation about this. But now let me tell you how we deal with the fourth priority, which is about how to finance all this. We have a debate saying, well, all this is extremely expensive. We should mobilize all our tools. I mean, the private capital in our Capital Markets Union, which is still under construction. We should use the European Investment Bank, who has important programs in this direction. We should also combine this with the European budget and national budgets. And sometimes people saying, well, but we don't have money for all this. Let me tell you, this is not truth. This is not true because in Europe we have a lot of saving capacities. The problem we have is part of this saving is flying basically to the American financial markets. So what we need to do is to mobilize these savings to be invested in Europe and also in European partnerships across the world. This is what we need to do, including in the so-called European Global Gateway. We have an instrument to invest across the world in partnership with other countries, the Global Gateway. So what is the real solution to make sure that these savings are channeled in the right direction? Well, this is very clear. And this brings me to the last priority of the European strategy. All this is about making sure that supply meets demand. We need to work for real demand. And there is potential, a huge demand. A lot of human needs to be met. So what we need is to focus on concrete solutions. And this will be, for sure, the most important priority of the European strategy. Where, by the way, we can learn a lot with India. Because what we are now organizing is that we go sector by sector, identifying what are the needs and what is the demand we need to meet with better digital solutions. So we are organizing now a plan to cover many sectors. Take it, agri-food, mobility, energy management, cities management, of course, but also access to public services, also particular health and education. And even I can tell you, regarding the way our democracy works. We are now preparing infrastructure to support the media sector also, and to make sure that our democracy counts on real democratic debate with the evidence and different arguments to be exposed. So we have plans for all these sectors. But when I listen to you, and I listen to your great example, José, about the Indian experience, I feel that this is amazing what is being invented in India, totally amazing. And we have a lot to learn from our side, Europeans. And so I'm very pleased that thanks to Jazzy, in collaboration with the think tank I'm chairing in Europe, Reimagine Europa, we'll start a project called exactly AI-powered solutions, where I believe we have a lot to learn with Indian partners. And I'm coming today, but I'd like to go on talking with you. This is just a start. So you know what are our intentions, and I really believe that if India and Europe, they work together, they can make huge benefits from our own peoples, but also for the entire world. So many thanks for your attention, and keep joined in our collaboration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria, for this one. Fantastic.
Here we are.
Here we are.
Just a start.
It's the start. And there's a calculation. 1 + 1 equals 11. And I think that's what we hear now. It's 1 + 1 equals 11. Because we're matching now the strategies of the European Union with the strategies which is happening in India for the globe. Thanks so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pleasure. All right, deeply touched. My part is to lead through the day today, and Maria was saying she's here to listen and to understand what's happening in India. And I'm really pleased now to announce for the next and the first panel. And on this panel, we will have the moderator, Sri Hajra from Dassault Systems. And Sri, where are you? Okay, please give Sri a big hand of applause. He's going to be the moderator. And when we talk about digital, he's a digital native in the digital twin world. So Sri will lead us through the panel today, and it's about disruptive technologies and scalable impact. And as the next, I would call on stage as the panelists. And can we have the full list of the panelists now on the stage? No, we don't? Okay. So I call up Raghu Yadav from Tauna. Raghu, where are you? Just come up here. We will have Gada Reddy from Nopo, Nano Technologies. We will have Vishal Chan from IQ Next. IQ Next. Here's Vishal coming, perfect. We've got Rashmit Singh from Sature. Here, yeah, perfect. And we've got Akhil. He's on the way. Okay, Akhil is on the way. Akhil from Pulse Energy, so please take a seat according to the pictures behind you. Can we organize it along the pictures? Sorry, once again. Could you, Gada, just change the seat with Raghu so we've got, the picture behind is matching. Okay, that's perfect. Right, and Akhil is on the way. Akhil from Pulse Energy. He's a charge point operator, and so obviously he's still on the way charging. Right, so for this one, the disruptive technologies for scalable impact coming out of India for the world, for the globe, that's the topic, and I wish you all the best and deep conversations.
Good morning. Still a very early day. Good morning, everyone. A warm welcome to all of you to this great event. Thank you, Jose, for putting this all together. It's a pleasure to be with such an inspiring group of innovators, people who are from startups, enterprises, and technologists as well. My name is Sri Harsha, and I am from Dassault Systems. Dassault Systems is a French conglomerate based out of Paris, and you'll be surprised if I tell you that the second largest presence of Dassault Systems anywhere in the whole world is in India, and we have been here since last 30 plus years, and we have grown from being a 15-member organizations. Today we are at 6,000 people in India as we are speaking. So it gives me an immense pleasure to host this panel discussion. We have some impressive lineup of speakers. And the topic for today is disruptive technologies for scalable impact. So let me quickly, get my act together and introduce the team. And before I talk about the subject, I would like to spend 30 seconds on the topic. Today we are dealing with data, intelligence, and systems everywhere. A farmer in, somewhere in south or west of Bangalore, wherein you have a lot of fields, is using and making some sort of decisions without having the right data sets. A driver, a Uber driver, will have some sort of aggregated data. He is making some sort of business decisions. Governments are making big impactful decisions on infrastructure growth without having the right data sets in hand. These are not problems of not having data at the right time, but these are problems of systems. Systems not able to solve the right problems. And this is not because of technological problems. This is about making sure that we have a systems of systems thinking by putting people, citizens, in terms of data accessibility, plus the governments and enterprise working together to solve the grassroots problems. And the problems could be of society, of healthcare, of food, or even as basic as citizen services altogether. So we have an impressive lineup of panelists today. I will not go and introduce them their entire CV, but I will let them introduce themselves before they really talk about it. We have Gadadhar Reddy, CEO of Nopo Nanotechnologies. We have Raghu Yadav, CEO and founder of Towner. We have Rashmit Singh Sukhmani, who is a co-founder and CTO of Sature. And lastly, we have Vishal Jain, who is a co-founder of IQ Nest. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being here with us today. So let me start with our first question with Gadadhar for Nopo Nanotechnologies. It's a very complex subject, nanotechnologies. Maybe you want to really start with introducing what exactly you do with Nopo and how this single-wall carbon nanotubes unlock capabilities that were really previously impossible. And what is that one fundamental technological breakthrough behind your work which you can articulate to our audience today? Over to you.
Sure. Thanks, Harsha. So hello, everyone. Good morning. So I'm Gadadhar, and I'm from Nopo Nanotechnologies. And we specialize in an advanced material with one specific advanced material called a single-walled carbon nanotube. Now, these nanotubes that we make are very small. They're so tiny that each tube that we make is about 200,000 times smaller than a single hair strand. The diameters are less than a nanometer. It's just big enough to hold a single molecule of water. Now we are manufacturing this material right here in Bangalore. Now the origin for this, like why do we even want to create something so difficult and so advanced? So this all came from a deep interest that I've had in space for a long time. It had been about, okay, so why is it so hard to go to space? And I used to take up a lot of summer schools here in Bangalore. Many of the conferences used to happen right here too. And one lesson that I learned from various space conferences was that rocket engineering is very, very difficult. That's the reason why there are only 600 people who have gone to space as of today, because every gram of weight matters. So we need something that's very strong, very light. And we have run out of natural options. We can't get anything from the planet that we can build strong stuff from. So it became time that we had to apply our minds to create a new configuration of atoms that could get the high strengths. And while studying about this and studying about the properties of materials from scratch, I came across this configuration with carbon, called carbon nanotubes, that could have such a high strength. And of these, there was one type called the single wall nanotubes, which were considered the hardest to make. So now prior to me, my co-founder, he was a student of a Nobel laureate called Richard Smalley. He won the Nobel Prize for discovering fullerenes, the C60 molecules. So they had started efforts to make something called a HIPCO nanotube in the US. And this effort took in close to $100 million and did not succeed. It failed. And after the professor passed away, did not pick up. That's when we started work here in Bangalore in 2011. It's been 14 years now. We started by figuring out how do we build systems, how do we build reactors. We developed the entire technology here. Today, more than 95% of the components for our reactors are indigenously developed. They're all made around in India itself. And we have made components ourselves. Our biggest breakthrough was to design reactors that can withstand temperatures of 1,000 degrees, pressures of close to 100 atmospheres, in a highly corrosive atmosphere. And this is like operating a rocket engine, but running it for years. So that is what we have done as a major technology accomplishment. Today, we are considered one of the few handful of companies on the planet with the capability of producing this. These single-wall nanotubes are now an essential for batteries. So every lithium-ion battery uses this in their anodes. So a lot of use cases, every automaker coming up with a gigafactory needs this material today. And it's also being used in electronics for the next generation of chips. So you can effectively make a transistor that's 600 times smaller than today's 2-nanometer transistor. Wow. Using this. And that's work we're already doing with Taiwanese companies and in Japanese companies. So yeah, it's a great place to be in that we have taken the technology, completely homegrown, built out of India, and now supplying to the world.
Amazing. That's so impressive. A round of applause for the kind of work which the team is really doing. You know, I mean, I'm really getting, so energized this morning with the kind of quality of the work which we had just talked about. This is not just, one of the startups doing research on BFSI or apps as such, but core fundamental research on material science, modeling, and simulation happening right here in Bangalore. Great work, Nanodar. A slight change in the plan, since Akhil has joined. Welcome, Akhil, this morning. He has some urgency to leave early, so I'm going to shift the question, right them to Akhil. Is CEO of Pulse Energy. So good to have you, Akhil. If you can touch upon, Akhil, basis what you do at Pulse Energy. Energy data alone does not create the impact. The digital intelligence which you build for organization, basis the data you collect, what exactly you do at Pulse Energy, which is really creating a meaningful impact at ground level. Over to you.
Sure. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Jose and others, for kind of giving me the opportunity and considering the bandwidth as well. So my name is Akhil. I'm the founder at a company called Pulse Energy. Fundamentally, what we built is that we built, think of it as a Visa network for energy systems. Every single energy system ultimately will start trading with each other. Your solar rooftops will start trading energy to your EV chargers. EV chargers need to interoperate with other EV charging networks. So we built that digital layer, and that's essentially what we're building across the country now. If you pick up any Uber driver and you sit in that car, 100% guarantee that that driver would be using our network to actually do an EV charging session. And now we're helping the Indian government build sort of the whole network as well. It'll get launched in probably by end of this month. Now, just to touch upon a point of why is it critical, why is it necessary to build like a digital layer? Think of the ATM era when there were ATM machines, you used to take your cards, go there. It does not give you money if it's not of the same bank. What changed is the interoperability aspect of it. Now you can walk up to any ATM, put in any Visa or MasterCard. As long as Visa and MasterCard, you get the money out. That's exactly what we're doing in chargers. You go to any charging station, plug the vehicle in, it'll start charging. We take care of the settlement and the clearing. Now, if I have to just draw out how large the market is, today in India, we spent about $150 billion in fuel spent. So that's the amount of money that is spent in buying fuel and oil. In the next decade, it's probably going to decline to 130 billion. It's not like we're going to drive less. In fact, the shift is happening to electric. So about $25 billion is going to be the spend on EV charging in the next decade. That's what we anticipate. And we want to be the largest sort of clearing on the settlement house in India. So that's the tech that we're building. And I'll give you some interesting data points that will be fascinating when you look at why is it necessary when you build such a digital network. Today in India, it's very difficult for anyone to predict a power cut. Like one entity to figure out, is there a power cut happening in a tier 2 city? We actually have that capability. So we can actually predict, in this highway, in this particular area, because all the chargers go switch off or become unavailable when power loss happens. And we are able to figure out, okay, there's power cuts happening. And we are helping discoms now figure that out. We are essentially passing that information to discoms saying, hey, look, we have a far better digital grid than the actual connections that you have there, because they don't have sensors on those grids to give them the data. Ours is like millions of IoT sensors, literally. Any plug point is an IoT sensor for us. So we can figure this out, grab the data and give it to the government to kind of help improve that infrastructure. So that's the beauty of having this interconnected digital network. And when it comes to energy, you can figure out a lot of other things. You can make energy cheaper. If there are folks with enough amount of rooftop, they can just put up solar on it and start trading energy. So that we're doing India's first peer-to-peer pilot for peer-to-peer trading. So that's going to happen as well. So yeah, that's the main points that I want to call out.
No, fantastic. I think what really summarized is basically you're going from ground up, looking at the current petrol pump network towards switching that towards a completely grid-focused EV network, charging network, to be able to access, irrespective of which car you buy, either a foreign or an Indian one, you should be able to up and running and get it connected and not having any disruptions as that. So fantastic work. So let me switch to Raghu V. Yadav, who is the CEO and founder of Towner. When I was talking to him, I just realized how powerful and impactful and more human his work is. I let him explain that. But I think, Raghu, your knowledge and know-how on how urban platforms across cities, especially at a grassroots level, are really able to connect to these, commercializing the network, which quite a lot of providers like Uber and Ola use it. But you have built a layer across that to scale these digital solutions and make it more viable, more human, as we call as the bottom of the pyramid, who are actually, the bread earners in the family, how they really materialize and benefit out of the work which you're doing. Raghu, over to you.
Yeah, in the cities, the adding more technology, it is not a disruption. So we need to add a fair and trusted ecosystem or system in a place where it can improve every day their experience in their service or the product. So that's how the digital with purpose will start. So we are already the most commercial vehicle mobility system today. Still, it is opaque and unorganized. So we dependent on a physical meter, which is not meeting today's expectation and the purpose of the commercial vehicles, and we rely on platforms. So that platforms, it's completely deviated from the government alignment and policy. It's built for their own benefits. There is a transparency problem, and again, it is a dynamic pricing. So it is creating more inconvenience for rider and driver both. So this is like it's creating inconvenience for a complete ecosystem. So we built as a platform not bypassing the regulatory, we built it as a product, as a policy, as a product. So that's how we are aligning with the government, and we are implementing technology in a place to completely align ecosystem as per the regulatory. And here it is, the regulated fair usage and transparency and system can be enforced fairly and not by force. So that's how, so Towner innovation it is, we 100% regulated the government regulatory with a fair and transparency and empowering the taxi drivers. So that is the most preference we are giving, and also we are replacing the physical meter with a mobile application which is completely aligned with the government regulatory, and we are also giving dignity and the empowerment for the drivers, which is adopting by themselves. It is not forced by someone else, and we are not giving any like what to say, it is a discount or any forceful this thing. So that's how we are doing good. And also, it is not a incremental or optimization. It is a formalization of unorganized sector system with digital infrastructure. That is what we are trying to build.
Fantastic. No, I think for those of you who haven't really heard of it, I would recommend, going to his website, Towner. It's unbelievable what he's doing. This is never heard of anywhere in the whole world. Organizing the unorganized sector. The drivers have various sources of income, as he was explaining. They have incomes from Uber and Ola, they have incomes from travel agencies, they have income from hospitals and enterprises. So he has created a platform to really have a driver having multiple revenue sources of income, formalize his business as an entrepreneur, make his balance sheets, make his income statements, so that he's able to really help people and become an entrepreneur himself and have some dignity in the work which he's doing as well. Amazing work. A round of applause for Raghu, please. From town planning to aggregation, now we go to the cloud. India is changing, and as you have heard, space tech and satellites have been, in the forefront of here. I'm really thrilled to have Rashmeet Singh join us today, who is the CTO and co-founder of SatSure. I've let him explain what exactly is SatSure, but Rashmeet, maybe you want to touch upon, this new dimension of India emerging as the space tech place and satellites being one of the sources of intelligence. We are seeing how climate, agriculture, and infrastructure decisions in India are incomplete without the space tech and satellite information today, and how as a company with accessibility to data and images from various sources, how are you actually making actionable insights to the enterprise, society, and to the government? Over to you.
Thanks, Harsha. First of all, let me thank Jesse to invite me here. And thank you, Harsha. I think you have already touched upon it, right? We're sitting on a huge amount of data. I think in the last 10, 15 years, when the first set of open source satellite came into picture, starting from your Landsat to Sentinel, which is through European Space Agency, we always had an ability to monitor the Earth, collect huge amount of data. 10 years back, data was the new oil. Now, it's more in terms of insights, right? But now looking at how the world is transforming, how technology is transforming, the convergence of how AI is happening, not just being an image interpreter, to workflow automation, to make better contextual intelligence out of a system here, right? If I want to talk about what we do as a SatSure, we are a typical startup where we wanted to identify what problem that we can solve first, especially from the agriculture point of view. Reason why I'm harping on agriculture is because me and my other co-founder, we come from the space tech background. We were from the first batch of one of the dream college for former chairman Madhavan Nair, APJ Abdul Kalam sir, and B.N. Suresh, who was the former director of Vikram Sarabhai Space Center. We grooming into that ecosystem. There was always a thought how space tech can help the society, especially in the developing countries. Now, looking at agriculture scenario 10 years back, there were a lot of market linkages issues, financial inclusion issues, better access to the farmer. Now, being a small team, how can we empower whole BFSI sector with better intelligence in terms of for example, if there is a credit manager, now what all information he would look at while assigning a loan to someone, right? Someone who's coming for a crop loan. Is he just going to look at the intent information through some past bank records, or is there any other information that we could give to a credit manager which is much more reliable, which is much more unbiased? Because satellite imagery provides you an unbiased information. So that was the thought process, and then we started working on, first, to understand the context. That's very important, right? Any technology without a context is a disaster, right? So we understood the context, how our solutions could help to improve whole BFS sector's limitations here, and how we never wanted to or intended to replace that whole ecosystem. It was more in terms of empowering them. And this is where the whole thought process was, and this is where I started working with banks first, then insurance, then reinsurance, and then government bodies. This is where we were able to impact a farmer by empowering the whole ecosystem. Now, the same understanding, now we are taking it to different sectors. At the end of the day, now, we all are talking about the climate, we are talking about the whole sustainability goals, right? All this have an indirect impact in any business operations, right? For example, if I want to talk about a climate here, whether I can give a business operation or enterprise a better decision making by identifying the risk of a region, where to build an asset, where not to build an asset, what are the risks they are looking at, right? So the whole thought process and the vision what we have is, how can we make satellite data, convert that into an actionable intelligence, which is more in terms of building the system which can contextualize on itself through AI/ML, software engineering, and geospatial domain. Now, the final vision is technically to make whole geospatial intelligence more of actionable, more of must to have rather than good to have.
Fantastic. Round of applause for SatSure, please. Now, moving on from satellite and space, now as the next frontier is buildings. It's a pleasure for me to really have Vishal Jain, the co-founder of IQ Next. He's been a founder, and he's been running the operations of IQ Nest. I let him introduce what exactly is IQ Next first and the work he does. But buildings are a major source of energy use and emissions. I mean, he was sharing with me more than 30% of energy consumption worldwide is all around, because of the buildings, whether it's for cooling or for heating, for whatever purposes. So what exactly you have built, Vishal, which is like a technological breakthrough to really fetch this real-time data sets and make sense out of it and drive continuous efficiency gains, in this world of disruptions where energy is becoming a hot topic every day to talk about. Your tech stack can be of great help for many companies, especially large facility people as well. Maybe you want to give a quick introduction on the company and what exactly you do in India.
Thank you, Harsha. Pleasure to be here. Thank you, Jesse, for inviting me to share my opinion with the fantastic folks here. So we at IQ Next, we are building a platform for the building environment. So what excites us to be in this space is that buildings globally, worldwide, consume close to about 30% of energy, which goes in for decades and decades, because built environments are not a 1 day, not a 1 year, but it's a decadal investment that happens. Now, what traditionally would happen is the systems are very siloed, the peoples are very siloed. So what we are doing different, and our goal is to bring information, bring data to operators and owners of multi-portfolio buildings and facilities. Now, let me just give you a quick example. So we're today sitting in a place called Taj West End, and Taj as a hotel group would probably be having 50, 60 large hotels in India and of course globally. Now, do they have enough information available historically and real time to make informed decisions? And we are talking about scale. So what IQ Next does is we are a hardware agnostic, we are a software layer for collecting data from systems, collecting data from people, and sort of bringing people, processes, and systems together. and with the larger goal of creating efficiencies and sustainability continuously. So I want to underline the word continuous, because again, our goal is to make these built environment become sustainable day in, day out for decades, that they would, be in commission.
Thank you, Vishal. No, I'm really super excited today. I mean, look at this kind of amazing panel, from nanomaterials to a tech stack layer above an aggregator, to satellites and making sense of the satellite data into an actionable insights, and buildings, and lastly the grid and the charging infrastructure development. This is India, where the future of startups is just beginning in terms of aligned with the national agenda and the growth which we are expecting. Let's go a second round of discussions with them in terms of the impact that they're bringing in. Secondly, how is these technologies stack up? One is obviously creation, finding your first customer, a proto, and up and running with some investments decision. The game starts when you want to scale it up, whether locally or internationally, and making it more application-centric, right? So now let's talk about scaling it up a little bit. Let's start from the other side right now with Akhil first, and then we'll move this side. So Akhil, can you tell us, looking ahead, what will determine whether these new energy platforms which you're building can become a core operational infrastructure rather than being an optional sustainability tool for anybody to look at as having good to have rather than must to have with regard to building the national energy infrastructure? I mean, what are the key themes which you're actually adopting to make it imperative, so that we are not only visible at one state or two states, but you have a pan-India infrastructure emerging to make things happen? Over to you.
So I'll start with a challenge that Amazon gave us. So Amazon currently, they've been spending time on, for the past 2 years, trying to electrify their first mile, middle mile, and last mile. Last year, they engaged with us with a challenge saying that, look, even though there are enough amount of EV charging infra, 90% of the fleets do not understand that they need to transition, or they keep complaining that infra doesn't exist, so why would I? They actually engaged with us, and we showed them what we have built. We built this whole network of infrastructure, aggregated a digital infrastructure of EV chargers, and we started rolling it out. And that is when fleet operators, because before what we provided them, all fleet operators what they used to do is they have a notepad of all the charging operators across the city. And what operators did was, charging operators used to go provision large plots of land, put up 100 chargers, wait for people to come in. Correct. So both sides, you are fragmented. The supply side is waiting for someone to come to the infra. Demand side doesn't know that infra exists. So what we did is we just aggregated all of them. We just said, what if we could create an Airbnb of chargers? Wouldn't that be an interesting thing? And because this problem resonated. So going back to your point of, hey, does this become a must-have? And inevitably, we did zero marketing on this, and we just gave this to Amazon and said, look, just put this as a nudge to all your fleet operators. We started seeing one customer come in, two customers come in, three, and it's ramped up to 15, 20. And what's fascinating is each one of them got in, and now they're 100% sticky on the platform. So they don't go back to the paper book concept. On the supply side also, it's brilliant, because all their infra was less than 10% utilized. So now we've been able to give that uptick as well. So it's a win-win on both sides. That is a recipe for building scalable businesses. And we end up getting a transaction of or a fee on every transaction that happens. So for us, it's an incentive model, because we have to continuously push the ecosystem in a way that they discover each other and transact. So if you're driving for IKEA, for example, and if you want to see where the closest charging station is, you just have to log into our platform and you'll be able to see it. You can pay, you can manage all your fleets. Now, where we make this a level above is we take all of this matchmaking that's happening, and then we give that visibility to someone like IKEA and Amazon, because now they have a single pane of glass that tells them, here's what your emissions look like. We know the grid mix. We know where these vehicles charged. So your scope 3 emissions automatically is covered. So that becomes the beauty of this. Like I'm getting a person or the company who's facilitating the trade and giving them that visibility. They never had this visibility today. So again, this goes back to how do you build n order of magnitude of impact. You start by just simple matchmaking, and then you start building layers on top of it and give the folks who need the data to understand that. So that's a scalable business model for us.
Wow, absolutely amazing. You know, people in Europe always wonder, how do I really map? Scope 1, Scope 2 emissions are easy, but Scope 3 emissions is impossible to really identify if you don't have a right network mapping. And with this kind of solutions, wherein you're not only, you're building your own system to map the Scope 3 emissions, but you're actually partnering with energy grid providers, data providers, to really identify enterprise-level Scope 3 emissions. Unbelievable use case. Hats off to the work we're doing, and wish you the very best with scaling up what you're doing. And hopefully, you will monetize it much more and make it like a de facto, like an Indian oil for the EV charging India-wide.
Absolutely. Thanks.
So let's move to Gadadhar right now, on scaling up. These kind of technologies, Gadadhar, needs a lot of R&D, a lot of IP development, patents. Are we really ready in India to have this kind of investments, number one, and also this long adoption cycles? What sort of partnerships which you envisage with businesses, enterprise, and governments? And how advanced materials R&D is going to be scalable in India? I mean, doing research is one thing, but making sure that it's revenue generating as a platform is completely a different task. And it takes typically around 10, 15 years to make this sort of revenue generating platforms. How have you been doing that at Nopo Nanotechnologies? Do you want to share some examples?
Yeah, definitely, Harsha. That's a very insightful question. You're absolutely right. So development of technology and the time it takes to develop technology remains the same, irrespective of where you create it. So for a small part, it felt like, okay, it'll be cheaper in India. It's not, because you don't have basic infrastructure, so you end up spending a lot more than what you would do if you're doing it in a Western country. So, but slowly things are changed, and they've changed dramatically. And with the pace has been incredible here. Like as earlier they were mentioning about how, Jose was mentioning about how the payment structure and bank accounts moved from 9 to 80% within 9 years. So things like that happen here. And so for Nopo, when we started off, the first thing I did was to start reading bankruptcy filings of people who tried to make nanotubes before me. So I started from there. And what I found in them was that a lot of money goes into operating expenses, very little goes to capital expenses when you're building out tech.
Correct.
Now, unfortunately, that doesn't work. So which means I had to flip that, and I had to put more into getting the equipment that would be required and to run it at a very low cost. So what did it mean to run at low cost? It meant I had to work without paying myself a salary. So that was the starting point. And when I look back at history and look back at any technology development, it always starts like that. It's like you have a lone wolf or a few group of people who are just super passionate and are building out the technology in their garage, like just out of fun, just because it's so enthusiastic. Yeah. And over time, you start getting to a point where the material is starting to make a difference and people start using that. So now for us, that happened. So it was basically, I put together a small 1,000 square feet shed, went into a place where I could get access to a machine shop. And so I could start using that, start fabricating equipment, start building out things. The number of iterations that are required to create something useful, that remains the same. It's roughly about 50 to 60 iterations. For us, unlike bits, atoms take more time. So that's like the delaying factor. So now, what we did was early on, whatever we could build, like we built a certain catalysts. We required catalysts. We could not procure them here, so we designed and built systems for them. And we built detectors for them, and we were able to sell those detectors. And over time, what happened was we were also able to get grants and prize money. Prize money is a good form of non-equity diluting capital. That kept us going. And then, as we started scaling, the thing we started looking at was, at every scale of production, who can we sell this to, and who can buy it, and who can make use of it. So in one analogous example for this is this transistors. So the first transistors, today we have billions of them in our phones. But when they made the first transistor, someone had to buy it and someone had to pay for it. So that customer that transistors found was the military, who wanted them on missiles, for which they were willing to pay $20,000 per transistor. Today, $20,000 will get us quite a few billion transistors. So now we were looking at parallels on that. So one application we looked at which uses small amounts of nanotubes but makes a huge difference was membranes, especially RO membranes. And this was a work that was funded by various government agencies because it makes a huge impact on the society to provide clean water from any dirty source. So we started from there. There we figured out how to separate tubes. So today we have developed technology which we not only make tubes of less than 1 nanometer, we make tubes with 0 atom deviation. So what that means is we can produce nanotubes with well-defined band gaps. And we produce them for use in water, but that turned out to have applications in electronics, where the customers are willing to pay more. And later, as we started figuring out scale, now you talked about scale. So in the last 2 years, the efficiency on our reactors has gone up by 1000x.
1000x.
Yeah, and so we built foundations. We got on board our first institutional investors. We got Misilio and Inflexer on board, along with a few family offices here. We had built enough depth of knowledge of how the process works. We got control of the parameters. There are over 200 parameters that need to be controlled to produce these tubes so perfectly. And that gave us the foundation to build things faster. So when you look at the exponentials and how you start seeing rapid changes, that happened because we had built the foundational knowledge for this.
Fantastic.
So yeah, that's how we've been scaling. And now our goals are all like, how do we scale even more? How do we get efficiencies even more? Scale, optimizations on the operating expenses, the capital expenses, efficiencies. So that's how we are churning it out even faster now.
Thank you so much. I think this is quite a lot of work which has gone behind. Amazing to see the the groundwork which is doing even to really grassroots problems in terms of water quality, making sure that that is actually touched with the scientific investments which this company is doing. Go ahead. Thanks a lot, Akhil, for your time. So we'll move ahead with Raghu again in the round 2. What's interesting, Raghu, is you built a layer on top of the aggregators. What sort of commercial models which you have built to really scale it up as a digital solution, which is sustainable and repeatable, so that these customers are not really pushed to use your technology from a regulatory standpoint of view, but more as an incentive to really earn more income day to day? That is where their bread and butter comes in terms of how do they really monetize this whole thing. Can you share some examples which has touched lives, I think, of some of these drivers who have used your platform?
Sure. These platforms, when it is dependent on subsidiaries or it is forced to someone to use, so that's where it fails. When we work with creating value for all the stakeholders simultaneously, so it will be easily adapt and it will scale and it will repeat again and again, and we can expand this solution to the global level as well. In our case, it is like for our stakeholders are like drivers, riders, government, and ecosystem partners. If you take an example, Joe's, the morning they have given very good example like a street vendor of fruit seller. So the same use case for drivers, so they are doing a transaction, there is no record. So we are creating like a UPI kind of transaction record for each and every ride with their own billing system. It is creating a real value of that driver as a business owner, and also it is creating a huge data every day, millions of transactions with a rider and driver and their financial transactions. So it is a huge incentive for drivers to become an entrepreneur, and it is creating a transparent ecosystem as well. And another, the stakeholder is a rider. So they are suffering without transparent and search price, and there is a lot of hidden activity. Even today you can see the example like based on your battery usage, they will create a demand and price increase. Right. So this kind of activity, it is creating more inconvenience. So instead of creating a technical dependency, we are creating a fair and a regulatory standardization, which is creating more convenience for the riders. They are supporting for our system as well. And government, it is a single dashboard with the data. They can monitor, they can control, and they can support. So government, it is a data-driven, and it is all of the, how they are able to do empowerment, how they are able to bring the policies at a ground level to implement. They fail in general. So in our case also, there is a big fail. So because this industry, it's independent drivers, each and everybody drivers across Karnataka, 7 lakh plus passenger vehicles. Approximately it is 6 to 7 lakhs of investment, more than 50,000 crores debt from the bank, from the industry. So this is where it is struggling. But government, they don't know how to support this ecosystem. That is where we are playing a role, and we are giving a single dashboard where they can easily support and empower. And finally, we work with ecosystem partners like who is working smart city, insurance, and EV, and other. So we work as a layer, a data layer, which is aligned with the government regulatory. So we are supporting for them an additional layer with the data and infrastructure support. So we aligned and we supported for all the ecosystem and stakeholder, which is helping us to make us a unique solution. Instead of, we are not running behind somebody to sell our product, they are coming behind us because until unless we are not expressing our idea and our solution, it was very difficult. Once they understood, they are coming behind to us to repeat. So this solution definitely it can be replicable for other cities, other states, and globally as well. And we very clear vision of ours is it is how today we are able to book a flight worldwide by using IATA standard. So similar way, we want to build a CAP GDS for worldwide. So no matter it is which vehicle and which part of the world. So you can use our APIs and you can book a cab and under the government regulatory and with the empowerment of individual. So real the empowerment digitalization comes with the ground level when we train the people to adopt and utilize the government regulatory and digital infrastructure to use. So that is where I look more sustainable and repeatable solution.
Very nice summary, Raghu. I think you brought technology and you democratized the technology for the benefit of the people. That's a very good, noble initiative. Thank you so much for bringing that perspective. So Rashmit, let's move on to you. I think geospatial intelligence was kind of good to have a few years ago, but today it is becoming more mainstream. Pricing decisions, risk-sharing decisions, investment decisions, even legal decisions with regard to the loan are becoming more outcome-based models in business. And how actually you're stepping up on the scalability of the growth for SatSure with this new phase of growth coming in from enterprises and businesses and communities, looking at using the geospatial intelligence into a completely different level. Do you want to share some examples which can, where the audience can take back as a new ideas in terms of how satellite technology is changing the game for the businesses and startups?
Sure, Shri. Let me take an example how
Sure.
we started our journey, right? It was important for us to latch on to one anchor customer to understand what their business process is. If I want to take example, especially how we started working in agriculture, especially in the BFSI, would be ICICI Bank. Being a small team, they trusted us in terms of helping us understand what loan management cycle looks like, right? And they also wanted to learn that how geospatial intelligence could help them, whether in a field of underwriting or portfolio management or better collection here. This is where, as a startup, we were able to show the impact. Now, think of it this way, all the bases of the headquarters of the banks are in BKC, somewhere in Bombay, right? Now, it was more of a word of mouth, but is that a sustainable model? Because at the end of the day, we are talking about a geospatial domain which is hard, where people are hardly able to understand the data. Even if they understand, they don't have a mechanism to consume it, right? But in last 5 years, something has changed, especially in the BFSI sector. This whole ULI coming into picture, RBIH building its own platform. Now, the solution which had to take like 9 months to get into the IT strategy and IT department of every bank, right? Everything got eased out. Now the direct integration is possible. Now, the only thing that we had to assure now is that accuracy and the TAT. That's it. Because we have done the heavy lifting here in terms of creating that reliability. Now, is that the reliability on just the data? No, it's more beyond that. Now, it goes from two different aspects. One, the deep integration, what you have. And when I say deep integration, I'm not just talking from the engineering ecosystem by building the APIs, etc., and how it is embedded into their workflows, right? It's more in terms of decision loop and decision intelligence. Now, are they able to survive without that? Or is it actually providing the value at every juncture of their business portfolio? And this is where that's one of the scalable model. Now, for us now, especially from the geospatial point of view, if I want to scale now outside India here, right, we'll not be able to have presence of ground everywhere here. So our business model is more oriented towards having a partner ecosystem, someone who's on the ground, who understands the deeper context of what customers' pain points are, and then working with that partner. And that has been a go-to strategy for us in terms of GTM. Yeah. Now coming to the risk sharing. See, now this whole AI landscape, the satellite data, etc., like the booming of the payload that has been happening from last 10 years, right? One thing people have understood that if you are able to provide reliable outcomes, right, they're ready to take that share, right? So initially it was more from the subscription base. It's okay, like good to have, right? More like a subscription model, like treating geospatial data more like an alternate data. Whereas now it's more in terms of they're also now pitching towards paying you a success fee and more outcome driven. They're not just looking at what data you're providing on a monthly basis, but are you able to move the needle for them? And are you able to share the risk along with the business here? And I think that's a mindset that has changed in last 5 years in the geospatial domain, and we are moving in the right direction. It is happening in Europe, developed countries, but now the same mindset through government initiatives and in-space coming in, etc., and not just on the data level, but also at the payload level, launchpad level, right? It's happening, and next 5 years, it's a transformation that India is going to look at from the space tech sector, where the budgets are properly allocated, proper monetization is happening, and a lot of startups that are coming with a lot of innovative ideas. And next 5 years, I'm actually excited now how this whole space tech is going to create a launchpad for India to be not just the third or fourth in this sector after US or somewhere, but we actually have a potential because we Indians are really good at one important thing, and scaling and applied intelligence, where Western worlds are more deeply into the AI research, more research, but we know how to scale. We have that habit of jugaad. So, yeah.
Fantastic. That's a great comment, Rashmit. I think from subscription-based service to outcome-based service, that is where we are evolving and how we are starting finally. Last comment from you, Vishal. We close the discussions altogether. How is this platform, cutting across the departmental boundaries what we have, and what has helped you to scale from pilots into really full-blown viable solution as you evolve with your tech stack?
So we are bringing software to an environment that's typically old school, very little adoption of technology. So for us, it's been a constant challenge of how do you get folks to adopt to newer technologies that a company like iConnext would get in. And companies similar to us, I would imagine, face a similar problem. So what we've learned over the years is that it has to be driven through value, and more often than not, it has to be incremental in nature. There's so much talk about AI, of course, a lot of data is there. I talk to customers and the things like AI agents and all these things, gets talked about. But the very bottom line is it's very important to have the data in place, the data tagging to be in place. So what we've seen success going from typically pilots to large scale is one is incremental outcomes. So a platform like us gives multiple applications, but we tend to kind of focus on the core problems that the customers would typically face. So that's one. And second is this departmental usage. So one of the bigger problems that iConnext was trying to solve in the built environment is how do you get folks from different functions to collaborate, different properties to collaborate and come together. The beauty that we found is again in the software. It's not just unique to us, but that's what software does. That's what data does. Is the ability to move data from one application to another, one vendor to another. We had one panelist who was talking about the EV chargers. In our case, if we had the data of an EV charger coming in, very easily we would give it to the employees of the organization. Now that's extremely beautiful, extremely it's very, very exciting to do work in these kind of fields because it kind of opens out so many new opportunities for us and folks along, right? So that's where I would put it in. Is adoption requires for people to work incrementally, fundamentally get the data in place, data tagging in place so that applications on top of that can be built in. And we're looking at a future which is extremely data-driven, extremely AI-driven. It's quite exciting in that sense.
Fantastic. Thank you, Vishal. I think that's an interesting insight. So with that, I think we are open for questions. If there's any questions from the audience, please raise your hand so someone will get a mic for you, and just state your name, which organization you represent, and also mention who are you who this from the panel who would want you to basically address the question as well. Any questions from the audience?
There's one over here. So
Yes.
could you bring
get
a
the mic,
mic?
please?
This question is addressed to Mr. Rishmit. Could you kindly tell us two key areas where this satellite technology has been able to help? For example, if you take agriculture, how has it helped the farmers to increase productivity? This satellite data, whether it can help a better water management system, irrigation water. Thank you.
Sure. If I want to take an example of the solution, what we have created, it's more in terms of empowering a bank to give better credits to a farmer. Now, if I just talk about one KYC loan, the time period that it takes for a credit manager to provide a KYC loan, let's say mere 1 lakh rupee or 2 lakh rupee, it's a cycle of 15 to 20 days. In that, the credit manager has to go to a sarpanch, identify what land parcel it is, then what type of crop it was, then talk to the farmer, what was the yield, etc., etc. The second aspect to that was the bank details. Now, you also know that in India, at least now that has reduced, but it's 30 to 40% either farmers are tenant farmers or a normal farmer here who doesn't have a bank account, right? Does that mean that he should not be applicable to apply for a loan? That's not the right thing. So our solution, we took it in an indirect way. Now, how can we help a credit manager to make that same decision sitting in front of the system here? Now, giving him the locational intelligence, where the farm is, first thing. Second is now looking at the past history, because that's the beauty satellite data provides you, right? You can go back in the history, what was the cropping pattern there, what was the performance of it, right? Second, if there was a natural hazard, what was the impact of it? Now, how many times whether the farmer has sown a crop in a year, etc., right? All the relevant details, along with other information, whether it's close to the mandi, how far is it, like what kind of mandi it is, road infrastructure, etc. All this information culminating to a score, something like what we call it as a capacity score, right? Similar to what you have intent score, what CIBIL provides, or any credit information provides. Now, that is helping a credit manager to look at just logically, even though the person doesn't have a bank account, but these are the indicators, now empowering, so better access. The second impact, what we have created was in collection. Now, most of the banks here, they have limited people on ground. Operationalizing that, where to go, when to go, etc. So we are giving that information 1 month prior to your harvest, right? What are the villages they can go and target, etc., wherever they have the portfolio. If you're providing a bank to collect a better amount, wherever they have dispersed the loan, that means that money will inflow again to the farmer here. So that's the impact that we have created through our solutions. Now coming to the irrigation here, I'll be honest, there's no magic pill that satellite data would eventually provide, right? It has to be now connected to a lot of other auxiliary data, especially for the irrigation cycle. Satellite data provides you ability to identify the potential of irrigations are. Now, is that good enough? Because there are two different things here, potential irrigation and actual irrigation. If I just want to talk about Maharashtra, Maharashtra is 90% has a potential irrigation, but if you look at actual infrastructure, there maybe 20%, 30% of it, right? So now, how that information is now connected to IoT sensors, the local information, the SCADA system which are available around, that's where the satellite data has to now been complemented with different set of data. And definitely there is an impact where you can identify where your watersheds are, etc. So satellite data gives you all this, just that the imagination has to be now, has to go beyond geospatial domain, connecting it to the other set of technology.
Thank you, Rashmi. I think with that, with lack of time, let me close this panel discussion with just one thought. What we heard today is not about just technology, but it's about reimagining systems. Let me repeat that, reimagining systems. Materials that redefine industries, data that reshapes business decisions, personal decisions, platforms that transforms lives, cities, buildings, and also energy ecosystems. That's exactly what you heard. The real challenge is not about innovation, it's about scaling. The organizations that lead to the next decade will be those that move beyond pilots and dashboards to embed intelligence into the core of how they operate, decide, and serve the society. Please join me in thanking our esteemed panel today for showing us the future of scalable impact could look like. With that, thank you, gentlemen, so much for being with us, sharing your thoughts and opinions with us. Thank you, the audience, for your patient and listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Sri, for moderating this really impressive panel. Please come up. Please, Sri, please come up. Please come up and line up in the front, Sri. Luis, Maria, could you please join us here on stage? Thank you very much. And if we hear what Maria was saying, the invitation to collaborate, I think we saw now from the grid, infrastructure, data from the space, having income for the people on the ground, and having digital twins, I think that combines the world. Thank you very much. Thank you for this really impressive panel. And now I'm turning to you as the audience. It's time to collaborate, to connect, to exchange. We've got 20 minutes break, sharp. I'm Swiss trained, so it's going to be 20 minutes sharp. We're going to meet here back again at 1:45, sharp for the next panel, moderated by my dear friend Chandran. So please connect, get together, and get things done. Thank you very much.
All right, good morning once again. Almost we are approaching the afternoon. Thank you all for being here. I hope you enjoyed your coffee break and networking. We had to keep the music low because of some press interviews that are still going on. I would request those who are in the hall to come to the front because some more people will join us a little later in the afternoon so they can occupy the seats at the back. Just a quick announcement before I hand it back to Jan. This is an interesting report by Mycelio on recycling of batteries. Those of you in the electric space will know battery will become a big problem. So they will leave one of this report in every table. If somebody would want, you can pick it up. Otherwise, you can meet them at the Mycelio booth outside. Take a selfie and post yourself if you believe in an electric future, whatever that means for you and for India and for the world. You heard Akhil already speaking this morning. $160 billion is the import bill for oil in India. So even if we decrease it by $30 billion by electrifying and using solar rooftops, then we save a lot of money, and therefore the Indian currency can get stronger and economically progress can get much closer. So this report is also here if any of you want to benefit. And now over to Jan. Thank you.
All right. So please bring your coffee in, bring your energy in, bring your attention in. Please come up. And as I said before, I won't ask any questions to the ones in the front row. I will only ask the questions in the back row. So please move forward, come in, and get the tables populated. Right. So we just moved from this very interesting panel of tech for scale, and we had this introduction of how Europe can work together with India to reimagine Europe together. And I think this is the invitation which is on the table, to create a world with digital with purpose. That's our topic here. And we're going to move on now to the next panel, which is about green data centers, low carbon digital infrastructure for a resilient future. So we're all talking about AI. We're all talking about the new technologies coming abroad. And what do they need? Energy. Okay, so if we have, like an AI bot working, it consumes a lot of energy, not only by getting across, but as well for the cooling. So data centers are in the core, in the heart, in the very heart of this sustainable solution for technology. So we really have to rethink how we structure our infrastructure. We have to rethink how we build a resilient future. Why resilient? Because we are already past the 1.5 degree agreement of Paris. This is done. I hope you take that for a second in. 1.5 is not possible anymore. We crossed that border. The tipping points are there. So we have to reduce very fast, very quick, to at least to be somewhere around 2 degrees. The price we have to pay for this one is we will have more heavy weather events. We will have more floodings. We will have more droughts. So the only way to rethink this world now we are going to enter is to adopt at the same time. To reduce is one thing, to regenerate is another one, and we have to adopt at the same time. So we have to think of solutions which are resilient to the future we are facing. So these two topics we are bringing together under the lead of my good friend Chandan, which is a fantastic moderator. So I will call now on stage all the participants for this next panel, Green Data Centers, Low Carbon Digital Infrastructure for a Resilient Future. And I would like to call Chandan, the founder and chairman of Prairie Group, on the chair. Please give him a big round of applause. Alongside, I would call Subir Dar from HCL Tech. Subir, great to have you here. Chandan. Thank you to have you. Subir, thank you very much. Please take a seat. To have Naveen Mudhu Krishna. Naveen, great to have you. Thank you very much. Please, von Sandisk, please take over a seat over here. And then we've got Satish Chandran Doreswamy from TCS Sovereignty Cloud. Thank you very much. Thanks for having you. And last but not least, another good friend of mine, Mohan. Please come on stage. Fantastic to have you here as well from Cachet Technologies. Mohan, thanks. Great to have you. All right. So please bring all your attention to this fantastic panel on resilient future in data. Chandan, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Jan. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jan. I call Jan my sustainability guru. So thanks, everybody. Thanks for being here after the tea break on time. I also want to thank CSI and Future ICT Tech and Joe's for this wonderful, organizing this wonderful event, and a very, very relevant event, I think, in terms of being responsible consumers of IT. Why is this? Now, we are going to talk in this session about green data centers and low carbon data infrastructure for a resilient future. Now, why is this so important? If roads and railways powered the last century of growth, data centers and digital networks are powering this one. In India today, digital infrastructure is a critical infrastructure. It powers India's public digital platforms, our financial systems, cloud services, smart cities, and now, very visibly, the AI. You know, when I was studying in the US more than 35 years, almost 35 years back, I had classes, I had courses in AI, ML, neural networks, etc. So none of these are new. It's been around for several years now, in fact, decades. Large LLMs, data centers are not new either. But what's changed? It's the democratization of AI in the last few years has changed everything completely. People wake up in the morning and start chatting with ChatGPT, asking it questions like, I just woke up this morning and I'm feeling low, what should I do? People are reaching out to AI asking questions like, what's the recipe for this? What should I do because I have this health condition? They want ChatGPT to review their documents as lawyers, as engineers. They want AI to become doctors. Now, what is all this doing to this world? It's simply an explosion of data out there. This explosion is creating enormous pressure on data centers and energy systems. Many forecasts suggest that AI workload alone could drive up to 165% increase in data center power consumption by 2030 compared to 2023. Data centers today account for roughly 405 terawatt hours consumption, roughly about 1.5% of global electricity consumption in 2024, according to IEA. This has been growing by 12% in the last 5 years, the AI boom. Now, think about it. This is getting as close to aviation level energy consumption. We were talking about not flying to save this world. Now, can you stop digital data and data centers and the amount of data that we are consuming and the amount of tech that we're using? This is also consuming a huge amount of energy, and this is actually going to impact our climate and sustainability needs. Now, with this context of why this session is so important, what is the role of India in all this? This is a global phenomenon, but India is in many ways at the center of this. India has real advantages. We have relatively low costs for energy and manpower, which makes us attractive for data centers. But we also have a reality that we cannot ignore at this point. Depending on who you ask, we today still use about 50 to 60%, some say up to 70% of fossil fuel for generating our energy. So our energy, while it's cheaper, it's not clean. It's not always clean. And as a developing nation, we are walking a very tight rope. We have our developmental needs. We still need to lift millions of our people out of poverty while adhering to our sustainability goals and net zero commitments. This balancing act is also hugely important. In India, these pressures are sharper because we are also dealing with rising peak power demand, grid constraints, heat stress, and water scarcity. Often the same cities where digital infrastructure is growing the fastest, these pressures have also distributional and environmental consequences. Lower income communities and local ecosystems are hit because of this. Now, in the recent union budget 2 days ago, we heard that data centers have tax holiday till, I think, 2047. There are also a number of other momentum around digital adoption and economic activity. Now, what is this all going to do? How much of this is going to bring investment into India, into data centers? How much of this investment will truly be green by design? So efficiency alone is no longer enough. The conversation has to move towards system-level solutions, cleaner power, flexible demand, climate-appropriate cooling, transparency in reporting, etc. Therefore, with this long-term lens, we must keep in mind the decisions we make today, where data centers are built, how they are powered, how they are cooled, will lock in energy, water, and carbon outcomes for decades. These choices will shape not just sustainability metrics, but quality of life in our cities. The good news is that this also presents a real opportunity for India, and we can leapfrog legacy models and demonstrate how low-carbon, resilient digital infrastructure can support growth while staying aligned with long-term climate and developmental goals. With that, we have a fantastic panel here today, and they come from very diverse backgrounds. And we were just having a chat over tea, and I, for one, am really fascinated by what they have to say, and I hope all of you are going to keenly listen to what they have to say, because each one has a very unique perspective on this, and they come with a unique background. So with this, I'll go back to my chair and start the question-answer round. It's going to be 2 rounds of questions from me. The first round is going to be how does it look now? The second round is going to be how does the future look? And then we'll open it up for questions depending on time. So therefore, I do hope all of you are keenly listening, because this is a very, very, very important topic. And data centers are consuming a lot of energy, and it's a big concern as of now. So with this, let me go back to my seat and start the question round, and I hope you're listening. I'm going to start with my friend Mohan, because he's built data centers. So Mohan, from your experience building and scaling data centers and IT infrastructure across multiple geographies, what are the most immediate operational constraints you see today when organizations try to make data centers more energy and resource efficient?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chandra, for that question. I'd like to start with some anecdotal, how we were building data centers way back in the early 90s. So, our first build order was about 120 servers. Those days, nobody cared about, first of all, there was always power constraints, right? We used to have huge power outages. Often we were having mobile gensets. We were having, boatload of over-engineering, right? Because they were managing some kind of payment gateways with SBIs very early on, right? These were transactional servers. They were not even driving any kind of OTPs or anything. These are just basic ledgers and bookkeeping. So 120 servers, those had to be managed. So all we cared about then was uptime. But fast forward to now, everything is about resilience in terms of how you can manage power, what are the kind of your EPC guidelines, how it is working in terms of cooling efficacy. We are also trying to look at data center in a box, whereby the cooling factor for today, if you look at the kind of power consumption versus the cooling efficacy, it is $1 to $1. For every dollar of power consumed, the cooling efficacy is almost $1 that we are investing in. So these are aspects that we are trying to look at. That's the first anecdote that I would like to say. Maybe over the course of the conversation, we can also try and see what are the core engineering challenges that a client faces when they're building data centers for resilience. There are a lot of certification requirements also that are coming in. Whether, when we look at a solar that is powering a data center, it has to be, in terms of proximity, it has to be at the source. It cannot be, there are distribution losses in power. So those are aspects also that we will need to take into account. Maybe other panelists would also like to add some more.
Thanks, Mohan. I'll sort of jump around a little bit, if that's okay. I'll go to Subir. So Subir, from the enterprise side, what's the most often missing when organizations commit to green digital infrastructure, but struggle to translate strategy execution?
Hello, am I audible? Yeah, okay. So I'm from HCL Tech, and we, as HCL, is one of the leaders in the area of infrastructure services. And we work with quite many global 2,000 odd companies. And in many of our conversations, we find that while the intent is there, but the way it takes to translate those ideas, the leadership ideas to execution, there is a little gap, right? And a couple of things that, actually delays. One is about that the leadership makes commitments on their sustainability, but when it translates to the managers on the ground, there is a little bit gap in, execution, whether the capabilities or whether the preparedness of the organizations. So I'll say the organization aspects is one very important thing. That can be in terms of, you can call it the performance matrix. So till now, as he mentioned, Mr. Mohan mentioned, that earlier it was largely around uptime. Now, of course, now the new metrics are coming about energy, about water, about resilience, etc. So that's one area that needs to be looked at. Secondly, I think is about the knowledge gap, knowledge and capability gap. If you look at it today, in the case of data centers, you find that newer technologies are coming up, like whether be it liquid cooling or whether be it integration of renewables, or, so earlier the facilities team used to be concerned or, worried about only certain aspects about managing the air conditioning, etc. But today they also have to look at how to enter into power purchase agreements, how to bring in the renewables. So that is one area. Similarly, earlier nobody talked about the circular economy aspect of it. But today, companies have to look at how they are going to manage the life cycle of the IT assets, okay? Which was not in the consideration set earlier, right? Third thing is about the business case integration. So you see, earlier the business case development for any such initiatives used to be very simple. But today, when you take into account the various new technologies coming up, various other aspects, regulatory aspects, etc., it becomes a little bit complex, and you have to take into account various other things, and that the decision making becomes a little bit more long drawn. It's not as simple what it used to be. So these are a couple of things. And finally, I will say that data is very important, right? So with the regulations coming in and the organizations need to look at, how to undertake the journey of sustainability, that requires the foundation is data, right? So companies have to understand that where all the losses are happening, what sort of measurement of energy at every near real time, 24/7, water consumption, etc. So, but then the companies don't have the underlying foundational elements in place to measure, okay? So they require new tools and capabilities to actually have the base data to see where the actions should be taking place, right? So data is one layer that organizations are finding that whereas their intent is there, but to take those actions, you need the foundational element, and that's data. How much energy is being consumed in the IT assets, like, the servers, how much they are consuming at point in time, right? Or their laptops consuming, printers consuming, and that whole, you can say, the universe there needs to be actually studied very well, okay? So these are a couple of things I feel that actually delays and that needs to be looked into, okay? Thank you.
So Subir, I have a follow-up question for you.
Sure.
In your mind, if you were to, as a person, when you look at your organization, are you satisfied with the initiatives that your organization is, I'm just saying, would you like to see more?
Yeah, of course, of course. I'll say that the larger the organizations are, I think typically organizations are siloed, right? You have a facilities team, you have an IT team, you have a finance team, you have a procurement team. Now when you talk of these physical infrastructure, it's something which cuts across the organization. And the larger the organizations, I think the communication, the coordination issues are there. The smaller the organizations will be much nimble. So you need the speed. And as I said, that today it needs a little bit of scaling up, stepping up of capabilities, right? Like for an IT function or the facilities function, they never thought about how should they procure renewable energy. So now they are struggling, okay, that how should I enter into PPA, right? How should I procure renewable certificates, okay? So that needs a little bit of education, that needs a little bit of hand-holding, working with other partners, but everyone has to step up, and, looking at, if you see, earlier the systems would not be integrated, like the BMS systems, etc., to find out what is the energy consumption or water consumption. Things were taken for granted, but I think, it needs a lot of work to be done very fast, and organizations have to step up that way. And there is always an great opportunity for improvement, for sure.
Thank you for that candor. I didn't mean to put you in a spot, but I think what you said is really important for organizations as we move into more sustainability goals at an organization level, right? So, Naveen, coming from a product engineering perspective, where do you see the biggest efficiency gains still untapped? Because you're from the storage industry, memory and storage for, when you look at memory and storage for hyperscale data centers, I know you are in a very sort of fast-growing, high-demand sort of an industry. What are some of the trade-offs that you see, and what are your observations coming from your perspective?
Yeah, thank you, Chandra. So I think it's good afternoon. We started with good morning. Okay, so let me explain, data center first, in a very short. What is data center? Data center predominantly is servers with processors and memories, and built into a racks, several racks. If you have heard of racks, there is 1U, 2U racks built onto this. And typically, in hyperscalers, like Google, Amazon and all, the smallest data centers could have about 5,000 servers. That's the minimum. You can go to the 1 lakh as well, servers. Right? So this is data center. Can you all name what is AI data center? Now we are all talking about AI. What is the difference between data center and AI data center? Because the game has changed when it gets to AI. All was okay till the data center was there. We were only talking data center, power was okay, efficiency was okay. We could somehow manage. When it gets to AI data center, it is all challenging. Can anyone just, a brief what is AI data center? Okay, I'll let you know. So AI data center is one which has a faster access, right? So example, you must have heard NVIDIA's of the world and AI memories as well. All of this comes into picture, which means a GPU, right? Earlier we were talking about CPU, now it is GPU, graphical processing unit, which means it does a lot of parallel processing and it has a faster access with lower latency. When it has to do this, it consumes a lot of power because it's a computation, a lot of computation. So the GPU itself is calculating, consuming a lot of power, memories of consuming, and imagine we are talking about thousands of drives, right? So it is going to be a mammoth in terms of it. So what it takes is, there are engineering challenges, right? One is, how do we maintain this latency? Because AI data centers is all about fastness, how quick you can get the response with low latency. One is network delay is the one which is between the racks, how fast you can communicate from the host processor to the networks, right? So that is one biggest challenge. It is evolving. It is getting better, but it's still evolving. And the way I'm coming from a memory, right, a memory company, I'll talk about a little bit on memory, what we are working at as SanDisk. So predominantly, you must have heard about SSDs and mechanical drives, right? You're all Seagate and Western Digital, we had this mechanical drive. But there, the challenge was it has a spinning and a mechanical part. And SSD is very fast because you use an algorithm to fetch the data. When you're using the algorithm, once again, it consumes a lot of processing. And we are talking about one data center with 1 lakh server. Imagine US alone has a 5,000 plus data centers. Globally put together, it could be more, but US has the highest data centers, right? So this is a challenge, so we have to maintain low latency. There are also a lot of algorithmic things which is evolving. We are working on this part. And when it comes to trade-off, our biggest challenge is how much per watt you can derive a performance. That's the biggest parameter which, right, per watt consumed, how much is the performance efficiency you can give it. So that's the biggest challenge. So what we are doing as a company here is, we are improving on this. We are customizing our power solutions to particular processor, particular device, so that we get higher efficiency, right? Like, for instance, the power supply devices which we are using as 80%, 85%, we are getting it to 95%, customizing for this. So all this are the function of it. There are challenges. There are trade-offs which we do as well. One of the trade-offs is to achieve performance versus power, we may have to use very, you can say the component has to be very high resilience, high quality, high cost, but which puts stress onto the environment. It is always a trade-off what to use at this point of time. So we are at a SanDisk, we are thriving it to make it better with focus on the energy sustainability, still achieve the performance of AI, what is required.
Another quick follow-up for you, Naveen. Given how AI and data is exploding, how is your organization, how is SanDisk coping to, this explosion? How are you coping with this explosion, and what are your plans? I mean, you don't have to give any secrets.
Sure, it's a good question. So, as it is, even SanDisk, right, if you look at, there is a global shortage of all the semiconductors, including memories, DDR random memories, and even the non-volatile memories. We have our own factories to manufacture, but today, as of now, we are not able to deliver it to the customers because there is a high demand. So we are coming up with new technology which is called high bandwidth flash memories, right, which will cater to the 5G edge technologies, and it is very faster, and it uses lesser power, but it's going to take some more time. As on now, today, there is a shortage in memories. This is what we can produce. That's why everybody is on allocation. Many of them, we are trying to do best what we can deliver. But this is a challenging situation. We are exploring to use in the NAND itself. Since it's a solid state, we are going to new nodes called BigSten, which can give more memory size in the same space. That is also coming up soon. High bandwidth flash is a very faster memory, which will cater further to the enhancement of AI. Those are some of the things which SanDisk is working on, but it takes some time.
Great place to be in as far as business is concerned, but please keep green in mind.
Absolutely.
As you scale.
Yeah, sure.
Now, when I was looking at this panel, one of the most interesting aspects was sovereign secure cloud, and it's a very fascinating space. And I, for one, would love to learn a lot more from Satish. So let's ask Satish, in a regulated sovereign environment, how do policy, security, and compliance requirements shape decisions on energy efficiency and low carbon infrastructure?
Thanks, Chandra. I think we are talking about sovereign environment, how the policies are affecting the sustainability of this. Okay. Before I start on the
maybe if you could, sorry, if you could also talk to us a little bit about the whole
sovereign. Okay. I might take a little more time, but yeah, thank you. So before I start on the sovereign infrastructure or sovereign cloud, I've been part of the TCS, Tata Group, for more than 30 plus years. So sustainability is not the last point in the agenda, but it is the core for TCS and for Tata Group. We are driving it as one of the core initiatives, and we want to be net zero by 2030. That is the plan in which we are working on as an organization. And at a group level also, very, very initiatives have been taking at Tata Group level. Thank you. So, Chandra, just coming back to the sovereign, every country, every organization is now paranoid about data. Data, where data resides, where data, who is accessing the data, who is consuming the data, how it is consumed, how it is managed. So everybody is looking for sovereign infrastructure. So there are, I will just give you a little bit, because the definition of sovereign varies from countries to countries, and they are still in the formation of this. So I'll just baseline what is sovereign means. What is sovereign means from an infrastructure perspective. There are three layers to this, okay? One is the first layer is the data layer or data sovereignty. Second one is the operational sovereignty. The third layer is the digital sovereignty. So data sovereignty is like who is accessing the data, where the data resides, who has got the control over the data. And with the current situations, every country is looking for it. The second one is the operations, the whole security layer. We are building, what are the firewalls, how do we manage this whole thing from an operations perspective. The third layer is the digital sovereignty. Digital sovereignty has got two parts to it, software part and the hardware part. So the whole software perspective, like where it is getting controlled, who is going to control that particular data, and then which platform is going to manage that. The next one is the hardware. That is where we talk about the servers, the storage, the data centers, where this sovereign infrastructure resides. So these are the three layers of this, okay? So when we look at the policies currently, the countries are looking at data sovereignty policies. That means data needs to reside. There's a separate policy for that. Like DPDP Act in India, okay? They're ensuring, right, to be implemented. Similarly, Germany has implemented, coming up with policies across these things. That is driving data localization. But they have separate policy about the sustainability perspective. But these two are not going in parallel. That is the biggest currently things what we need to look at. Because of the sovereign requirement, what is happening is every country, every province or every organization is building a siloed data centers, which is increasing the power requirements, which is, the consumption is becoming, the carbon footprint is becoming much higher and higher and higher because of the data sovereignty which is required. From a digital sovereignty perspective, the companies are looking at, okay, first is ensure data is secure. So I will move the systems as is, the legacy systems or whatever. They are not looking at currently from a whether, Naveen was talking about high density servers. Can I use that? So that, my power consumption will reduce. My, I can contribute to the green. But the focus is now, how do I move this and then ensure that data sovereignty is maintained? That is where the companies of these ones are looking at. So the way we need to look at it, so we have now, the TCS has come up with a platform, sovereign, secure, sustainable cloud. So the sovereignty and sustainability has to go in parallel, or together, sorry, it's not in. And the policies needs to be embedded together so that when I build a sovereign cloud or sovereign infrastructure, I need to ensure that it is in green. I use from a data residency perspective, how do I ensure I collate it and put it together? Am I using the right density machines or servers so that my power consumption is lesser? Am I using the right green data centers where my PUE is less than 1.2? So that is the policy frameworks what the countries needs to look at. We are working with many, many customers in building this. We have many platforms, TCS has got, so which we have put together to encompass all this together and then say what it means. I'll take 1 more minute, Chandra, on this, because the AI, Naveen was talking about AI workloads perspective. When the AI is put together, AI servers, the power consumptions will go exponential. So Chandra spoke about 1.3% of the world, 1.5%. It is going to go to 8% in the next 5 years or 8 years. So that is the consumptions what we expect from AI servers.
We are only talking about 3% in aviation at the moment.
It is going to go, the recent study I saw, it's going to go to 8%. So unless we regulate, maybe later, if I have time, I'll talk about how do we manage the AI workloads and all. But, we have to have policies which needs, just to summarize, from a sovereignty perspective, it is important for us to understand what sovereignty means, what the government policies and processes is going to put together, what sustainability policies are, how do we bring these two together so that we look at the net zero component and also the whole green data center components put together. Okay, I'll pause here, Chandra.
Thanks, Satish. I think what was really heartening in your presentation is that sustainability is at the center of everything that you're doing in TCS. So that's kudos to you guys. I think we really, 8% is a scary number. Yeah. I don't know how the world is going to cope with that.
Can I just add one point on the AI side, because 8%, it's all of us are scared about it, right? The way it is. But AI workloads, we need to think differently from a business perspective. Okay. I'll give one example. One of the biopharma companies, if they need to analyze a molecule of 10,000 parameters, currently it takes 5 years for them to decode. And the amount of energy they spend is X amount. If I put this is a live example which we have implemented. If I am putting it on an AI server, that can be done in 3 weeks. What is to take 5 years for them is going to be done in, 3 weeks. The energy consumption in that 3 weeks may be higher, but if you look at the 5 years consumptions of what the power consumption, what was required, and if you look at that, then it will be less than 1/30th of the power. So the business validation of the power versus how this needs to be done, we need to take that into consideration when we are talking about the overall sustainability perspective. It should give a business impact and a humanity impact. So if I'm spending this power for a right cause, for a human, okay, then what is it we need to be doing? So that's a different paradigm, Chandra, with what we need to think about.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think there's two sides to every coin, right? I think if you look at productivity and efficiency, yes, there there are things which it'll do, but there's also going to be a lot of people using it for things which are not efficiency driven. So anyway, thanks Satish for that wonderful presentation or talk. Let's move on to the second round and go back to Mohan. As you look forward, Mohan, over the next 3 to 5 years, if you were to design or invest in or make investment decisions to make data centers genuinely low carbon, what would you look at and what are you planning to do? Or what are some of the ideas that you have?
Thanks, Chandra, for that question. I'd like to, for that question, I'd like to take some cue from Satish, right? So when you look at today, every country is looking at sovereignty, right? So when you look at policies that are being drafted are absolutely in no connection with what the business actually requires. So when you look at how data centers and micro data centers are compelled to be being built, because the unit economics won't work. If you look at, for example, banking and financial services sector, the data residency have to be localized, and they may have some kind of probably a brownfield data center. They're trying to retrofit it, which is not going to be possible. And when you look at let's say a 5-year net zero kind of carbon credits or things like that, maybe the unit economics for smaller companies or for mid-sized companies when they need, let us say, 3,000 cores or 5,000 cores, it is going to be cost prohibitive. And we have a case in point, like a few years ago, I think it was a couple of years ago, where Microsoft suddenly pulled the plug for one of the large clients where all the data centers were hosted in Microsoft, and that was a disaster, and that was a wake-up call for companies in India. So now when you look back and say, okay, if somebody can pull the plug overnight, I need to build my own residential data centers. So these are challenges that companies will have. When we look at sovereignty alone, it has to be coming with a policy guideline, right? So when you look at policies versus being business friendly, these are aspects that we need to consider in terms of how much of renewable energy is being used, and what Sudhir earlier mentioned in terms of each of them working independently, right? If the SLAs can also have the carbon credits crafted into the supply chain completely, that could be a segue towards making sure that the data centers are at least going forward, we'll have some kind of sustainability in mind. Like as of 2 years, as of 1 year, how quickly can they be sustainable?
Thanks, Mohan. Satish, you wanted to say something? No. So moving from somebody who builds data centers to somebody who consumes them, perhaps. So we're back to you. Now, what do you think? From a business and investment standpoint, will your company make in terms of low carbon digital infrastructure and as a default choice, as opposed to making it more like a more premium niche choice?
Okay, thank you. So I would say that today this is such a big topic that I would not specifically say for my company, because we do make data centers and operate data centers for our customers, and I would share more in context of our conversations, our interactions with our customers as far as the business and investment part. I find that from a financial perspective today, the sustainable data centers is the time is already here. It's not something in the future, okay? And a couple of reasons about it is that if we let's say the business case, the costs of sustainable energy, what they call is the LCOE, levelized cost of energy of renewables, is already, you can say, on equal footing with many of the fossil fuel and even lesser, right? So earlier, many years back, it would have been a little bit at a disadvantage, but today, it doesn't need support in many cases. I mean, it's already competitive. So the day has already come. It's not something very far off, okay? And if you look at, one of the areas I will say that we look up to the initiatives in investments in sustainable data centers, we look up to the Scandinavian countries. And there, the business case itself is such that they are gifted that you have access to, better grid, and they're using the waste heat of data centers for heating the district heating. So you can say that the business case gets further improved. That's one aspect we see. Okay. Now we'll have to see how it applies to in other geographies and all. That's a different. Okay. And other part is about about the improvements in the efficiencies that's happening, like liquid cooling or better efficient chips, etc. That is impacting the overall capital cost of data centers. Okay, so the case improves when you have much more efficient, whether data center operations or the newer devices, etc. So it improves the overall business case altogether. Okay, that's another thing. Then the important area is about the risk management. Okay, so we find that, of course, in the US, there is and of course it will apply to many geographies, that because the data centers are going to use so much of energy that the grids are not prepared yet. They are legacy grids. The grids have a carrying challenge of energy transmission. So the initiatives that are happening is about companies are wanting to manage the risks, and they are going to incorporate other forms of energy like solar, wind, etc. behind the meter. So they are not depending on the grids. Okay, so that is one area. And then finally, from the water perspective, so I think we can also cover it under the external, or you can say the stakeholder part. Okay, so the two areas of risk is, of course, the energy part, and the other is the water part. Now, for the energy part, as I said, that the companies are looking at establishing distributed energy resources, behind the meter installations. Other areas that are coming up, people are looking at the nuclear options, but it will take time. It is not going to be here in the very near future. It will still take 5 to 7 years, it looks like. Okay. Now, coming to the other part is related to the stakeholders. Now, the stakeholders are the likes of your investors, employees, customers. So that is another pressure that from the business part that companies are looking at. That we have seen that in many conversations that the employees want to work with socially responsible energy. They should be at the forefront of initiatives in sustainability. And customers, of course, customers are also looking for green vertical, subscribing to green data centers. Similarly, investors or the financial institutions are also looking at, of course, the financial instruments are there which provide, you can say, better finances, and that creates a better business case for green data centers. So green data centers per se, if you look at the long-term horizon, they are already, you can call it, the business case is very much there. And in fact, I was looking at SAP report. They have created a social cost of carbon in their decision making, and they price it at $200 per unit of carbon. So if you look at the overall life cycle of a data center for 15 years, let us say, and if you look at whatever the total emissions, you will find that if you take a social cost of carbon, including all the impact of carbon, at $200, and we are expecting that the cost of carbon will keep on increasing, I think the business case is very much there. Okay. And of course, as Satish mentioned about today, I think in the volatile world that we are seeing today, business case is one thing, but subject to other strategic reasons are, today about the sovereignty and the dependencies. Even a small nation today, very small nation would like to create a data center within, their, geography. So while business case is always there, but then other considerations are there which are very important. Okay. So I think there are various reasons that I think that time is already there, and going forward, we'll see, this is the way forward for sure.
That's great to hear. I think that's really heartening that there is a business case, and we need to, sort of look forward to more of sort of green initiatives. Naveen, in your world of hardware innovation roadmaps, what do you see? In order to support the AI growth and everything as you look forward, what are some of the initiatives that you think what are some of the innovation that you see coming, and what are some of the innovation? What should some of the what do you see in terms of implement? What are you going to implement moving forward?
Yeah. First is, I think, with AI coming up, there's a lot of stress for us to develop products which caters to the AI market. I think challenges would be how to maintain, without harming the environment. Without this, I think we all have a social responsibility. At SanDisk, so we use all the materials, right from the design, which is green. We'll try to use it. For instance, I think this is common, when choosing the component, there is something called ROHS, restriction of use of hazardous substance, which means nickel, cadmium, there are 6 elements. We totally avoid that. But there is a cost for this. While assembly of those components in the factory, you need to increase the temperature. That's a trade-off. So we are coming up with a method where we still maintain temperature so that it doesn't harm, but still not to use the hazardous substances. There's one. Second is while designing, let it be, most of us, we have a different segments, at least for the boards for AI. While designing itself, we take optimum designs, which will not harm the environment, like chipsets, like power. But the other side of it is, when you choose an optimization, you need to test more. You need to, because rigorous testing has to be done. Rigorous testing can go up to 6 months. Especially data centers, their requirement is very stringent. It's like a space. And for that, you need to, once again, harm. So there's a cost for the environment. So we are coming up with a lot of automation methods wherein we will enhance that instead of 5 months, which does the testing and harm or cause a lot of power consumption. We do it in few months instead of 5 to 6 months. We extrapolate that. And likewise, we are also innovating new products for this, which will increase our throughput. At the same time, it doesn't consume more power. These are some of the segments which are going through in SanDisk. And coming to the other side, I think many of you must have heard about dark factory. So our factories in SanDisk is completely automated. You don't need to have a power. Once in a year, we switch on the power, especially in the one in Malaysia, where we have a factory. It's all automated. So if you look at overall cycle of it, we have taken care. I think still a lot more to do from our side. And if you look at, so data centers are going to increase further. I asked few of my friends, I come from a beautiful place called Mysore. I was asking, do you like to have a data center in Mysore? So it's a very tricky question for the people who are there from long time and historians versus the modern. I asked, because after I got this summit invite, I did ask this few questions. Can you guess what could be the majority? No. Majority is no. So, but at the end of the side, we need to look for development, Development and the sustainability. I think you can relate it to you had your own company in Mysore. So even some partial, if you ask me, I'm partial, I want development at the same time. I think this is where, as a policy makers, we need to look for this. How do we cap this, all of it, We have to look for circular economy, where is reusable, sustainable, still not harmful. We get a confidence of the people there. We are here to develop, but we don't destroy the environment. We don't cause panic. I think that's how we should look for, because as Chandra was mentioning about the policy, India has a lot of reforms. Till 2047, I'm sure. I know many of them who wanted to look in for data centers. Now it's going to, and sovereignty purpose as well, data center is going to increase, So I think we should get people's confidence more than us doing it for the cities, beautiful cities, not to harm the beautiful cities. and make it similar to, I would say, Europe has a lot of good cities which is a good example. They are developed as well as they are maintaining sustainability. I think we should look for similar models or even better, right, to compete with them. That's my take on that.
Thanks for sharing that, Naveen. I can completely relate to what you're saying about Mysore having built and scaled a company there. And I know how Mysoreans think. And I know on one side we want development and growth, but on the other side we are scared of these things which are going to take over our lives in a way, right? Yeah, talking about balancing, back to you, Satish. How do you balance national priorities and sustainability goals as you look forward to building more sovereign cloud infrastructure?
So, the sovereign cloud and the national priorities and green data center. So these are the three things which we need to look at. As I said in my earlier, every country, every province is now paranoid about data, and they are going all out to build sovereign cloud. We are working with many countries in defining the policy, defining these things, and building the sovereign cloud for them. So this is going to go exponentially. So this is going to affect definitely positively as well as negatively. Negatively is, first I'll say, I spoke about this a little bit, I'll just expand. Okay, TCS, we have built, I have built across 30 cloud centers across the globe now, and then, currently I'm running at 1.6 PUE, and I have a plan to bring it down to 1.2 by 2030. So that is the plan in which I'm working on. But from a sovereign cloud growth perspective, I spoke about sovereign cloud has got 3 layers: data, operations, and digital. And then I spoke about the overall digital scope where the infrastructure comes in, the whole hardware comes in, the servers, data centers, and this one. And the operations layer where the security comes in. So we are putting firewalls over firewalls. We are putting, to make it more and more secure. The amount of this thing we are spending is much, much higher. So fundamentally, just to summarize some of the points, we need to look at architecture of our sovereign cloud. Okay. First is important. So we have built as, zero trust architecture, but to ensure that that particular architecture is up to the modern architecture. It uses the latest technology perspective and also manages the data properly so that is ring-fenced with the highest level of sustainability. That means to ensure. So we have built that, but that is what the organization countries needs to look at. Otherwise, if they just look at, the sustainability parameters, the policies, what we are talking about, and the architecture, the sovereign policies, I spoke about earlier, they need to go really integrated. Now we are talking about this. Actually, when we are building a sovereign cloud, some of the countries, we are ensuring that they may go to the green data center. And the minimum, this is the architecture they need to build in. This is the fundamental, the server. See, some of the countries are telling, they want even the hardware to be used what is built in that particular country. It may not be the best standard. It may not reach the carbon emission what is required. But do we compromise because of the data perspective or because of the sovereignty perspective, or do we look at sustainability? So these are the paradigm, the confusion what is going on. Similarly, the platform's perspective, the countries are asking, this platform needs to be developed here within that country. They need to manage that. Is it the best? So this is the questions what we are answering now with the different parts of the world. So just to summarize some of these points, fundamentally if we need to look at, sustainability is a non-compromisable item. That is what we need to look at from a government perspective, company's perspective, because that is the future. So when you need to look at that as the green, then how do we now build this sovereign cloud or infrastructure? What is the architecture do I use? What is the parameters I need to build in? And then how do we bridge these things together This is what as an organization we need to look at. We are advising the government, we are advising the municipal counties, we are advising large corporations in bridging these two together. And there is a security angle also, very, very different this thing. Okay? Currently, if the data resides within the country, does it mean it is secure? Yes or no? Sorry? No. Because who has got access to it? Who has got authority on that data? So that whole paradigm needs to be looked at differently. And then that is when we look at what is the architecture we build in. How do we maintain that whole thing is iron caged? Then comes whether can I build a sustainable architecture to manage this? Yes, we can build it. That needs to be forced. That needs to come through policies. And when I build a DPDP Act, I need to say that along with my DPDP Act, ensure that I put that in Green Data Center. That is what parameters we need to bridge together. Okay? That is what we need to drive as a future from a sovereign cloud perspective.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Satish. I think on that wonderful note that sustainability should be at the center of everything. Jan is giving me looks. So are we out of time, Jan? 2 more minutes. Okay. Do we have time for a couple of questions from the audience, maybe? 2 more minutes. Okay, there are rules. If anybody wants to ask a question, it has to be a question, and please identify yourself. Thanks, Jan. Yeah, please identify yourself and tell us who the question is for, and please ask the question.
So this is Piyush Jain. I'm ex-ANZ. So my question to the panel is how are we measuring the green energy? Without measuring, you cannot calculate how is the improvement you are bringing to the environment and all. So how are we measuring in your respective fields?
Who do you ask? Who?
To all of them.
To all of them. I need only one answer.
Maybe Subir can answer.
Yeah, let me take a shot at it. So you said, how do we measure the green energy, right? So of course, organizations, including ours, we do procure green energy, okay, from different providers of solar and other farms, as well as companies like ours also maintain their own farms, solar farms, etc. So we know how much is the total energy that we are consuming is attributed to that. Okay, and at the end of the year, you do the accounting that of the total energy consumed at the certain facilities and how much we have attributed or procured or sourced from the green that we do. The only thing is that today, Google has come up with another way that it is actually matching at each unit of time, that not just at an aggregate level of over the year, but moving towards time, at any specific time, you match that how much I'm consuming and how much is coming from renewables. That's the way the industry will move. So it is not just that you do an aggregate over a month or a year and say that this is the total consumption of which what was the renewable, but matching it. That's the way it will move.
Okay, thank you very much. One more question over here, and Maria then at the end.
In Germany, how they are...
Sir, please identify yourself.
I'm Vijay Kumar, I'm from the government. In Germany, how they are addressing this issue of green data centers and low carbon digital infrastructure? And is there a policy framework prepared by the government of Germany to deal with this matter?
I may take a little, and I would like to hear.
There are people from Germany also. They can also give their...
So in Europe, of course, the
if you take the
directive
mic,
is the energy EED.
take-
Oh, sorry. Oh, so in Europe, the new directive is about the EED, the Energy Efficiency Directive, and every different country is, setting up their, making it into a law, and this particular directive has got all the issues about if they are consuming more than 500 kilowatts, then they have certain reporting requirements about what is the temperature they are maintaining, what is the energy efficiency, what is the water efficiency, and so many things. That's coming into a law that will require all the data centers of certain size, to report in each of these geographies.
Just
Did I
to
answer
add-
that?
Yeah, just to add, some of these countries in Europe, all the new data centers getting built has to be with a PUV of 1.2. So they are mandating it. So that there is a new data centers comes with only that. And they are given a 1-year time or something like that. 2026, end of that, any new data centers coming up, they have to meet this thing. Second thing, the workloads which are running there also needs to be complied with that sustaining that PUV also. I cannot put a legacy there and then run it and then make it happen. So there are 2 or 3 parameters in which they are measuring. Okay, one is when they build, how do I run it, how do I sustain that, and what are the different parameters on that. I can connect offline and then we can talk. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And sorry about this one. I hand over to Maria as for the last question, and then we're going to have the lunch break together. But Maria, yours.
Thank you very much. Very interesting panel. I have a question reflecting, in fact, the European experience, which is the following. Europe wants to build up sovereign cloud, as you know. And because of these, we are about to change the rules of public procurement. So my question is, what can be the role of public procurement when developing sovereign cloud, but also taking into account the other concerns, meaning sustainability, notably? What do you think about? What can be the role of public procurement? This is my question.
Can I take that? Yeah, okay. So we are working with a couple of countries in Europe. I come back to this, there are 3 layers, right? The digital sovereignty is where with the hardware portion comes in. The key thing here is both software and hardware perspective, and the data center perspective. So what the countries or what they're talking about is, one is the parameters of the hardware which is going to be using the newer architecture, which will sustain, which will make the applications run. You know, that whole sovereign architecture, the hardware which is required for that, is it with the standards of the EU what it is built? That is what we need to look at from a considering perspective. That is from a hardware. Second one is the whole. There is the software layer also, we are looking at the energy efficiency. Actually, that may be a little higher for this group, but we are looking at it. So most of the countries or what they're looking for is build, operate and transfer model also. They want us to completely, that ownership of the architecture, which will measure the sustainability parameters, build it together and then hand it over. And also when we are building this particular cloud architecture, the whole green data center perspective, what are the parameters we need to look at? So it's a complete metrics type of a thing what we have built for most of the countries. Maybe I can talk to you offline and then give you more parameters on this, which is going to take about. It's going to take a little longer time.
Yeah. Thank you very much. For one more comment and then we're going to finish it.
My comment is today's world is not one country can make all the components, right? So let it be IP, let it be components, electronics. So we source from different countries. Only now that what they are doing is they're building their own IPs to keep it sovereign, because you still have to procure across the world, right? So, but IPs is something. IP is intellectual property. It can be within the hardware, within the firmware, within the software, right? So within the chip itself. So they build their own to build the cage across, because it is impossible as on now to have everything in one country.
All right, thank you very much. So I think the discussion is getting up heated, which is great. The exchange. Chandran, thank you very much for this fantastic moderation of your panel. Please, all the panelists come up front. We get a picture done. And while this is happening, Just not the music yet. So thank you very much for this one. Please give a big hand of applause for this amazing panel coming together. Right, taking the photo and coming back to the content. Thank you very much. So, okay, now just for a thought process while you're going now for lunch. We all heard about the Huang Jensen cake, the 5 layers of AI. We have perfect examples here on stage for these 5 layers. And please go take these layers of the cake of AI while you're eating and discuss about infrastructure, energy, applications, sovereignty, and make it happen. Together, we are on a learning journey. So thank you very much. We're going to meet again here at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock sharp. Please enjoy, connect, and exchange. Right, and while you are going for lunch, there will be a video. And by the way, if you want to learn more about North Rhine-Westphalia of Germany, please go over to the booth. Thank you very much. John. No, thank you. Thank you very much. Fantastic.
In evolutionary terms, all the technology that surrounds us today just happened yesterday. Innovations in energy, biology, chemistry, modern physics, transportation, and communications all evolved just a century ago, and it's accelerating. We must all ensure this evolution does not come at the cost of humanity or the planet. But the trends are heading the wrong way. Humankind and Earth face serious threats that require urgent intervention. Digital with Purpose is an ambitious movement exclusive to companies and leaders, committed to accelerating their positive impact and driving sustainable change through digital technology. It is a movement of leaders joining forces in a race to deliver against the Paris Agreement and Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. By giving technology a transformational role that puts the planet and humankind at its core, can we reverse the effects of climate change and positively impact our societies?
The world is facing tremendous challenges. Meanwhile, we have seen those challenges growing. And so there is a need for urgent intervention. But we cannot stay back and talk about the intervention. We need to take action. We have a problem, but to solve the problem, we need leadership. So anyone that is coming here only to speak, please go elsewhere. This is about making a profound change, because it's with change that we can ensure the sustainability of the planet.
So, ladies and gentlemen, full of energy, full of food, and hopefully full of curiosity, I would like you to come back into this room. We're going to start the next panel in 5 minutes, so please bring your coffee, bring your energy, bring your concentration back to the tables. We're going to start in 5 minutes straight. So 5 minutes past 1, we're going to start again with the next panel, which will be about digital innovation and for smarter and sustainable living. So in 5 minutes, we're going to start sharp. Yeah.
In evolutionary terms, all the technology that surrounds us today, just happened yesterday. Innovations in energy, biology, chemistry, modern physics, transportation, and communications all evolved just a century ago, and it's accelerating. We must all ensure this evolution does not come at the cost of humanity or the planet. But the trends are heading the wrong way. Humankind and Earth face serious threats that require urgent intervention. Digital with Purpose is an ambitious movement exclusive to companies and leaders, committed to accelerating their positive impact and driving sustainable change through digital technology. It is a movement of leaders joining forces in a race to deliver against the Paris Agreement and Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. By giving technology a transformational role that puts the planet and humankind at its core, can we reverse the effects of climate change and positively impact our societies?
The world is facing tremendous challenges. Meanwhile, we have seen those challenges growing. And so there is a need for urgent intervention. But we cannot stay back and talk about the intervention. We need to take action. We have a problem, but to solve the problem, we need leadership. So anyone that is coming here only to speak, please go elsewhere. This is about making a profound change, because it's with change that we can ensure the sustainability of the planet.
3, 2, 1, 0! Okay, it worked, thank you very much. Okay, so we're gonna start with the next round, with the next panel, and I would like to get you all into this room, get your concentration, get your knowledge you gathered into this room and connect on the Jade network to really exchange the knowledge we're having and the smile and the energy together. Right. Okay. So we are stepping into the next chamber of knowledge. And this next chamber, this next room of knowledge, we're going to share together with my dear friend Abhishek Prasad. He will be the moderator, and I will call everybody on the stage. Please give him a big hand. Yeah, that's the energy question. More energy? Some more energy? Yo! Okay, that's Bangalore. That's Bangalore. Thank you so much. Okay, Abhishek, great to have you here. Please take a seat. Thank you. So, besides having people and a moderator on the panel, you need a topic. So I will raise the topic for a second. Digital innovation for smarter and sustainable living and circularity. For smarter, sustainable living and circularity. Who knows what's the circular economy rate of products? Products which are coming, you produce something and comes back into the circle. What's the percentage of products produced every day? Average. Give me a guess. 10? 3? One more? It used to be 8.5. It used to be 7.5. And it's going down. If you look at the other side, the traction in social media on circular economy, the name used in the social whatever, it increased exponentially. So we have a real gap, a transaction gap, between what we're talking about and things we're getting down on the ground. So I'm more than happy to have Abhishek here, an expert on both sides. And I love to call now on stage Amboli Nambi, head from Tata Consulting Services. Love to take you. And please sit where your picture is, which is right here. I would like to call on stage Kumar oh, help me with this one. Can you? Ramaya, that's it. Okay, sorry, Kumar. Give him a big round of applause here. Thank you very much. Thank you. Head of Sustainability Consulting West Asia with Jones Lang LaSalle, India. Then we've got, here we go, Nanjunda Rao. Coming on stage, please give a big round of applause. Co-founder, CTO of NovaCred. And last but not least, and I think we really had a shortage on this, a lady on the table as well. So I would like to call Ranjita from the Research and Development Specialist from Smarter Dharma on the stage. Where is she? Ah, here she comes. Fantastic. Welcome. Please give a big round of applause here. And after this panel, to set some KPI, do I miss someone? Yes. Anurag Paul. Sorry, yeah, here, of course. Anurag. New Trail AI. Sorry about this one. Too much here. Thank you. Okay, just to do some expectation management, right? Okay. We heard about this number 3.8 something on circular economy. So we expect together with Jesse, with Luis, together with Jesse, we expect now to hire the KPIs for circular economy. So we set the goal of, let's say, go to 5%, together with the help and the strength and the energy of this room.
Definitely, yeah, and that's
over to you. That's a tall goal, but we will make that happen. Make it. Thank you very much. Not yet? Nope. Switch it.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you, Jan. That's a tall goal that you've set for us, but I'm sure with the expertise that I have on the panel here, we will be able to make justice to that. It is not an easy journey, but I'm sure with the frameworks, with the tools, and the innovation that is here on this panel, we should be able to drive this change. But before I jump into this panel, there is something that I wanted to share. In this very venue in 2020, it feels like it just happened yesterday. Right at that corner of this podium, I was talking at the NASSCOM Experience AI Summit, talking about how we are experimenting with data models to understand how people use the space, and then can we use that data to work around energy consumption to drive sustainability, right? Trying to move away from a per square feet energy consumption model to a per person to make it more personalized and drive it from there. And then it looked like an experiment 6 years ago. We were seen as, okay, it's a great innovation that could probably crop up to be something else. But come today, 2026, we've already seen the adoption of innovation across sectors, not just real estate, but across sectors, because the drive towards sustainability is no longer just a good to have. It is becoming a business need. Eventually, it will start, this will be something which even the CFOs will start talking about, which is already happening, moving away from marketing to coming into CFOs and the business risk itself. So on that note, I'm thanking all the panelists who've joined us here. Thank you for giving us your time. I thought instead of me introducing all of you, I thought you could tell us a little bit about yourself. And the theme of the event is digital with purpose. So I wanted to understand in a short note, what is your purpose from a sustainability perspective? So your name, what do you do, and a little bit about what is your purpose with sustainability, which will, I think, set the stage for all of us, right?
Thank you, Abhishek. So I'm Anurag, co-founder and chief sustainability officer at Neutral. We started with a simple belief that sustainability data should hold the same weightage as financial data, and that is what we believe in, and with the conviction with which we started. So sustainability data should be measurable, auditable, and flow in the same systems as core decisions are made. So that is where our organization comes in terms of building that unified sustainability AI layer in terms of breaking the silos and how then sustainability can be brought into the forefront in terms of better decision making, better governance, and the complete aspect of it. So glad to be here today. Thanks again, Abhishek.
Thanks, Abhishek. And my thanks to JC for inviting me here to be part of this assembly of sustainability enthusiasts, leaders. The energy has been phenomenal. I'm Ambuli. I'm part of TCS, Tata Group's Tata Consultancy Services. And one of my colleagues spoke earlier today in a previous panel. So within the Tata Group, purpose is the core at what we do, and the community and what we serving the community is one of the core purposes. So from a consumer business group that I am part of, I lead sustainability initiatives. I've had the opportunity to work on multiple geographies, multiple technology transformations in the past. But the last couple of years has been more focused around how we work with customers, our customers, and drive the consumer industry towards regenerative outcomes. When we talk about regenerative outcome, we can remember this. How do we leave things better than how we found them? Not just stopping with net zero as a target. I think today we heard many of the other leaders speak about how we are missing on the Paris commitment of 1.5, how we need to introspect the way we use technology as a force for good. So from that perspective, there are a few principles that we have taken in from a sustainability standpoint in consumer industries. Globally, if you look at consumer industries, that includes retail, travel, transportation, hospitality, and consumer packaged goods. So these attributes they together constitute around 50% of global emissions. So it's a tall order. So what we want to look at is be a partner working with these different industries, drive towards improving the footprint. All these industries, they have to look at the contribution of how they are going to move the needle and leave things better. So that has been a driving factor for us. So we look at a shift towards a well-being economy. So that is a key focus. Even the European Union has been looking at the shift towards well-being and how we can look at improving towards regeneration. So that is a primary focus. And one theme I'll just talk about, especially before handing it over, when you talk about circularity, that's part of the goal moving towards a well-being economy, where we look at all the stakeholders on the planet, not just the humans and non-humans on the planet, how we share this with all of them. So when we look at it, one of the key themes we should keep in mind is public luxury and private sufficiency. When we look at consumption as a challenge, SDG 12, the United Nations goals, talks about responsible consumption production. So it is important for us to keep this as a goal, public luxury and private sufficiency. Then another key aspect of circular economy is more users per product and more users per product. So we have to shift away from that make, use, and throw model. So that is something which is driving us when we look at regenerative activities with these industries. With that, I'll pass it on. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, this is Kumar here, and I head the sustainability consulting at JLL. I think it's almost 4 decades. When I started my journey on sustainability, it was not a fashionable thing. It started as energy management, and today, of course, it's the most talked about topic. Decarbonization, net zero, circular economy, artificial intelligence, technology, all these things you keep hearing a lot. There's so much of noise sometimes. Probably one of my role often is about filtering out the noise and making clients focus on what has to be done at the end of the day. And there is nobody alone in this journey. If you really look at ESG and circular economy and things like that, there's nobody alone. I mean, there's the entire ecosystem. Everybody has to do something together. Otherwise, there's often a saying, survive before you succeed. So I think you need to make those changes in order to survive, because regulations are coming, there are reporting standards coming. A lot of changes have happened in the field of sustainability in the years, and obviously my role is to help clients meet their goals, and obviously there is a business case. At the end of the day, there's nothing that can happen without a business case, and sustainability definitely it has business case elements, and we can help clients and the world become a better tomorrow. That's what I'm helping clients to do essentially.
Good afternoon, friends. I am Dr. Nanjunda Rao. I am currently wearing the hat of CTO and co-founder of EcoStrata, and our product is NovaCrete. And before this, my hat was an academician and a researcher at Indian Institute of Science. I was a professor at the Department of Civil Engineering. And the word sustainability, as my friend was mentioning, is become a buzzword, fashionable, circularity, digitization, and all these words were just buzzwords only for being talked about in certain fora and forgotten immediately. But I would like to be very proud and tell you that even without using these words, we at Indian Institute of Science did many of these things, keeping these things in mind, particularly the greenhouse gas emissions way back in 1974, and more so to do something to the rural folks, because most of our research institutions were concentrating on fashionable areas only meant for the urban elite. And that's where we started a center called Application of Science and Technology to Rural Areas, called as ASTRA, which is today renamed as Center for Sustainable Technologies, because we also would like to use the same kind of words. But we were practicing sustainability without even talking about sustainability. Now, coming to what we are currently doing at EcoStrata, which is NovaCrete, is the product, is to look at one of the very, very important components of civil engineering construction, which is the binder, which is this Portland cement, about 120 years old. And as you can see, there has been no change in the binder with reference to concrete, which is the second largest material after concrete which is being used. And we could not find. So what is it that we can say? Civil engineering as a discipline is slow in accepting innovation, accepting new things. slow in innovative things and things like that. But certainly this is one industry which is found in every country across the world compared to any other kind of industry. Now, we at Novacrete are trying to look at what can be done to minimize the use of Portland cement, which has been responsible for almost 8% carbon dioxide emissions into the atmosphere. And globally, actions are being taken to bring down the current almost like 425 parts per million of carbon dioxide to not go further and keep the temperature rise to less than 1.5 degrees centigrade. Otherwise, there is going to be permanent change on the planet. Its effect is really very dangerous to mankind. From that point of view, the construction industry itself contributes nearly 13% to 14% of carbon dioxide emissions into atmosphere, and the construction industry, in particular the civil engineering construction industry, has taken up a responsibility to bring down. And the most important thing is to see, can we have a substitute to Portland cement as a binder? And in this search, we have ended up in a new product, which is again in some sense a circularity. We use the binder here is a byproduct of other industries, both the industries and agriculture, and we convert that into a more efficient binder compared to Portland cement. And that is a thing that we are working on in EcoStrata, and the product is called Novacrete Green Cement. And we are already producing products for infrastructure, civil infrastructure, using this binder. And other important thing that we have found is the most important. If you look at all the construction materials, if you go back to 300, 500 years back, the material that was available to us was soil or earth as a construction material in raw form. We have been using it, and that's the best thing about circularity. You use the soil, construct a building, after some time you can, again, pulverize it, nothing is changed. And that is the true circularity, and that we are not following. And for many reasons, we are still going back to using soil as a basic material with several advantages, and stabilize certain things which are not good from strength and durability point of view. But can we do that, again, without losing sight about the recyclability of the material? That's what. So there we would not like to use Portland cement as a binder, but to use our other kinds of binders to stabilize, and that is what we are wanting to do, and we are already into it. Thank you.
Yes, hi, I'm Ranjita, and I'm from Smarter Dharma. I lead research at Smarter Dharma, and we are a climate tech company. So a little bit background about Smarter Dharma. Okay, before I move to that, thank you, Jesse, for bringing a very relevant topic to Bangalore. And of course, the star is, I feel, with the purpose tag, because often we get driven by a lot of data misinformation and a lot of buzzwords, as everybody mentioned, around sustainability. So yeah, Smarter Dharma is a sustainability company, and we have over a decade of experience in consulting as well as building technology. We work at the intersection of construction, technology, and sustainability. Often this does not go hand in hand, but we are an action-oriented platform where we are trying to really tangibilize, contextualize, as well as make sustainability more relatable to real estate sector. And we strongly believe that every step in this process requires a stakeholder buy-in. And to make this happen, our technology platform is enabling multiple stakeholders to interact, to work on solutions, as well as look at the broader impact of sustainability over the project life cycle. Yeah, I think that's what we do at Smarter Dharma. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's a star-studded panel for us. And a quick introduction about me. My name is Abhishek Prasad. I work in the space of de-risking innovation, both from an absorption perspective, from a buyer perspective, and also from a venture capital perspective as well. And more so, I focus on the real estate space and the sustainability space, because there's quite a bit of innovation that is happening out there. But how do I absorb it? How do I co-create IP with it? That is something I work on. I've been spending the last 6 years on this. And I think this is great for me to be part of this panel, to moderate this along with the other speakers as well. So before we delve into the questions, one thing which is coming out of the panel was, the knowledge of sustainability is not today. It has actually been happening from about 4 decades in academia, in research institutes, and with leaders here. But what has changed, at least from my perspective in the past few years, is how this information has been democratized through the new age innovation and technology tools that are coming out. Because sustainability before this was a very closed door conversation. The expertise was very limited to a few people. But if we want to have a systemic change across the planet, and the only way to accelerate that is if we can democratize access to this, if we can make this not just a good to do thing, but also something which sits well with the financial perspective as well, because this has to support the growth that we are looking at, and that's what we will be discussing today. So thank you so much. And on that note, I think we could jump into the questions now. First one for Anurag. You've been working on, I understand Neutral AI, you work on how do you access data from across multiple processes, multiple business divisions within an organization to help them understand where they are in their sustainability, and also kind of create a collective intelligence that all the departments can come together, right? I mean, because that has been one of the biggest challenges, because everybody knows where they are, but it's somehow very difficult for all of us to come together to solve for it, even at an enterprise level. So what is your thoughts on it, and how do you go about it? Yeah.
Sure. Thanks, Abhishek, for the question. So I think that is the core of the issue in the question itself. So AI still comes at a later stage. So data currently does exist. It's not that data does not exist. We are overloaded with data. But the problem in current times is the siloed approach towards data that we have. Now, be it enterprises or be it government organizations, each and every division, each and every department have their own systems, their own processes, their own rhythms in place. And even if they did want to, they could not get it in a unified platform or at a unified layer. That is where technology access to that of an AI brings that to surface. Now, I'll just give the analogy of a finance leader, let's say, for example. Now, finance is something that had been unified almost, let's say, a decade ago. Now, a finance leader will not look cost, revenue, cash flows across 3 different systems. And that is what brings the robustness of finance data as well, right, in terms of the auditability, in terms of the accountability. That is something that at the current time is missing in the sustainability data because of the reasons that I stated earlier. And I am a firm believer that this is something that can be brought into the limelight, can be brought at the forefront, because the challenges that we are facing at the moment is not organizational or not by intent. It is more architectural and more infrastructural. And I think one of the beautiful examples is UPI, right, as an infrastructural change which brings everyone onto the same rail to achieve something at a common collective. And that is where infrastructural changes at sustainability level can also achieve that level of impact as well. So that is where AI, of course, is the enablement layer. All we need at the moment is there in bits and pieces, but the unification, the intelligence layer, the governing decision-making layer is where AI comes at the moment, right?
Thank you so much, Anurag. And that is a very good example of what UPI has done to us, right? It's not only got us the collective intelligence of how money moves through the citizens of this vast country with close to 1.7 billion people, but also how do you bring frameworks, how do you bring governance into all of this? How do you start reporting all of this data, which internally starts showing how the country is actually grown? And I think I totally agree with you. There is a need for public infrastructure as well. All of these are in the attempt of democratizing how we access data, how do you communicate with each other, and then the AI layer on top of it just becomes all the more sweeter for us, right? Driving us insights, because it's no longer siloed. It understands the system, it understands the enterprise, it understands the customers. So all of this data becomes very handy. So rightly said. And so this is something which we've seen, okay, in the real estate space. We understand that it is there because I come from there, so probably I'm a little more biased. But that's where I want to tap into Ambuli's expertise. India is poised for an exponential growth. This also means that we have the younger generation which is coming forward, right? And this also means that there is going to be a lot of retail happening. There's going to be a lot of hospitality which is coming in here. So how do you see that, it is not just efficiency that we bring here, but also will it add back to the well-being of the people of the planet itself? And from your experience of working with retail and B2C clients and a lot of the hospitality clients as well, some thoughts on that will actually help us deep dive into it.
Sure, thanks Abhishek, good question. I think India has the unique opportunity of carrying a legacy of nature-based solution and living in balance with nature. And now having that exposure and a technological edge to work with different parts of the world. I myself have been a beneficiary, having lived and in fact worked with customers on almost every continent other than Antarctica. So that was an opportunity for me. But that brings us the opportunity also to leapfrog, use the knowledge that we have, and there is also the whole ecosystem that's emerging in India. If you see the energy that this hall contains, so many startups, that's one of the privileges to be in such a forum, looking at how democratic the data, knowledge, all this is becoming. So there were plenty of examples that I can quote from. From the retail standpoint, already we are seeing younger generation taking a lead with respect to thrift opportunities, thrift stores, how logistics is also transforming. The Dunzos of the world, now they are enabling all this last mile connectivity and new business models to emerge. And specifically looking at the role technology can play. I think we spoke a lot about how data becoming transparent and being available for the common good. That is a key element. We are already working with many customers and some of the European leadership in terms of the frameworks, the policies that are helping. That has been very crucial. While there could be a lot of intent to make it pre-competitive for all the players, I think there is a very important role the policies and regulations have to play. And we've had the privilege of our global presence to be involved very closely on digital product passports and many of the marketplaces, the circular marketplaces. These are all building blocks that will enable a circular economy. We are already seeing business model changes. So when we spoke of the public luxury and private sufficiency, so the reuse model that is becoming quite popular, the shared mobility, we had examples of Towner today. And these are all examples of how it is emerging, democratizing, making it available, and increasing the usage per product, but also improving the number of users who have access to the product. And digital also has a very important role when we speak of cybersecurity, sovereign cloud. There is the whole element of AAA, if you can easily remember. Accessibility, affordability, and availability. All three are enabled by digital, and this is going to be a game changer, especially when we have access to information. Today we saw another example about the energy grid, how EVs are now getting onto the grid, or the charging infrastructure is coming onto the grid. So digital is becoming an enabler. And in the past, we used to have a lot of challenges around the range anxiety. The moment digital enables this and addresses some of these challenges, we'll see a shift in the consumption patterns also. And the mindful consumption, I think it's another key element. I think we have plenty of examples about conscious tourism. When we talk about tourism, Kerala is a good example, how tourism becomes a driver for change of the ecosystem, engaging the communities in the respective areas. So all this is now made available and amplified on the global platform through different digital channels. So there are plenty of examples where we are able to build it, but one key element, especially for technologists, people who are closely working in digital, is to remember that, like Satish mentioned earlier in the previous panel, the workloads, right? How do we manage technology, the power of technology for the problems that we solve? We need to choose which problem requires a technology solution. There could be some problems that need not require a technology intervention because there is a footprint associated with technology also. The way we saw big tech missing out on their net zero targets and pushing out the targets because of the AI revolution. I think it's important for us to be mindful, but use it in a manner where we are able to improve the usage of the products, number of users per product. So that will be a key theme in a circular economy also. Thank you.
So that is interesting to see, right? Even the market is kind of poised for this kind of an adoption. The younger generation is actually expecting you to be a lot more responsible as a brand. They want to associate themselves with a brand which is a lot more responsible. And I think this is becoming a reality that organizations are also looking at not just a linear growth model, but one which is led by a triple bottom line of people, planet, and profits, right?
Absolutely.
And like you rightly said, it is only with these kind of strategies and data and technologies that we will actually be able to accelerate this and start surviving in this new economy which is actually being built, which is very different from what was there before, probably even COVID as well, I suppose.
Absolutely. Yeah, the opportunity to leapfrog, I think now we need to seize that and use. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
So this is interesting. Now, before I move to the next question, I was just having a chat with Raghu from the Towner, who seems to be the spotlight of today's session, where we realized that the freedom of mobility is actually a driver in economy as well. It could be from a logistics perspective, it could be from a people perspective as well. While it adds 20% of our value, I think still 80% of our times is spent within buildings. Right? This is where we sleep, where we eat, where we work, where we talk to people. And this has a great impact on us as individuals as well. So that's where I want to pick on Kumar's brain and understand how the performance of a building beyond energy itself, and how does it impact an end user or the occupant of the space, from the light, from the noise, from the air quality, and what do you see as digital tools or innovation that are coming in this space which are helping us create healthy buildings which is beyond just workspaces itself?
Okay, pretty complex question, I guess, anyway. I think there is a saying, we shape the buildings and then the buildings shape our lives. I think that happens, right? I think the way in which where you locate the kitchen or whatever, I mean, it happens on your day-to-day life. Yeah, I think we spend, we were an agrarian society, probably we were on the fields in the past. If you looked at our grandfather and all that, probably that's what they were doing. But things have changed a lot today. We sit and work, and sitting is the new smoking. I mean, that's something that you keep hearing often. So we spend most of our time indoors, whether we like it or not, that's the reality. And with technology changing, with AI coming up, and a lot of, it's scary sometimes to think of what the future is going to be looking like. I think the load of one data center is going to be 1 gigawatt, they say, which is almost like 1/4 the load of the Mumbai city. So that's the kind of electrical demand that's going to come, and I don't know about the water requirements. But anyway, so coming back to the topic, yeah, health is very, very important. Sometimes sustainability, when we talk about, we often ignore the health and well-being, and especially the indoor air quality or the air quality index. I mean, we often hear about it. Fortunately, we all have a short-term memory. Whenever in the NCR region, when the air quality goes after Diwali, we all talk about it, and then we forget it for the rest of our life. And then the next Diwali comes, we again wake up and start looking at the reality. One of the most important thing is about air quality. Why am I talking about it? Probably because of my childhood experience. I grew up in a place where there was a cement factory. Okay, that means probably if you cut open my lungs and see, there will be cement dust particles, because there was no pollution control devices those days, and there was no such norms. But today, cement factories have all those air pollution control devices. But what happens in a city? Most of us live in city, and every year people migrate from rural places to cities, and the biggest problem that we face today is the air quality. I mean, I hope that situation doesn't happen. We buy water today, and in India, anybody's house you enter, water will be given as a first and foremost thing. Today, that's no more the scenario. Everybody buys water or carry their own water. I hope that situation doesn't come for air. So I'll stress upon a little bit about air rather than going into the entire health and well-being aspect, essentially. Now, if you look at it, there are a lot of particulate matter which is invisible to the eye. Okay, let us say the diameter of your hair. If you pluck your hair and put it into a microscope and look into the diameter, I'm not talking about the length, the diameter, which is 100 microns. Okay, now if you look at particulate matter 10, it is 1/10 the micron, 1/10 the diameter of your hair. PM2.5 is still smaller, PM1 is still smaller. So you don't visually see PM10, PM2.5, PM1 in the air that you breathe. And a lot of quantity of air you breathe every day. I think if you have to go back to the some typical stats, you eat probably 1 kg of food a day and probably 4 liters of water a day, but 15,000 liters of air is what you breathe every day. So there's a lot of air, essentially. And if it has some small particles in it, you basically end up breathing a lot of trillions of particulate matter into your breathing system, essentially. Now, the thing is, your immunity is only against the bacteria and the virus, not against these fine particles of dust. If it can get into your system, in the PM2.5 and PM1 can actually get into your bloodstream, and imagine the automobile pollution, some lead is coming out of it, some power plant pollution, something coming out of it, all that can get into your bloodstream. That's why you often hear, my grandfather did not have this condition, but I am facing this health challenge. Why? It's probably because of some of these changes that's happening around us. So we do need to, so the thing is, one of the things is you control it in the inside of your house or inside your office by having a filter which can filter all these things, essentially. But also we need to address the source, okay? So I'm probably moving away from the topic. So what gets measured gets improved. So you require technology today to measure what is a particulate matter 10, what is a particulate matter 2.5, air quality index. I often hear in the buildings in northern India that they switch off the fresh air in those months, the typical months, because of outside ambient air has got a lot of particulate matter, and then as a result of which the CO2 levels go up. So they don't put the AQI value there, they only put PM2.5 and PM10, but the CO2 levels are up, and high CO2 will not kill you, but then you will feel not so good to work in that environment. You will feel your productivity will definitely go down if you live in a place where the CO2 levels are high. So it's a topic which cannot be addressed, and at the same time, just by real-time monitoring alone is not going to help. You will have to address the engineering solution. You can't just say, I have monitored, this is my air quality index, and then you can't keep quiet. The thing is, it throws data, it throws you some information, and probably you need to act on it, so the engineering principles have to go. Today, there is something called as an ISO 16890 rated filters. Hardly any building uses those kind of filters in India. I don't know, I'm not talking about Europe and other parts of the country, but so those are minor things that have to be done. If you don't do that, I think we are killing ourselves, basically. I mean, shooting on your own foot is what is the reality. So it's an integrated thing, technology, and it does play a role. There's a lot of tools available in terms of monitoring air quality, water quality, so many other things, essentially noise. And many places, like I have just done something in my house. I thought I put a double glazing unit, DGU window, and I can arrest the sound. Yesterday, I closed all the windows and I was working from home because office had some challenges. So one of the clients asked me, are you in a factory? Because I sit in a junction where a lot of traffic comes, so I couldn't help it, so I had to move to some other place. Anyway, so the thing is, yeah, we have all these problems. You have acoustic problems, you have, and there are certification programs available from International Well Building Institute. There is something called as well, but there is a lot of focus. The good thing is there is a lot of awareness and there is a lot of focus, but everything the technology, the AI, and the engineering together can play a major role there. With that, I'll stop here. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Kumar. What I see is, I see myself in that conversation. Because 6 years ago, when I was talking about smart building solutions, I was so dependent on my PPT, which is my PowerPoint presentation. And 6 years later, I am still dependent on the PPT, but it's not my PowerPoint presentation, but it's people, process, and technology. And like Kumar was mentioning, that's what I understand. Yes, there is an influx of a lot of these digital tools which are coming in, from an air quality monitoring, from a temperature monitoring, all of this real-time data going back into changing how we operate the building itself. But on the things that precede it is how do we bring standards and frameworks into it, and how do we ensure that all of this data and the collaboration of all of this happens with people sitting on top of it. So that is very interesting to hear from you, Kumar. And yeah, tools can only solve so much, but the awareness of tools and availability of tools are definitely catalyzing how we move there. But it is about how we use that for the larger good, and how do we change how we look at it from an engineering perspective itself. Yeah. Thank you so much, Kumar. Since it's a building question, I think this becomes a lot more relevant as well. We've been talking about how the real estate built environment itself contributes to about 40% of the global carbon emissions, right? And while at different stages, it has different types of, in different stages, it has different forms in it which comes out. But how do you see, Dr. Nanjuna Rao, that data testing and validations can actually help us when it comes to reuse of materiality from the built environment space itself? And how do you see innovation playing here? Because a lot of the built environment is going to be rebuilt here now. So how do you see all of this coming together, and what is the impact that it will have on the economy?
Yeah, looking at data, testing, and then validation. Everything is important in the today's context. And coming to data, yes, we have plenty of data, and we need to do a lot of filtering. The quality data is what we are more interested, otherwise it can be misleading. And the next important thing is just having quality data is not sufficient. Will it be accessible? Accessibility is equally important, and that is where the challenge is today. As researchers, we had a lot of difficulty, particularly many times rainfall data was not accessible to us and we were unable to get it, and therefore we never were able to even though we developed certain models, we were unable to test those models in reality, essentially because of like rainfall data. I don't, 5 years back rainfall data is not good enough if I want to predict what happens to Bengaluru in the next monsoon season in terms of urban flooding. So the quality of data and accessibility to data is equally important in order to develop very good models to address these problems like urban flooding, pollution levels, which he was talking, and therefore data is very, very important in that sense. And this data needs to be tested. And coming to materials, yes, we need to look at the performance of the built environment largely depends upon the quality of these materials, which again has to come back through testing and validation. And I really agree that we have improved a lot in terms of data, accessibility of data, and this has been very well utilized to improve the condition, in fact. Now, going back to what he was saying, if we go back 50, 60 years back, look at how the construction was happening. If you go back to the construction, casino poles, Parthenium leaves being used with bamboo poles, and then mud was being used, and that is how a reinforced concrete slab or something was being built. And since I'm still around, I've seen that, I'm seeing today, the transformation is good. Even though I mentioned civil engineering has been very slow in innovating, I see a tremendous change from what I saw as a child to what I am seeing here, wherein you can see the material wastage is significantly getting reduced, and thereby health also. The moment they bring Parthenium, that is left out, and then again it leads to more Parthenium and more lung problems and health issues and things like that. So doing away with that as a formwork material has been a significant change coming from the innovations in civil construction, and it has its impact on the health of the people. And coming to the wastage itself, from the material perspective, I feel we have very good tools today, like life cycle assessment tools, which today we have. Even before the physical construction starts, we are able to have the BIMs and the associated technologies which are available, which can visualize what happens, and thereby we will be in a very nice position to minimize the wastage and also minimize the time of construction that is taking place, and look at the whole thing so that there is a big benefit to the community as a whole. Coming to many of the material properties, I feel there is a far, far more important materials that are come from sustainability perspective, like burnt clay bricks. Just to give you an example of burnt clay bricks, we were trying to burn the soil to produce bricks, which were the envelope for our buildings, and carbon dioxide was giving out by the process of burning in order to stabilize the clay mineral. In the process, we are making it non-circular because we are burning to achieve something, but we also see that the burnt clay brick cannot be recycled again because we have changed the whole characteristic of the clay. In that perspective, I feel the stabilized earth block construction has come in a big way, and circularity is ensured. At the same time, we are able to reduce or cut down the carbon dioxide emissions, and the issue of binder that we are looking at, which I discussed in the initial round itself, is a significant change. Whatever we may do with respect to Portland cement, the raw material that we are using to produce Portland cement has been consistently over the years, has been limestone, which is a mined material, and the whole process of producing it gives out 650 kgs per ton of cement clinker. Nothing, whatever be the efficiency of our production plants of cement, we can't do anything that 650 kgs of carbon dioxide will get into the atmosphere for every ton of cement clinker that we produce. So, is there an alternative? The alternative is can we use less Portland cement and look at the other alternatives which are there, which have the binding properties through what is called supplementary cementitious materials. And the next step is kind of do away with that. The entire supplementary cementitious materials can itself be a good source without having to use any Portland cement. And that's what we are doing at EcoStrata in the form of Noacrete, where there is no Portland cement at all, zero Portland cement. And the same materials which were used as supplementary cementitious materials are the materials that we're using as precursors in order to produce this green cement. And I feel we have done far better in terms of sustainability, reducing the wastage, and when it comes to digitization, I feel the construction speed is so very important. We have really done away. No, nobody stores sand, jelly, and starts mixing it in at the site. So prefabrication has come in a big way. Now digitization in construction has come so very well in the form of 3D printing of concrete. And these are significant changes that the construction industry is going to see, and there's a big future in this aspect. Thank you.
But one interesting point, Dr. Nanjara, that you mentioned about is the LCA and how are you tracing the whole journey of the product itself. And I think me and Ranjita in the past were working on a few of these projects as well, trying to figure out if there is an MRV tool that we could envision about. And that's something I think Ranjita will talk a little more on. And also, can we establish a methodology of how you bring in circularity and how do you enable bringing out new tools, new materials itself into the construction space? And is there a tool that can actually help us democratize the access to this methodology itself? So it is very interesting that you had to touch upon it, because I think yesterday over the dinner as well, that was one of the key points that we were discussing is, yes, there is a lot of innovation coming in terms of circularity, reuse of materials in the built environment space. And there is also a lot of study which is coming from a structural health perspective as well, where we are using sensor data to understand if this building can be surviving for the next few years. If yes, what are those structural changes I have to bring in? But how do I establish a methodology which is validated, and how do we offer it? And that is something which I think a lot of us in the industry are also looking at to see if there is tools and frameworks that we can actually lean upon, which can help us catalyze innovation here, because this problem is not going to be solved by one product or two. We need a whole lot of change coming in here. So thank you so much, Dr. Nanjundara, to touch upon that point. So I think it's getting a little more deeper into real estate now, and that's where I want Ranjita to pick on Ranjita's brain. I mean, this is probably my perspective, and this is coming after talking to a lot of people in the real estate space. We believe, at least I've seen, is that the concept of sustainability has been limited to a few people, right? It is because of scale, because of other reasons, but how are you seeing, and you part of one such initiative itself, how do you see digital tools and innovation actually helping us take this beyond just scale-friendly enterprises to even mid-level organizations, which also have a significant impact? And just for our understanding, if India is building 100 buildings, almost 35 to 40% of that is built by the government through different schemes for the low and mid-income housing. About 30% comes from 20 to 30% comes from the large recognized brands, which are actively focusing on sustainability. But the rest, 50% is still being done by individuals and small and mid-sized organizations and contractors. So it will be good to understand how can we move this whole sustainability conversation with the help of digital tools beyond just the top developers and the governments to these larger sects who are actually enabling the built environment in India itself. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very good and relevant question, Abhishek. So from what we heard from Dr. Rao as well as Mr. Kumar is that it's more getting personalized, right? Like these choices we make not just impact our projects or ourselves, but the whole ecosystem around. And Dr. Kumar also, Mr. Kumar also brought up the AQI issue. So I did a project where we just mapped AQI indexes of like roads and construction sites. And a friend of mine from Bombay, and we did this together, and we were at like 200 in Bombay and 100 in Bangalore. And this was like we worked with a team which were from different parts of the world, and they were surprised to see these kind of numbers. So these kind of, construction sites are like going to be more critical going forward from a holistic perspective, and the material choices we make are also going to drive not just the project but also its manufacturing footprint, and all of these will be mapped globally as well from an import and export standpoint. So from a framework standpoint, why we started with the digital tool is we don't clearly have a definition of a green building in India today, right? It's usually driven by a rating system, like, okay, is it IGBC Platinum? Is it a LEED certified? Or our codes, which are, I'm glad that it's evolving, but I think the adoption we know is still slow. So for us, to define a framework, we had to come up with our own way of, which is also like, it is researched and patented and all of it, from a resource consumption standpoint, right? So we map how much energy, water, waste and materials matter for any project, and we kind of give a index or a score for measuring its sustainability. So from a resource consumption standpoint, if we measure, it's going to be very contextual then. For example, for Bangalore, water is investing in probably a water strategy is more critical than investing in an energy management system, right? So we look at this kind of a holistic framework and make it more contextual, more relatable, as well as more tangible to developer. When we look at a developer standpoint is, yeah, there is a clear business case, and there is a financial financial component involved, which is more critical for a developer because they're investing on a certain rupees per square feet on a project, and they want to understand what are they getting in return. So we realized that from our own consulting experience that the only way we can scale this framework is through a digital tool. And our long-term impact is, okay, we now have, say, 1,000 projects. Sriram always envisions this where any project I find on the India map, I should be able to say that this is the sustainability score. And that kind of drives the whole ecosystem from the project teams to the customer who is buying a project there. So to enable this, definitely we need like clear sustainability frameworks and regional indices that define what sustainability is. Because the problem statement is very different in India. It's so diverse, the climate zones, we have 4 climate zones, and all the strategies that have to be incorporated in every climate zone is so different. So I think from that point, we have clearly realized that digital adoption is inevitable. And of course, this can lead to long-term policy impact, right? What kind of incentives can we design for a state depending on the adoption, depending on its contextual relevance and its also financial component that is also purely geographic in nature. So we realized that, yeah, to tie all of this together, environmental impact, financial impact, its life cycle impact, the key component is going to be digital adoption and scaling.
Rightly said, Ranjita, and it is the way it is, right? I mean, India is a very diverse nation in itself. We have different climate zones, different kind of cultures also living together here, and not one framework or an approach can solve for the India problem itself. What works in Leh and Ladakh cannot work down south in Kanyakumari itself, and that's where we've been seeing, or the research that we were doing as well, to see there is a need for a public infrastructure as well, where this data can all be shared onto a common pool of how we are choosing our materials, how are we making our decisions, what is our ESG standards, and all of this collectively then influencing our policy decision making, also our climate financing, both at an organizational level and also at a country level as well. This is a great conversation. It's going deep, but unfortunately we've crossed our time, I suppose. But yeah, we could open it up for the attendees to have their questions, and we can have the panels answered. Yeah. You have a mic?
We are all aware of the very severe air pollution problem in Delhi currently. Are we going to face a similar kind of a situation in Bangalore in the next few years? And if that is so, what needs to be done to prevent this? And question number 2, to usher in a circular economy, what kind of digital innovations have been brought out? Thank you.
Super. There are two questions. I think the first question can be shared between Kumar and Dr. Nanjunda Rao, which is about Bangalore is also heading towards poorer air quality index. But there have been a lot of efforts from the government side as well, probably with all putting up all the air monitoring stations. But where do you see all of this going, and what is your thoughts on this?
Maybe very quickly, I think, yeah, Bangalore is definitely tending into in that direction. There is a serenity prayer. I don't want to take too much of time. What is in your control, and give me the knowledge to differentiate between what you can control and what you cannot control. A lot of things has to be done by the government for sure. I'm sure they are doing. EV is also in that direction. When you go for EV, obviously the automobile pollution comes down. I think so. There's a lot of things which are happening in the right direction, but it is not adequate. I think the efforts have to really increase multifold in terms of the construction activity, in terms of policy changes. A lot of stuff. Maybe we can offline talk.
Yeah, maybe your next question, which was circularity, certainly with reference to the construction material, there is a lot of possibilities of circularity. Now, what cities have to do is, coming to the very important thing is called C&D waste, construction demolition waste. This, every time, if you do not even address the issue of C&D waste, it's just going to landfills. And every time a new construction is being, we are using mined virgin materials. And I think there is a big role to play if the cities adopt through policy and through also other means to first collect, make it a policy that anybody cannot just throw their construction demolition waste. It has to be collected, segregated, and reused. I think the 3 R's are extremely important, and if we do this in a very, very big way, we will be able to bring about circularity from the construction point of view. The other very important thing, which I would, even though it's not what you asked, what happens to the solid waste that we are producing, the wet and the dry waste, and the most important waste that I would like to talk about is the plastics. We have been talking about plastics. This plastic is not just one single thing. Everything cannot be actually done away with. We have polyethylene, polypropylene, then PET boxes, polyurethane and things like that. Each one of them have their own roles to play. Some of them can be recycled, some of them cannot be recycled. Whatever can be recycled, I think there is a big step forward that has been put up by one of my colleagues at the Institute of Science, Dr. Professor Surisarthi Bose. He has been able to produce a 3D printing digital technology in order to produce very useful kind of artifacts, furnitures, everything from recycled plastics. And that is another circularity which I can think of, which every city is facing, and we have to adopt these new technologies to address the issue of not only solid waste as well as circularity. Thank you.
It is very interesting. Just to add to the air quality bit of it, there have been a lot of initiatives that have been done in the past, even at the BBMP, which is now the GBA, which is the Corporation of Bangalore. But something interesting that is happening now is how they're actually trying to create a digital twin of the air quality indexes across different localities. With this data and understanding the local perspective, I think our solution development will actually be a lot more impactful and contextual versus just being something which we are borrowing from some other place. I think we're in the right direction, but it needs to be accelerated a lot more if we don't want to create another unfortunate situation for Bangalore. We've seen what happened with us with the water situation. We somehow mitigated that with the use of, again, tech tools coming in, started reporting all the availability of performing bore wells and water availability and how it could be dispersed across the city itself. I think the efforts are there in the air quality index space as well, and we should see a lot more coming in this in this junction itself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Maria, you were raising your hand before, and I would like to hand over to your questions.
Thank you very much. This has been an amazing panel. I'm taking notes here. And let me illustrate what can be the cooperation between India and the European Union when it comes to the issues you raise. First example is how can we promote well-being by building more sustainable and smart houses, home places? First question. Second question is how to build them. using a circular economy paradigm. And the third question is, what can be the role of AI to help us to deliver these new home places with a circular economy approach? And Abhishek, you raised a very important question, is how can we build up collective intelligence, and what should be the governance model for this collective intelligence to emerge? So I'm sure that we could speak about these for hours, but I'm just coming with these questions to illustrate how fruitful can be the dialogue between India and Europe. We are about to launch a big European plan for houses in Europe. So we need your ideas also. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And yes, India and Europe have always, at least we've experienced the exchange of innovation and the benefits that we've seen in different sectors. And I'm sure it will come into the real estate space as well. We have 4 minutes, so on the housing part, I will want Kumar to double in and see if he has some thoughts to share on how this whole innovation exchange can actually drive not just building sustainable, but also well-being, focusing on well-being as well from a housing perspective.
Okay, I think it has to be a simple and easy stuff, essentially. I think I can just think of what UPI has done to India. It's a very simple, I think there are 16 billion transactions that happen in a month through UPI. I mean, that's the kind of success they have got, which no other country has got, I am sure. So I'm not a very big fan of the energy conservation building code and all that, which is like a 120-page document, and the municipal guys don't even know such a thing exists. So when it comes to housing sector, we need to make something very simple, and there is a lot of resistance to change. I remember because we built a house in my native place where to minimize the heat island effect, I had to put a solar reflective index tile. None of my brothers were supportive of the idea because it costs a little more than the usual roofing, usual tiles. But anyway, so I think there is a lot of, at the municipal level, things have to change at the grassroots level rather than at this level, I would say. Because there is no point in having a code and nobody understanding what is to be done with the code. So things have to be much more simpler, geography specific. If it can be done, I think, I mean, it's a very complex question, housing sector, because there are multi-story buildings as well as independent small houses. So it has to address both the segments. Basically, the municipal bodies have to be trained in order to address, I mean, sustainability, well-being, all those aspects essentially, which is not the case today, and which is not an easy task. It's a very tough task, but I think that should be done, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, I'll probably take a shot at both smart homes and use of technology or maybe even AI. So we recently are part of a project by IFC where we are looking at only self-built homes. In India, 60% of the homes are self-builders, like they build their own homes. And to transition this market, we of course had a marketplace of like green building materials where we used frameworks to measure sustainability. So they are devising a kind of a prescriptive certification system where they say that, okay, if you adopt these 5 to 10 materials, you can, there's a financial incentive from the HFCs, which is the financing companies, where they're offering a 0.5% loan rate or a increased loan tenure. So they're taking a more prescriptive route, and the way to reach to the 60% of the population is like maybe using WhatsApp as a mode of communication, make it more relatable to the language, because we have so many languages in India, as well as using AI to help them in making these decisions. Hey, I have these 5 materials for walls, what should I go with? So we are looking at more of these localized ways of reaching the 60% of the population. So yeah, we are kind of invested in that project where we are looking at building a more democratic marketplace of like green building solutions. I think materials has a big role to play in this conversation.
And just to add to what Ranjita mentioned, I think one of the core areas where there is much work still to be done is in terms of the nomenclature. I think wherein both the countries, India and Europe, can actually come together and set in stone what a nomenclature would be, because humans, by definition, we do not trust what is not consistent. And at the moment, financial systems are consistent. All the nomenclature is set in place. But sustainability systems nomenclature is something which still demands so. And secondly, to add to, again, what Ranjita mentioned, is one of the key aspects of technology intervention, and especially AI, is about the cost-benefit analysis in terms of to going to the level of material selection, or every decision which is made, even from a governance perspective. That is where a sustainable intelligence layer like an AI could actually play a very crucial role in terms of modeling the decisions that have to be taken, and what sort of consequences, what sort of causal loops will it actually trigger going down the line. So these are a couple of the things which it's happening at the moment as we are speaking, and more to come in the coming times.
I know this is, you've actually set us in the right direction. I think this can go on for hours, but I think we should start dwelling on these topics. And this is a great podium for us to all come together. So thank you so much, Maria, for that. And thank you for the interesting questions, and the panelists as well. On this note, I will hand it over back to Jan. And I'm hoping we did justice to the 3.825, somewhere there.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Give a big round of applause here. Please, the panelists come up to front for the photo. And while we're moving up, just some food for thought. For the next 40 years, okay? For the next 40 years, every month, we're going to build a complete New York City. Every month. Just let that sink in for a moment, and mirror that on the solutions which are here on the stage, which make available, possible, and doable these solutions to make it regenerative, more than sustainable. So thank you very much for this fantastic talk. Anurag, thank you. Amuma, thank you. Thank you. Thanks so much. Thanks so much. So please come up for the stage. All right. Thank you very much. Thanks, Abhishek. Fantastic talk, deep insights, deep knowledge. I love it. And sorry for Anurag that I was calling you late. Thank you. Now, it's coffee break. The coffee break is here not to break, but to come together, to join forces, and to make action happen on the ground. In sharp 20 minutes, we're going to meet here back again at 3:30. And we will talk about and dive into one of the most important parts of getting all these things done. It's skilling. Now, have fun together, get action done. In 20 minutes, we continue here. Thank you very much.
Around us today just happened yesterday. Innovations in energy, biology, chemistry, modern physics, transportation, and communications all evolved just a century ago, and it's accelerating. We must all ensure this evolution does not come at the cost of humanity or the planet. But the trends are heading the wrong way. Humankind and Earth face serious threats that require urgent intervention. Digital with Purpose is an ambitious movement exclusive to companies and leaders, committed to accelerating their positive impact and driving sustainable change through digital technology. It is a movement of leaders joining forces in a race to deliver against the Paris Agreement and Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. By giving technology a transformational role that puts the planet and humankind at its core, can we reverse the effects of climate change and positively impact our societies?
The world is facing tremendous challenges. Meanwhile, we have seen those challenges growing. And so there is a need for urgent intervention. But we cannot stay back and talk about the intervention. We need to take action. We have a problem, but to solve the problem, we need leadership. So anyone that is coming here only to speak, please go elsewhere. This is about making a profound change, because it's with change that we can ensure the sustainability of the planet. As we move away from this conference, tomorrow we will start on the implementation agenda, and I'm counting on you, I'm counting on the JESI member companies, I'm counting on the digital repurpose companies to move into that direction.
So many of us are looking at the dual narrative of digitalization, the positive and of course the challenges. But here we want to assure you that there's a way that digitalization can elevate all of us in our pursuit for sustainable economies, for sustainable countries, for sustainable nations. I warmly welcome you to the 3rd edition of Digital with Purpose Global Summit.
The crucial question always has been whether and to what extent we succeed in using technology for a purpose that advances the aspirations of humanity.
We've gathered the most forward-thinking executives and the leaders who are not afraid to disrupt the status quo. Together, we will explore how digital innovation can be the key to unlocking a sustainable future for all.
Increasingly, all of our cities are trying to harness as much as possible the power of digitalization, in particular to boost the efficacy of their infrastructure locally.
As a CEO, my first and foremost worry and priority is to integrate sustainability into our general strategy, lobby with our stakeholders, mostly investors and shareholders, and some of our customers, to explain to them the importance of supporting our ESG and sustainability drive. And you have to work across your company. You have to change the mindset.
Luis is trying very hard to bring the word called purpose to digitalization because it's all over the place. But if we govern it, if we give it a purpose and everybody understands, yes, I can actually design and use it in a sustainable way.
The link between digital and pollution, climate change, biodiversity is very solid. So only on a systemic way we can deal with the issue.
We need to talk more, to share more, and to exchange more about the experiences and the solutions that are already available.
A new sustainable economy is growing. We really need to accelerate it. And like Peter Drucker said, don't predict it, make it happen.
The challenges that we are facing require us to take bold steps. And this is our challenge. Our challenge is about taking action and moving an agenda.
Digital technology only deserves our investment, our time, our attention if it's people-centric, if it serves humankind. It's very important that we talk, that we debate, and that we promote purpose as one of the key topics in our society.
In evolutionary terms, all the technology that surrounds us today just happened yesterday. Innovations in energy, biology, chemistry, modern physics, transportation, and communications all evolved just a century ago, and it's accelerating. We must all ensure this evolution does not come at the cost of humanity or the planet. But the trends are heading the wrong way. Humankind and Earth face serious threats that require urgent intervention. Digital with Purpose is an ambitious movement exclusive to companies and leaders, committed to accelerating their positive impact and driving sustainable change through digital technology. It is a movement of leaders joining forces in a race to deliver against the Paris Agreement and Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. By giving technology a transformational role that puts the planet and humankind at its core, can we reverse the effects of climate change and positively impact our societies?
the world is facing tremendous challenges. Meanwhile, we have seen those challenges growing. And so there is a need for urgent intervention. But we cannot stay back and talk about the intervention. We need to take action. We have a problem, but to solve the problem, we need leadership. So anyone that is coming here only to speak, please go elsewhere. This is about making a profound change, because it's with change that we can ensure the sustainability of the planet. As we move away from this conference, tomorrow we will start on the implementation agenda, and I'm counting on you, I'm counting on the JESI member companies, I'm counting on the digital repurpose companies to move into that direction.
So many of us are looking at the dual narrative of digitalization, the positive and of course the challenges. But here we want to assure you that there's a way that digitalization can elevate all of us in our pursuit for sustainable economies, for sustainable countries, for sustainable nations. I warmly welcome you to the 3rd edition of Digital with Purpose Global Summit.
The crucial question always has been whether and to what extent we succeed in using technology for a purpose that advances the aspirations of humanity.
We've gathered the most forward-thinking executives and the leaders who are not afraid to disrupt the status quo. Together, we will explore how digital innovation can be the key to unlocking a sustainable future for all.
Increasingly, all of our cities are trying to harness as much as possible the power of digitalization, in particular to boost the efficacy of their infrastructure locally.
As a CEO, my first and foremost worry and priority is to integrate sustainability into our general strategy, lobby with our stakeholders, mostly investors and shareholders, and some of our customers, to explain to them the importance of supporting our ESG and sustainability drive. And you have to work across your company. You have to change the mindset.
Luis is trying very hard to bring the word called purpose to digitalization because it's all over the place. But if we govern it, if we give it a purpose and everybody understands, yes, I can actually design and use it in a sustainable way.
The link between digital and pollution, climate change, biodiversity is very solid. So only on a systemic way we can deal with the issue.
We need to talk more, to share more, and to exchange more about the experiences and the solutions that are already available.
A new sustainable economy is growing. We really need to accelerate it. And like Peter Drucker said, don't predict it, make it happen.
The challenges that we are facing require us to take bold steps. And this is our challenge. Our challenge is about taking action and moving an agenda.
Digital technology only deserves our investment, our time, our attention if it's people-centric, if it serves humankind. It's very important that we talk, that we debate, and that we promote purpose as one of the key topics in our society.
All right, guess what? Guess what? It's time to move on. Radio, Ladies and gentlemen, please come back to your seats. Bring your coffee, bring your imagination, bring your concentration, your energy. Please come back onto your chairs, because we're going to hit now into the next and last panel. And it's going to be a fantastic one, because I have the honor to have some very beautiful, deep insight thinking people to be with me on the panel. So please come in. Please bring your coffee, get the energy into the room and the concentration. Take your seat. Fasten your seatbelts. Stop smoking. There, the plane is taking off. Okay, now give a big round of applause for the waiting speakers. I want to hear more on this applause side. Over there, no one is clapping. Can I get some more energy from the corner right there? Yeah, that looks good. Now, okay, we continue here. Do we get some more here? Akhil? Yeah, that's the one. All right. Now, thank you very much. We continue now with the Jesse Forum, Digital with Purpose, and that's what we're all about. We've been talking about one word a lot during this panel, which was during this day. What was it? AI, exactly. And we're going to talk about skilling in AI and the future workforce, what is requested for us, what do we have to deliver, and what is our way to do it. And for this one, I would love to call on stage now my co-panelist, Niti Sharma from Team Lee's Digital. Please give her a big hand of applause. And Niti, if you just could take a seat here, it makes it sort of easy to have the names and the picture. So it's a matchmaking, a cluster expectation. All right, next one will be Akhtar Chain from Wealth Tech, CTO, Broadbridge. Give her a hand. And next, I'm going to call my good friend Vijay. Where's Vijay? Vijay is coming on stage, right? Last time he had 400,000 employees behind him. It's going to be interesting how many he will have now. Vijay, thank you very much for having you. And I would love to call on stage Kenneth Lean, CEO, co-founder of Cognitive Prism. Not cognizant, but Cognitive Prism. Thank you very much for having you on stage. Right. All right. So we do have a unique situation. We do have a unique situation because our topic covers all the three questions: the why, the how, and the what. You know, we all frame that now. We learned that in all our incubators and all our trainings. You should always start with the why, then you go to the how, and then you go to the what, and then you ask, what's the price? No, hang on. No, so exactly that's what we're going to do. We're going to ask ourselves, in this situation, AI. AI is the why. Because, yeah, well, the world is changing in each and every field, and AI will impact it on each and every field. Each and every person, each and every business, each and every social services, each and every caretaker, you name it, it's everywhere. So we really have to rethink how we do approach the skilling part. And where is it better to discuss exactly that point than in Bangalore? Because we're surrounded of technology, we're surrounded by people, we're surrounded by challenges, so better think here. How, that's the next question, how can we do the training with and the skilling with AI? And in future, every step from, flipped classroom concepts, we were dreaming in academia for a long time, to, to have the free pre-learning on-site, and then you get the skilled knowledge into the classroom. How can we do that? We couldn't do that, we couldn't deliver it. Suddenly, we've got AI agents who can help me with my pre-learning for the flipped classroom. And of course, the what. So what, I was just sort of saying a word. So what would be the role of a human in this whole AI world? Vijay, we were just talking about the AI agentic social media. Just think of this one, you know. There's a social media platform for AI agents. They're exchanging with each other. They're building working groups. They have, last 2 days back, they had a sign on it, do not enter as a human. So this is happening. Now, what the hell are we doing as humans in this world? And how do we make the people prepared to use it in an ethical way, to have sort of a helpful hand, or maybe 20 hands, with me to deliver my job? And therefore, I'm really, really happy to have that panel here, together with you all experts from different fields. And first of all, I would like to have a quick round, not going into details, a quick round, what each and everybody does at the moment. So Niti, I would like to start with you from Team Lees, obviously, that's already something in it. The team is there. So Niti, could you just give us a quick, what you do?
Thanks, Jan, and good evening, everyone. So Team Lees is a staffing company. We started as a pure play contract staffing company about 25 years ago. We are one of the largest staffing companies in India today. We payroll a little around 400,000 people on a monthly basis, but we would have given jobs to about 20 million kids over the last 2 decades.
Can you just repeat that once for our European friends, just to get the numbers straight?
Yeah, 20 million kids have been given jobs in the last 2 decades, and we today have about 400,000 people on our payroll.
Okay, this is important. I'm sorry, you know, me being a European and living in the States as well, but again, getting to understand the sheer numbers.
The scale in India is at a different level, that's right.
So, speed and scale you learn in India.
Yes.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. So I continue with you, Akta.
Sure. Thanks, Jan. My name is Ekta Jain. I basically manage the wealth engineering teams at Broadridge. It's a fintech GCC. We are about 5,000 people again, and a lot of back-end engine for teams like companies like JP Morgan or Wells Fargo or all the fintechs that you see. A lot of back-end engine is basically our machinery. So that's what we do at Broadridge. Thank you.
Wow. Okay. Thank you very much. Vijay, continue. Tell me the number now of your employees.
I don't have a lot of employees. I run an AI services company. We basically help very large enterprises build agentic workflows. So we take a process workflow, embed AI into them, build an agentic ecosystem, and drive it to scale. So that's what I do. I deploy agents.
Thank you, Vijay.
Yeah, we are a very young company. We'll be completing a year in about 19 days from now. Cognitive Prism was formed as a first behavioral science organization in research. We are trying to solve the problem of measuring mind and behavior of people. So we are starting with academia and sports. We did a survey about 2 years back, and we found out 75% of our kids are not self-aware. And that is the problem that we are trying to solve.
Wow. How many? 75%?
Of our kids are not self-aware.
75% of our kids are not self-aware. That makes my heart bleed. I'm a father. Who's got kids? Just give me a second. Yeah. So we can count now, you know, and we're going to end up, you know, whoa. Yeah, that's a challenge we have to solve. Yes. So thank you very much for this quick round of introduction, and it's still hard to get these numbers straight. My grandchild, Johnny, it's his birthday. He just turned 10 today.
Oh, wow. Congratulations.
So that's...
There are 23.5 crore children, students in India.
Yeah.
Okay, now. Okay, this is, as I said before, if you can solve it in India, you can solve it everywhere. Okay, still trying to get myself in. So, Niti, as we said, we're talking about a lot about AI and what's happening. We have experts on agentic AI here on the table, and your topic is, of course, team leads, teams. I did a lot of team development projects, getting the right people together. Now you just do the right prompt, and then you've got the right characters in the team, hopefully. So what is sort of your perspective when you look at your business and your future outlook? How will this whole AI story impact your work? How is it in the relation to your customers, and how is it into the relation of the internal work?
Yeah, sure. So let me first come to how it's going to impact us, right? When we are hiring, and we're hiring close to 20,000 people on a monthly basis. Wow. To hire 20,000 people, we have to screen maybe 100,000 people, because that's the efficacy of searching, engaging, assessing, and finally giving an offer, and then there's onboarding and joining, right? So through the process, we do see a lot of pilferage happening. And why does that happen? It's purely because I'm seeing a profile, I'm seeing a CV, a resume, and I'm seeing a job description, and I'm matching it through my lens, my eyes. Right. When I'm using AI, and that's already happening with us, the efficacy of searching and matching improves dramatically, which means instead of 100,000 people, can I just screen a 60,000 or a 50,000 people? Wow. To hire the 20,000, because the others are human led. I have notice periods, I can't join today, I may probably join 3 months from now. Or, I got a better offer, so I'm not going to join you, I'm going to go somewhere else. So that's something AI, at least hopefully so far, Vijay, this is to you, hopefully agents are not able to solve that yet. But at least the searching, screening, assessments, profiling, all the regular work is being done by AI.
Okay, right.
Which would improve my efficiency, my productivity, but also improve my output that I'm giving to my end customer. Wow. Right? Okay. Without heartburns, without having to run behind people, without having to bring in SMEs for all subjects that I'm hiring for. So that's how it's going to impact me. If I don't use AI today, I'm going to be a laggard in the industry. Yeah, right. I will be way behind, and my cost of hiring will go up, while my competitors' cost of hiring will come down. So yes, so I don't have a choice but to make AI and agentic AI part of my current workflows.
And how does it feel?
I think it's quite interesting. It started
interesting, okay.
It's quite interesting, because when we left it to our recruiters, each one of them were dabbling on their own thing, right? Till we created a policy and we put in work tools in the workflow. Right from deep tech to GPT, everything was used, right? Which also meant that my data was going out in the open source. So we said, okay, fine, let's just bring it together and create our own tools and ensure that, recruiters have the ability, and and it's governed in a better manner. But I think it's interesting, because AI, and specifically AI agents, every day there's something new happening. Right? So there's so much to learn, there's so much to design, there's so much to just explore. I think all of us, at least our kind of organizations, are at that stage, that what more can I do with AI? It's not just be productivity and efficiency, but it's going to be something very different in the future.
Okay, so let's park this one for a moment for the curriculum. Yeah. We will ask about, what is the skilling part. Yeah. And the curiosity, I feel, with you, the exploration spirit which is behind that, that's something which is there for our curriculum. So continue.
Yeah, so that's with us. From an employment standpoint, and we've seen this with the past 8 to 12 months, is that the skill set requirement for an organization is changing. Akta hires engineers, STEM graduates, and beyond. I'm sure she's also realizing that I don't need someone who just does software coding.
Yeah. All right.
And the point of, do I...
Next for the curriculum.
Yeah. Do I know how to write a prompt vis-a-vis do I know how to write a code? Are two questions on the table. Right. And more often than not, CTOs like her are taking up prompts over coding. Okay. Because that is giving them better outcome and results. So from an employer standpoint, that's changing completely. But I also see that, we keep hearing AI is taking away jobs. And maybe in the short run, it'll probably replace jobs, not take away. But it's also redefining roles. So in the software industry, L1 is an entry-level job. In my view, in a couple of quarters' time, L3 will be the new L1, which means we will need more skilled workforce to enter the labor market, and not just somebody who's fresh out of college and knows nothing, and then how do I deploy them?
Okay, so someone has to take notes now for our curriculum. Because at the end of
We'll
this
remember
session,
that.
we will have a curriculum for academia. Hopefully someone is, putting it down on ChatGPT at the same time and putting a curriculum out of it.
Jose is doing that.
Jose is doing that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much
I
for
can
this.
see him
So
typing.
we've got already three major important points. Okay, right.
So that's the employer or the industry view. The third is the stakeholder, which is the most important in this ecosystem, which is the student or the job seeker.
Okay.
Life is changing massively for them.
Right.
It was A tech stack today, tomorrow it is, yesterday was A, today it's A plus B plus C plus D, and it's going to keep changing. So you have to keep evolving yourself on the go, which is why in India in the last few months, we've seen a lot of middle order people losing employment. That's because either they have not been agile enough, they have not upskilled themselves, or they were not prepared for this change. So a lot of that is happening right now in India.
All right, thank you for this picture, and I see and feel it. So let's continue, Akhtar. So from an enterprise technology perspective, how is changing in your specific way the skills profile for engineering and technology teams? So what is specific happening there?
Right. So again, I'll break this down into like two things right now, right? So the first thing is even before we get to AI.
Maybe you take your mic a bit.
Yeah, even before we get to AI, a lot of error right now is with the data itself, right? So what we need, what is the need of the hour today is to build a lot of, data resiliency, data monitoring, making sure the data is right. If you get garbage data, it's garbage in, garbage out, right? So just to give you a small example, I was trying to set up data operations for one of my teams and was just reviewing the data that a L1, L2 guy would enter. And because they are so much into closing the tickets faster, there is a drop-down called RCA. The first option there is requirement analysis gap. About 80% of tickets were closed with that RCA. So if you take that kind of data and you run AI on top of it, all you'll get is your skewed data and you won't be able to fix anything. So definitely a lot of investment in terms of data bias. I'll just go back to Neeti's example potentially. I know Amazon did this a lot of investment on HR screening profiles and then stack ranking them, right? And then it just turned out about a month into that AI model that the diversity resumes per se were mostly towards the bottom, right? So that's what I mean by bias, because you have large, you have all the data, you have LLMs, but unless you get rid of the noise or curate the data, the kind of results that you would get is something that the model is already trained on, right? So very, very essential to get rid of that kind of noise, right, first thing. Again, from an observability perspective, if you could have 10,000 systems, data flowing into the warehouse, so you definitely need to invest in those London subway kind of maps, which exactly shows you the metro train has stopped here, the data has flown from here to here, right? So you need that kind of an ecosystem to back up AI first, right? So I think that is the first part of AI that I think a lot of us are investing in right now, but is lacking totally, right? So we need to really start investing in, and this is a productivity matrix more from a production perspective. So keep removing biases. It's not a one-time investment. You need to have AI agents that will look very production-like, that will keep removing these biases, that will keep investing into making data better, curate it, right? Turn it more into like production KPIs. So that's the first thing, right? The second part of this, right, in terms of what people should learn from an AI perspective, right, definitely train themselves in AI, forward-looking, understand the data fluids, right, get the data ecosystem right, understand prompt engineering. These are definitely the non-negotiable skills for the future. But also who I would like to hire personally, right, is somebody who can marry all of this together. Somebody who's building an ecosystem, who understands that when to roll back, right? When to stop, have designed for escalation paths, designed for guardrails that would put human in loop in the entire ecosystem, right? So somebody who's able to marry the data and the AI and build an ecosystem pretty much like how God made, right? When he put a man on planet, he said, go live there for 80, 90 years, put self-healing, put sustainability, put all of that. I would like to hire people who are thinkers, who can marry the two together, who can make sure that all the ethics in AI are wired well, all the vulnerabilities, all the data governance. Like I was talking about this whole bias example earlier, right, with respect to Amazon. I don't think the data was wrong. The data was right. Like it was 10 years of Amazon data that was trained on. The AI was right. But I think what went wrong there is the data governance. So we need to involve and invest in things like, things like make the data robust. Then, the AI kind of generates output that meets our need, and we need clever people. We really need those smart people to what Neeti was referring to earlier, who can marry the two, who can understand this will not work, I should be catching errors here, these are the vulnerabilities. Continuously invest in those loops of weeding them out and making the whole ecosystem very sustainable. So that's the kind of people I would hire.
All right.
Thank you.
That sounds like a challenging surrounding.
She wants magic to happen.
Yeah, magic to happen. So for a long time, I'm from Grundig Academy Group, and we've got this providing transformative education hub and being a launchpad for disruptive solutions. So that's our claim. And so in the past, we were looking for this T-shape and the I-shapes.
Absolutely.
So, and when I now think of this T-shape and I-shape story, what would you look for?
Yeah, I think it's absolutely T-shaped right now, right? So as much as you get to know the technicalities of engineering, AI, you get your game right, you go and do all your certificates and all of that, but until you're able to spread your knowledge wide, to keep yourself alert, to understand how, when, where to apply, right? It's a continuous loop, definitely. Like you need to understand more, you need to diverse your knowledge in terms of understanding the ecosystem, how to apply what, where, right? And most of the companies have invested in those kind of models today that, people don't just get to know the engineering side of it, people also learn the ecosystem. Like in fintech, especially from a GCC perspective, we heavily invest in making sure people understand the data structures, what kind of canonical models we build, right? Because we are very, very, fintech has this arrogance of being very, knowledge heavy, right? So we definitely invest in the T model to make sure people understand what they're talking about, how do we build our canonical models, what marries what, so that the output is correct from an agentic AI perspective. So definitely like the T model.
All right,
yeah,
interesting. Yeah. So maybe, Vijay, it's a hypothesis at the moment. So is there a difference in the yearly appraisal discussion with your employees? So an agentic AI appraisal yearly talk of a manager having an agent sitting in front of me and having on the other side a T-shaped person on the other side. So, I just want to learn. Would it be more a T-shaped discussion I would run with an agentic AI colleague, or would I have an I-shaped discussion?
My only worry would be is if you are doing the appraisal or an agent is doing the appraisal. I think the world that we're going into a multi-agent orchestration, you're going to have supervisory agents who will actually manage the other agents. So it's going to be, and if you know, when you read about agentic AI, the AI agents are actually provided with reinforced learning.
Right.
So they actually are given rewards for every right decision they make. Right. That happens in ChatGPT. It asks you, did you like this answer? And you're actually rewarding the ecosystem.
Sorry, I was just jumping in and having this picture of it, seeing the T-shape and the I-shape, and I was thinking, okay, how do I do the prompting now? But coming back to the original question, so Vijay, give us a bit of an insight how an agentic workforce looks like. What is the typical ways you interact with it? And then maybe coming back to the T-shape and I-shape question.
Before I jump into that, let me maybe just give you a very interesting example that I heard recently. Have all of you heard about driverless cars, autonomous cars? All of you have heard, right? What's the expectation from autonomous cars? Lesser accidents, more structured driving. Why? Because human error in driving is pretty high, right? So let me ask you a question. What's the first job? Let's assume that the world moves towards driverless cars. what's the first job that will go?
The first job?
That
will
disappear.
go.
The driver. The driver, right? Everyone agrees that the driver loses the job first. What's the second job that goes?
The car insurer?
The car insurance. You don't need to insure cars at all. That is my third job actually, but anyway,
Okay,
since you brought it up. So you don't need to insure cars, we're not going to have too many accidents. The second job that's going to go is the job of mechanics. You're not going to have too many cars getting impaired, so you don't need a lot of service stations. You don't need to have mechanics. And what happens when you don't need service stations? You don't need replacement of parts. So when you don't need replacements of parts, who goes next? So what I'm trying to say is when a tectonic shift happens, and it's happened before in our past as well, right? There will be a shift of jobs that happen from one place to another. And what we are seeing in AI right now with agentic is fundamentally a tectonic shift that's happening in the workspace as such. Right. Now, coming to your question, every single workflow today in an enterprise is defined by a process structure. It's a flowchart, right? And there are rule engines that happen because of that flowchart. And the difference that never was there before is today that the agent can actually pursue that flowchart with the inclusion of decision metrics. Right. So if you teach the agent that this is the right path to go, it understands it. So let me give you a very simple example. Let's say that a company is procuring steel from a vendor. Now let's say the vendor's ERP system says STL is the code for steel. And let's say the company that's buying the steel, the vendor code is STEEL. Now, in a normal scenario, when they send an invoice for STL, the system rejects it because it doesn't understand STL. But in an agent scenario, the first time you teach it that STL equates to steel, that process continues ever since. So then that removes, and I'll give a very simple example. If I take the talent example, today if I take a company like TeamLease or if I take a company like Quest, India has around 5 million technology professionals, right? The database that both of them, companies like TeamLease sit on, internal database, is approximately around 2.5 million CVs. Because they've been doing this day in and day out. But what happens is that if I get a CV 1 year ago, and that CV is an old CV, the recruiter doesn't want to look at the old CV. So they go back and pay a LinkedIn or a Naukri and get a new CV, right? But your CV, you got 2 million CVs with you. So today an agent can actually look at all the 2.5 million CVs, go back into the internet, search on LinkedIn, GitHub, Kaggle, all these free platforms, and update your internal database to the latest CV. So what it does to your internal database of profiles, it moves it up being active. So which makes your database a lot more relevant. So let's say, for example, if one of the CVs that you had has learned data science, now the CV has been upgraded. So when you start looking for a new data science profile, you don't need to go out. He's right here, right? Because what EdTech has done in COVID has made self-learning a real thing. So people are today going out and learning. And that needs to get updated within the system. I'm giving again very small examples of what agent. What we have done, for example, in insurance, is we have replaced around 300, 400 resources managing claims and automating it with an agent. So what would take a 6 to 7 day process to get a claim back, today can be done in less than 20 minutes. In her world, KYC, easiest, lowest run.
Just this one, KYC is know your customer.
Know your customer. A documentation to open a bank account or documentation to check for a loan. Today, almost every government in the world today is digitized enough to provide you with necessary resources. So a KYC agent can do the job in less than 2 minutes. So I'll give you a live case that we're doing it in Middle East. So when a mid-sized company applies for a corporate loan, the old Middle East bank would say, come to the branch, submit these documents, we will do a credit rating, we'll do an analysis, and then we'll decide to give you a loan. This was a 2-week process. What we built for them is they have a scorecard. So they know who they can give a loan to and who they cannot. All they need to do is upload the documents. The agent verifies the documents, cross-references it with the government documents, cross-references with the rating agency, and within a few minutes, you've got a loan or not. Right? So it basically improves efficiency. But yeah, there was a bunch of KYC guys who possibly lost their job. right?
Right.
But that's getting replaced with newer jobs as well. So I think what agentic AI would do is to repurpose the way we work and make sure that it's not just about efficiency, but it's about creating the experience of getting a job done better.
Okay, another one for our curriculum, right? Very sure for this one. Just before I come to you, Kenneth, because you're getting the human back into the loop, I just wanted to connect as well, making the bridge to Europe for this moment. And in Europe, we've got this discussion of the digital wallet. And the digital wallet, and for you, it's like a no-brainer. You know, in India, it's like a mental model already. You know, mental models are sorting out what I have to look for and what not. And obviously, with the mental model of having the India stack behind us, the Aadhaar and everything what happened behind, we've got a certain set of thinking to detect patterns and to map it. So while you were talking about, of course, KYC is a very obvious one because it's part of the mental model of, and then you start to think of how can I digitalize that? So I already know the KYC you need, it's already digital, how do I, and then you rethink it on an AI level, which makes it, you know, you're leapfrogging the story on this one. Now, jumping to the digital wallet, and this is a question for all of us and all of us in the audience to think is, okay, now we've got all this knowledge of the CVs we're having. We did all these trainings all along the way and did some trainings and certificates and whatever. They are all now coming into this digital wallet with all my credentials. And suddenly I have my digital twin with me and representing here's my wallet and that's me. So just a quick one, yes or no. Is that a preferable future for you, Vijay?
So you must look up this company called Viven, V-I-V-E-N. They are creating digital twins. So if you are going on a 3-month leave, they will create a digital twin for you to do your non-critical tasks for you when you're on leave. So it's a reality. Now, efficiency, we'll see.
All right, just another one. Check out, be curious what kind of companies are out there doing crazy things. This is one to look for. So we have to provide experiences for our students to understand what's happening in this world. Kenneth, when you listen to all this, and you're having the human in the center, the person in the center, and we heard about, and I still can't really get over it, of this not being able to be self-aware. What is your perspective on it? What would you provide and enhance in education and skilling to be still, or to come to yourself at least?
Thank God I'm talking about human beings. Yeah, so you should understand the context, right? The last big crisis that we had, other than COVID, which is a black swan, was in 2001, when we had the 9/11 and then we had the dot-com burst at the same time. We have a crisis now. We have a disruption right now. And that's for real, right? And it is magnified because the world is connected, right? And in this context, there are two entities, important entities, the organization and the person. Mm-hmm. Where does the man stand in this context? A human being is a survivor. History tells that, and history will keep repeating on that. We will survive whatever comes our way. We will find our way. And that's how we are made up, right? With technology, without technology. In the 1980s, I read that when calculators came out, professors went on strike in many developed countries, thinking that it will stop critical thinking.
Yes.
Yeah. We have come a long way from that. The Gen Z are adapters. Okay? They might not be having the resilience and the grit that our generation had. Okay? So they will quickly adapt. So these disruptions will be in short cycle from now on, very constantly. Every 3 years, you might have disruptions coming in. So the human beings need to adapt to that. The organizations which are not willing to try and fail and recover fast will not survive.
Right.
You need to take that risk.
Right.
For human beings, resilience, self-awareness is very important.
Right.
The other part that we see is a new set of influencers will emerge, right? In 2001, it was GEs and IBMs that we talked about. Then came the Facebooks and the Googles and took over. You will find a new set of influencers coming in. Will our networks that we have created all these years be relevant? Huh? Can we story tell to the new networks better? No? Storytelling, ability to overcome difficulties over and over again. One word that is coming out of our research lab consistently is the word grit.
The what?
Word grit.
Right.
Grit is the key to survive this period. So I think so that's for organizations and individuals. And from the long back in 2014, I was on a round table, and very jokingly the moderator asked what could be a costly product of 2030. I joked saying might be a hug. I think so it might be real now. So I think so grit is the key thing, and what behaviors surround that might be something that we all need to adapt into.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for this insight. Yeah. Makes totally sense. And when you live in a brittle world, where things you think are certain.
We talked about VUCA a few years back. This is real.
Yeah, yeah. So the resilient, everybody was talking about resilience. All the health books, you were training mental health or whatever, blah, 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 blah. And it was a lot of, talks and hardly any action. So how do you do it? How do you do? How do you train? How do you give it? How do you?
I think India has a bigger challenge than the other world, because our education system is, till recently or still rewarding recall, right? Marks. We send a child to school to come first. So we never developed the skill of critical thinking.
All right. Okay.
If you look at your ChatGPT, is critical thinking applied. What you're talking about prompts is nothing but critical thinking applied. If we equipped our kids 10 years back on critical thinking, we would have ruled the world at this point of time with the people we had and the ability to adapt technology quickly. India adapts technology very, very quickly, right? You can pay with a UPI anywhere. No? Any street vendor is taking it. You don't find it elsewhere in the world, right? The same way, India needs to simply abolish its education system totally. No?
Wow. Okay. Can we have this sentence once here that everybody listens to this one? The India education system has to be abolished?
We should stop degrees and we should start credits. We should not have 3-year courses. Our kids can pick up things faster. We are dragged for 3 years and we work on outdated theories. It has to be abolished.
Okay, talking about disruption. Any from academia here in the room? Okay, now when we think about the curriculum we are building here, so we really have to, that's your opinion, we really have to rethink the whole fundamentals, what we are building on top of it. So there's a huge new space to be discovered. There's a whole new continents are opening up. So let us play on this one a bit. So what, in this continent of this future skilling, what kind of learner cities, learner landscape would you like to see?
Continuous learning.
Continuous learning.
Yeah, lifelong learning, because we can't afford to. Like I said, grit, resilience, I would say agility is another word that we have to keep in mind, because if we are not upgrading ourselves and being relevant to today's ask, we are not going to be around. We're going to get obsolete much faster than what we've seen previously. Also, and because of that, and just to your point on abolishing the education system, the new education policy actually does that. It defines it. It's not executed yet in the country in totality, right? So let me just. So one is that. Second, what we've seen, Jan, is now as we speak in India, the number of employed learners is far more than the number of conventional learners, first-time learners.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Right?
whoa. I just jump in on this one.
Yeah, yeah.
In Germany, it's 50%. It's in Europe, as an average number, it's 58%.
Mm-hmm.
And you're saying
It's much more.
it's much more.
Much more now. It was not the case till 5 years ago. And it's only because every employee is realizing that if I don't learn, if I don't continue learning, I'm going to be left behind. And I will not have a job.
Okay, so for our landscape in the future, this continent,
Yeah.
we will have a river of lifelong learning.
Yes.
Like a huge going on a pace which I can swim in
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
float along.
Yeah.
And the second one is you have to, what was the second one?
The new education policy, the credit
new
system that he's talking about.
So what we need is sort of banks, on the river banks. We
Yeah.
need some new plants there, new trees there, maybe a rock to make sure that the river is
learning.
flowing along for
Yeah,
the lifelong learning. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's continue on this landscape.
Let
on
me
this-
respond
you jump
on
in.
the NEP. Yeah. The title says NEP 2020, 5 years up.
That's what I'm saying. It's not executed, it's defined in the policy. You're right, yeah.
So it's there. The rock is standing there, but it's not using it. Okay, that's one way to do it. Okay, right. Continue
Yeah,
on this
again,
one.
I
Making
would-
this landscape.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll add some corporate perspective here because that's what is close to heart. That's where I come from. So again, from an engineering corporate perspective, gone are those days where you would put like a bunch of 100 people into a training and say, do 80 hours of training and you're good, right? It's all done. So I think, again, when we move to AI or prompt engineering, what we are also moving towards is more of continuous learning, right? So we evaluated the Grow model that Google does, or Amazon has a good model which is called Be Right, Be Curious, something like that, where they give them real life problems and you learn them backwards, right?
Mm.
So we do the same at Broadridge. We have a program called Tech Elevate, and it's more of gamification, if you like, right? So you have clinics once in 15 days where the expert panels can guide a bunch of people, and all of these problems that we've given them are all real India leadership problems that are to go and solve for. So you go and solve, you get certain points, the expert, as they resolve things for you, they get some badge credits. It's a whole ecosystem that we've developed around continuous learning so that people get this, in quantums, they get this high of having achieved something one after the other, but it's not as though it's ending now, right? So you keep them going, you keep getting that satisfaction of, being in a game, learning from one another. We've built total communities where people can go on Yammer, talk about stuff, learn from each other. How do I resolve for this? Exchange ideas. But I think to what Niti also said, this has to be like a continuous learning process. Definitely when you put a bunch of 8 people or 80 people in a room, or even worse, when you give them offline training material, you don't know when they've put that on the laptop whether they're even looking at it or not, right? And you go check box and you say 80 hours of training done, right? So the rather than benchmarking people against how many hours of training, now I think the whole shift is, hey, how many hours saved, right? What is the dollar value saved? How do you get that ROI? So that's the whole shift from a learning perspective to matching it to like real tangible output. So that's where we are heading from a corporate perspective.
Right. So we're adding to our continent of this new learning a huge adventure playground where you have all these tasks and you solve it.
Absolutely.
And you solve it with your team together, or yourself are opening up
ways.
doors.
Both ways, yeah.
Okay, so interesting. And it's a safe playground?
It's a safe playground. You can actually do things on UAT. You have the clouds available. You can try your hands dirty. You can do whatever. It's a safe environment where you have all the harness, right? You have all the experts to guide you. So it's a playground where you learn, you fail, you pick up from where you are. Nobody's judging you because you don't have to hit a certain report card, right? So you're still learning, yeah.
Right. Okay, now. Sorry, Vijay, if I'm too narrowing down all the time when we are talking on agentic because I'm so curious what's happening there. So we were talking about now what the human has to learn and how to react and having this lifelong learning river, having this playground for experiences, learning and getting real reactions, simulations and all this. And I'm wondering, how do you train agents?
So I'll just add a point to the earlier question and then I'll jump into how to train agents.
Right.
Because that's easy. So I think my theory, and I say this a lot, some of you may have heard it, the art of knowing is no more there.
That's true.
There is nobody who can say, I know something and I'll be impressed because ChatGPT can teach you anything. But learning to learn, that's the skill. To know how to do something and how to do it right, that becomes a key skill, and that comes back to both the points that we're trying to say, is how do you apply the learning and get things done. And today what AI has done is it has kind of blurred the bridge between technology and business. So I don't know, have any of you used a platform called Lovable or NA10? So see, so if you have used Lovable or NA10, you will know that each of you in this room can create your own agent. Right. It's that easy. In 10 minutes, you will have your own personal agent. Right. It's that easy to build. So the lines between technology and businesses have really blurred, which means that business today can explain tech decently well, and the tech can understand business also very well, which allows a lot of learning, cross-learning, and that's how you're seeing a lot more startups today, because your ability to solve a problem has become easier, right? Now coming to your question on how do you train agents. See, fundamentally, Ekta said it very true, that you fundamentally train them with data. You show them behaviors through data. Think of it like a child, right? You treat a child, you teach the child values, you teach the child a certain behavioral pattern based on what the parents think is right. It may not be right, but because they have seen and learned, they think a certain pattern has to flow, or it is guided by certain law that you follow, that you cannot cross the speed limit of above 80. Why? Because that's the law, and therefore that derives the behavior. It's the same with an agent. So when you create the agent, you create it with the data sets that are there before it, and you train the agent on what behavior it should show. In the new world, you also set goals for the agent, which is why today there's a lot of talk about agents maybe controlling the world, because you can set goals to the agent. And like, I'll give a very similar case study of what she was saying earlier about biases. So we had an agent, an interview agent, that was deployed to a customer, to the very big GCC. And the hiring manager did not have a bias, but the last 3 hires he did were from IIT Chennai. Okay?
Right.
And the agent was learning. And the agent was, without any thought of bias, just assumed that the next 10 CVs it got, it put the IIT Chennai CVs on top. Now, it's not a bias. And it neither is a preference. It was just coincidence that the last 3 was IIT Chennai. At least that's what I'm told. But that was seen to be made as a training ground, and that's how the agent learned. So I think, like she said, the quantum of data, the quality of the data, and the expected behavior or outcome that you expect, that's what trains the agents. And that's why some agents work. I use this example a lot. The AI fundamentally tries to understand what is the most important word in a sentence and arrives at a context. Right. So if I say a sentence, the dog ate the biscuit and it became fat. Yeah. Now, many would say the dog is the important word, fat is the important word, but the real important word in that sentence is the word it, because it connects the dog ate biscuit fat. If I say the same sentence, the dog ate the biscuit and it was delicious, now the meaning changes. Yeah. So AI's ability to understand context and understand the outcome, and therefore it can make mistakes like humans. If it does not understand the context right, it can make hallucinations. And so That's how you train.
Thank you, Vijay. So I'm one, Kenneth, we had the kids story, and we had what is happening all around us. Now I'm jumping to the CEOs of this world. I'm jumping to the decision makers, which we think they might be the ones who decide. We don't know. Hopefully they do. And in your experience, what would be the things you would give these decision makers on their hands from your perspective of dealing with all this?
See, culture still eats strategy for breakfast, right? So,
luckily we have now beyond breakfast.
So a CEO's biggest challenge will be to get everything together working. And see, decision-making process and technology goes hand in hand. Because relevant data is required for decision, great. How is a decision applied is where the human comes out, whether it's for the customer side or internal to the organization. And that is a challenge that CEOs will be grappling with. There are almost 2 generations in the same company, with the Gen Z more than the previous generation, right? And that is a challenge most of the organizations are facing, how to manage the Gen Z. From my experience, the Gen Z is a 5-hour working person, not an 8-hour slogger.
Right.
Because they want to experience things beyond that. Okay? If you can get this right, I think so you will get great value out of them. And organizations will look different and think different.
Thanks for this perspective. Now, I would like now to, look into the audience and get some, we had some fun here. There are some questions here in the round, so can we get a mic over here to our colleague? Maybe introduce then yourself with your name, and I'm really pleased that Chandran was mentioning that. So please introduce yourself first, where you are, what you are, who you are, and please then give real questions, not statements. That helps us in the conversation. So one mic is running. Oh,
hi.
Passed, missed. Okay,
Sorry.
you will be second then. Sorry,
Can I ask
sir.
question?
Yeah.
Okay. My name is Vinay Shinde. I'm a social entrepreneur. It's not a question. It's basically an agreeing with your panel member, giving a perspective about how important education system need to be changed. Being I'm a social entrepreneur, our foundation is focusing on a lot of things about the beyond education. And India has a country of youth population, which is accounting around 35 crore out of 1.4 billion, out of which 1 crore graduates we produce in India, right? And how many of them are ready for employment? This is as per the statistic data, it is 50%. Okay, the remaining 50 lakhs, they are not job ready. I'm not talking about the remaining 34 crores youth of this country. So I really fully agree with, I think Kenneth is mentioning about how we need to, bring the reforms in the education system. Though the state government and central government has a lot of skilling departments, they're all working rigorously, bringing change for the employment. But still, I agree with Kenneth, and it's not a question. I think it's a fantastic perspective. That's something which every leaders need to think about, how that, the education system need to be reformed so that India can be a potential country in the future. Yeah, thank you so much. I'll pass it down to him.
All right, thank you. Mike is there now.
I'm Girish from Presidency University. 2 questions. First question is for Vijay. Vijay, that there is a agentic AI, Vivian, which does non-critical tasks when somebody moves out on a leave in an organization. Question is, will it come to home? What will happen if husband moves out?
So one of the biggest investment scenarios in the world today is in the space of physical AI. Physical AI is nothing but robotics embedded with AI, right? Yeah. So I'm sure you must have seen these vacuum cleaners on their own. They go and they clean the house, right? at a core level, they are nothing but an element of AI being embedded into the vacuum cleaner, right? So as technology progresses, sir, what will happen is a lot more physical AI will be more real. So if you look at a lot of the manufacturing enterprises in China today, a large part of the automation is done through robotic hands and robotic manufacturing equipment. And they will all build products that will solve problems at home. So Elon Musk has very famously created the humanoid that will now take off basic domestic tasks at home through AI. So because of its ability to contextualize and understand and respond, with physical AI, a lot of the things at home also will be through physical AI.
Yeah, next question, last question.
May I just jump on this one, because I think that's something which is underestimated, the physical AI story. And I just opened the doors and, a bit of a story of BMW. So I was working with BMW for 30 plus years, and you might have heard about the new factory Debrecen. Debrecen is in Hungary. And so what they did there with Omniverse, they covered the whole factory before it was built as a digital twin, the dream we all had. And the second thing was they put humans into this virtual world to learn how to move and react in this factory. And then they did the next thing, and that's the crazy part. They replaced the human in the VR world with the Unreal Engine. Who knows Unreal Engine? It's a gaming, yeah, over there, right? Himanshu, yeah. So the Unreal Engine. Unreal Engine is making games. So they were replacing the human movement with an Unreal Engine figure, replacing what the human was doing. Now suddenly they had a complete digital factory with humans moving in this factory. Now, first of all, of course, it makes a good, good video. It's a good promotion for BMW, whatever, and you can see how this whole factory runs. Now, the next step was, how can we automate these processes today? So they were starting to reducing the movement of the humans by, can this be done by a robot? Of course, some of the movements were left over because the human can move better at the moment still than many, humanoid robots can do. But obviously, the next step will be to place the human in this game, in this factory, to have a physical AI doing the whole story in a factory and manufacturing. And if we are at that stage, and we're coming close to this stage, because all the tools are there. As I said, the gaming industry is very important in this one. And even though Meta is now not really clear if the name was good or not, it teaches, again, a mental model. So we're coming back to the mental model. Now you have a replication of the world. And in this replication of the world, you're trying to adjust, and you learn in this world and make it better and better and better. And this is what we're going to see, physical AI as one of the huge driving forces, which is beside the agentic AI and all this, a really challenge for us. But sorry, I was...
I forgot my question because of your talk. Yeah, no, the question is, coming from university, we have a huge manpower, students, about 7,000 students every year get into the engineering slot. And then obviously output will be 7,000. So what type of skill sets you recommend for the students to begin with, so that, end of the fourth year, they should not worry about the placements, or, it's a challenging, how many should do startups or whatever? Over to you.
Yeah, again, I would... Hello?
Yeah, works.
Yeah, so interesting question, right? I have a son who's in the university right now, so pretty much keep thinking on very similar lines. There is no one unique answer to this, right? So definitely apart from the prompt engineering, the AI, right, all of that, 10 years from now, somebody would have told you Java, Python. So obviously this is like the cream in the pudding right now, right? All the buzzwords that we hear about. But I think more than all of that, right, I think to his point, awareness maybe, right? And start to think as to how to connect the dots. I think that is especially missing in like the current generation, right? So obviously gone are those days where you just, train somebody up in Python and you say he knows, right? But that's not going to work anymore, right? So how do you reinforce the whole learning? How do you make sure this person kind of gets to a level where he or she can think uniquely from a lot of dimensions? And what do we do, even on the education front to evolve the common sense quotient, right? And ask people to think more in a rounded fashion. I think that is something even I personally struggle. So when you take interviews, it's not just about how much you know of a particular area, right, from a technology perspective, but how much of a rounded thinking have you been able to evolve, right? And we need those kind of people who are switched on pretty much, who are thinkers, who can tie things easily, who can easily say, hey, agentic AI will work here, but these are the loopholes where you have to put those, escape gateways, or these are the people, these are the areas where you will definitely need like a human in loop input. So we need to evolve that kind of a rounded thinking. So again, we would not have kids doing library projects and the projects that we used to do when we were kids, right? But definitely change the game, give them things that are more real time, more world suited, so that they can actually solve real world problems, think from all perspectives, right? And see, so my son currently is in BITS Pilani, right? And the kids there, the fourth year graduates, he's in first year, they made drones, right? That could fly into the stratosphere much above the atmosphere and get into like cross borders and stuff like that. And that project is now being sponsored by the government of India. So we need those kind of thinkers. How do you become game changers and think differently? Just do not apply technology, but apply it very differently. Yeah.
Just one point on that is, make sure that they are still curious. The art of being curious is going to be the most important thing. And even at the premise of ChatGPT, it's fundamentally curiosity. And she exactly echoed that, the need to do something new, different, challenging.
Right.
And if I may just add to what Vijay and Akhtar said, what I've seen from a hiring perspective is while, we teach our students technology, apart from technology skills, a lot of domain skills become equally important. So one is, the ability to be curious, the ability to innovate, to be creative. But if Akhtar is running a GCC, FinTech GCC, she'll more than welcome a student who has technology skills along with some finance background. So and to what Kenneth was saying, that's the disruption we need in our education system. Fine arts with technology, finance with technology, something else with technology, because technology is going to be everywhere, yeah. Healthcare, life sciences, everyone's hiring tech resources, but how can we combine these skills for students is very important, and people like you can drive it very clearly.
Thank you. Right, so we will have now 2 more questions, and I might start with Luigi and Maria. Yeah. So you want to? Okay, Maria.
Is again to echo this debate with the debate we have in Europe. I must say that your talk was amazing, and we do have a similar discussion in Europe about these issues. So definitely we need to have a bilateral talk. And this also shows that nowadays human resources management is becoming extremely sophisticated, science and art, much more than in the past. In the past was about managing financial assets. Now managing human assets is becoming the most sophisticated art. So my question for you is the following. We used to say that in the digital age, big data is the gold. To what extent can we say that in AI age, gold will be human beings?
Wow.
What do you think about this?
Wow. Let's think. Let's this quote sink for a moment. Will gold be the human being? All right. Vijay, okay, that's an interesting one. Vijay.
I was reading a very interesting study that a lot of jobs may go because of AI. And so governments are going to worry that how are they going to continue consumers? Consumer spending has to be there for governments to work well. So there could be a future where the world moves to, and this is just an article that I read, it's not my view, in the future, the world will move towards a more socialist economy where the government will control pay and equality than anything else, because AI would take care of most of the jobs. And I keep joking that one business in India that will always sell is a business that makes us lazy. Right? So if you want Swiggy, you want food, you want Blinkit, anything that makes you lazy, and AI makes you lazy, because AI is doing the job for you. So in many ways, I think what will happen is humans will always be at the center of it. So when you look at an enterprise, you will always have two types of structures. One is a maker and one is a checker. You will see in the near future, the makers will be replaced by AI and the checkers will be human. So in the near future, in the long future, it may look different, but that's my view.
So the goal is the checker. Luis.
I'm a little bit like Kenneth. I'm a little bit disruptive in these things. So my question is, do you think that we have policymakers globally ready for this conversation? Do they understand what's going on? So, because I think let's say, we have here two options. One is, technology, LLMs, people develops whatever, and then we will see what's good, what's bad. But if it's going in the bad direction, then we have a problem, as we can imagine. I think it's going in the bad direction, by the way, because what we are seeing now is that the world is being every day more and more controlled by a kind of minority of corporations. And so my question is, do you think that our governments are ready to this conversation? Are they capable, really, to create the playing field, the level playing field, whereby we have a balanced society?
Okay, who's taking that one?
I think the question would be really, do they have a choice? Right, so some governments may take longer, some governments may take shorter, but I don't think the governments do have a choice. Because what's happening in innovation now is self-led. So a lot of companies are investing billions of dollars and creating infrastructure. A lot of companies are building applications. So a lot of learning is happening on its own. So the government will, of course, want to regulate and want to license it out, but they don't have a choice. They have to intervene, they have to apply, they have to incentivize, they have to legalize. I think they will do what they need to do, but what would make the difference is which government is adopting it faster and right. I think that's how I would, if they don't do it, I think it would be a problem.
Kenneth is jumping in.
My view is the form of governance might change. With the availability of technology, I think so you and me as end units might have a quick say in governance in the near future. Because with the technology, I think so with technology, the few number of people who are controlling the government, it's the goodness of people, they're not thrown out. In the future, I think so you and me who are part of nation will have quick access to governance. And that, I think so, will have to shift the form of governance in the coming future.
Yeah, again, a quick one on that, maybe just a quick analogy from the telco world, right? So when the telco world started to evolve, it was new to a lot of us, right? And now we all, pretty much speak the same protocol. The number portability works from one vendor to another, like Airtel to Vodafone in India, right? Pretty much, I think standards and governance would evolve. We are just starting the AI right? So it will definitely get there where, globally we will adhere to similar standards. Like I said, the portability words, you go from one nation to another country, the SIM works, right? So all of that we'll get there, but we're just starting the fun, right? So I think as we go along, a lot of governance will come in, and I think global governance will also kick in, where all of us start to like follow the same protocol, learn it the same way, but it will take a while to get there.
Again, sorry, I have to jump in on this one. it's a mental model. Okay, it's okay, so I jump to
Hi, Jan. Thank you so
Hey.
much. Good evening, everyone. I see Ms. Sharma, so I thought I'll ask this question. It's coming from the same thing in a digital and AI-led economy that we are discussing. What skill gap worries you more than tech adoption? And are we under-investing in it? Are we under-investing in it as nation, as people? But is there a skill gap that you see that we can, I mean, more than tech adoption, is there something that we can look at?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is not just today, not just because of AI, and we've been calling this out that unemployability is a bigger problem than unemployment in our country. Kenneth, spoke about it, that 75% of kids are not self-aware. I would say 90% of the students that pass out of our education system are not job ready. So the whole ecosystem that is changing, that needs to change. It's not just about today, it's not about AI, it's not just technology, but it's about, like Vijay mentioned, the ability to continuously learn. Learning to learn is a very important skill. Akhtar had mentioned about, the whole, the softer aspect of skills. I think it's important that we create rounded professionals as against people who are just on one domain or technology stack. So yes, youth skill gap, institutions are trying at their own record, government is trying at their own speed. Yesterday, day before's budget mentioned about the whole education to enterprise steering committee, employment steering committee. My sense is that the agenda has to be that we bring the ecosystem together. So, the presidency university person here, he's teaching, he's ensuring that the students get knowledge, but knowledge that can be applied. There are apprentices and internship, programs that the government of India is running. How does that become a chain to employment? And employers like you and me ensure that we are the last mile connectivity for the ecosystem. I think all of this has to work together. Today, unfortunately, in India, all of us are working in silos. And which is the bigger problem? So there is a demand, there is a supply, and we all know that as employers, we cry that we don't have the right talent. As educationists, universities cry out that there are not enough placements. We have to bridge that gap, and in my view, that's the biggest gap for our country to put together. We can skill students, the Gen Z, Gen Alpha, whatever alphabets we can use. I think the kids are far smarter than what we give them credit to. They learn, they have the drive to learn, they're hungry. If only we give them a right path, they will get there. But we have to bring the ecosystem together. So that's the missing link in my mind.
Thank you so much.
By
Thank you
this,
so much.
I will close that discussion now for here with another mental model, which comes from India, by the way.
Yeah.
It's breaking silos.
Yes.
And that's what you're calling for.
Absolutely, yes, yeah.
We broke the silos a couple of times.
Yeah.
We can break that silo as well with an open, interoperable, take it as a protocol language, an open, interoperable infrastructure between us.
Yeah.
Or join forces as humans and getting things done. So thank you very much to this fantastic panel. I really touched to have you here on stage. And hopefully it was insightful for you as well, and the interaction with you as the audience was fantastic. So please come up.
Thank you.
Let's take a last picture. Thank you very much. Come here. Thank you very much. Thank you. Big round of applause for my panelists, my co-panelists. Thank you very much. It was fantastic. Thank you. Vijay. And at this point of time, I think I hand over to the hosts of the JESSE conference, the JESSE Bangalorean Digital with Purpose conference. I would like to call on stage Luis. Jose is coming up. So I hand over Jose.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's give a big round of applause to Jan Kune, who has been excellent, on point, for so many hours, right from the morning to almost guide us with precision, with depth, with impact. Thank you so much, Jan. It's lovely to have you with us. I also want to give a special word of thanks to Luis Neves, the CEO of Jesse, for having believed in Bengaluru and to agree to do this edition in Bengaluru. You know, we didn't plan this 6 or 10 months ago. It was all very with less time, but nonetheless, it's faith and belief that we could do it. Thank you very much, Luis. I also want to thank our wonderful keynote speaker of the morning, Maria Joa Rodriguez. Thank you so much for your presence. It means a lot. Let's give a big round of applause to both Luis and Ms. Rodriguez. My special thanks to the entire Jesse team, including Rita. Could you just wave your hand? Thank you for all the wonderful support and all your team members. Special thanks to Eric, if you are here somewhere. Eric from, yeah, there is Eric. Thank you so much. And I also have to give a big round of applause to all our team. So you know who you are, the team from Integro, from Future ICT Forum, the Martin and all the sound console people, the people from the hotel, and so on. And now I am to conclude and give the final speech. So what I'm really happy to say is this is just the first step. I just had a meeting after lunch with Luis, and he's really happy and excited with what happened here yesterday and today. And we will continue with Digital with Purpose also next year. So let's give a big round of applause to Jesse for helping India plug into the world and the world plug into India, because we have solutions that the world needs, and also the world needs India as a market and as a marketplace for innovation to thrive. So I think I would like to lastly thank each one of you. You know, in our event, we don't sell tickets because we don't think knowledge should be sold. We don't think business growth should be sold. We think it should be accessible and available. Of course, we have an invite-only thing where you have to register and we let you in. We don't believe in having a lot of people. Volume is not important. It's the quality of the conversation. I really hope each of you have met at least 2 useful people with whom you will do something. If the answer is yes, please give a big round of applause for the wonderful people that we met here. And I really hope that together we as Bengaluru and as people who believe in sustainability will take our step to make a better world, to make a world with purpose, and to help those who are in the sustainability ecosystem succeed and find business. My last request to all of you, follow the Jesse LinkedIn page. You know that Jesse is a business network. It's not a social media thing, so not Facebook and so on. Of course, they have pages there, but we want you to follow the LinkedIn page, and then please make one post or more than one as well, but at least one about what you liked, which speaker you liked, what you enjoyed listening, learning, and what concepts helped you open your mind. I already saw some 2-3 posts of people who post their picture with Ms. Rodriguez already, and also with Luis. A lot of selfies have happened. And now what I want to do is give you the gift of time back. So we've not yet reached 5 o'clock. 5:15 is when traffic peaks. So you have 20 minutes to take some selfies and pictures while music is on, coffee is running. Please connect, please network, and follow our social media LinkedIn pages to know when the next event is. Last thing I want to say is, we don't send emails asking you to register. We want smart people, and smart people always have their eyes open, and they are looking for opportunities. So we are looking for people who are smart, not people who expect to be reminded. You know, you heard about the lazy thing. During your holiday, yes, but in business, you have to be on the edge, and we look for those people. So please, some people come and tell me I was not invited. Look, it's not my marriage. I am already married. I already have kids. I am not inviting anyone for any other function. But for business, you have to keep your eyes open. I get into many key events because my eyes are open, and some of you who follow me know that. I want each of you to be that way. Only then we become multipliers of opportunity. we should not just grab opportunity for ourselves, we should multiply. So I really hope each of you will go, grow, and glow. All the best, signing off. Let's have some nice music. Okay.
And, you know, having the eyes open and connecting people, I think we should give Jose a big round of applause because his curation make these things happening here together. So fantastic example, living example. So thank you very much, Jose.
Thank you, Jan. We'll find more reasons to bring you back to Bangalore again, hopefully before the year. Thank you very much. Happy networking. Enjoy. Luis, do you want any last word? No? Okay, thank you. So those who want to meet Luis, he's available. Yes, thank you.
I'm there with Intellectus.
Yeah.